knows of this. The bomb has just been picked up, but he doesn't decide to pick it. Wants his teammates to come through to play this numbers advantage.
It's a very passive sort of angle here, but you can see they've accounted for the rotate, and yes, that's what they were playing for. Nikomodos might have just sealed the round.
Arvin, 40 seconds and does have bomb control. Not impossible, but needs to take care of Nikomodos first. Straight down a little bit rough. It's the USP to do it. You can see the smile from Nikomodos there on the lower screen. He likes that.
I feel extremely smart now that I've just given him praise for coming back into his own. He gets a 3K in the round that he calls it. So, yeah, well done for Nikomodos. And again, very smart play from Nikomodos, right? He recognized there was potential in that wraparound play, and he just went down towards the lower dumpster angle, waited for the rotate, and decided, you know what, I'm going to defend the A site. We know they've committed towards B. If they rotate, I've got it covered. If they stick, my teammates got it covered, and I can come in. So, smart stuff. Big down to pistols as a result. Fnatic should be getting to 9 here. Suddenly, this comeback looks much doable than it was only a few rounds ago.
Yeah, it's definitely not too far out of reach right now. Still, a mountain turn into a hill. Still to go up here. Roy somehow survives with 1 point of health. At least that's good. Ball locked out of any fights to make sure that AK stays within their hands. But Season is pushed up fairly aggressively, and it's Mezzi here to deal with it all by himself. No buddy system here for Mezzi, which means he'll only have to do it with raw firepower. So they've isolated them nicely. What a shot for Nikomodos to close out this round.
Second 3K in a row. Stacking up his numbers, wants to take away the onus from Roy, and I guess a little bit of internal competition there between the two Danes. Rightfully so. These guys have been on fire so far. Fnatic benefiting in troves from it. Can they benefit to the equalizing standing? Only 5 rounds to the difference here. The gun's back in for Big to try and re-extend that lead, get to that map point. But Fnatic, they're on a roll, and they've got plenty of cash. They can rebind no matter what the situation is. Again, it's all a case of denying that match point as Roy tries to peek forward.
Hurdles quite deep here. Will be greeting contact. Oh, it's all a matter of timing, and he gets it. Tabson ends up falling back away. Forrest had a fight that he had to take on, but he does survive it and doesn't drop. Big looking to move in towards this B area, but Fnatic have got plenty in contention. Now with a bomb moving in as well, it looks like it's going to be a very fast take. Not much utility left for these players, so they have to take this opportunity now. It's never very fast push there. Forrest is able to collect it. The crossfire is on point for Fnatic. Nothing you can do. Sisson pressured from the back angle as well. Roy just stamping over him.
It's all in the CT side today, it feels like. The same confidence that we saw from Big, the same coordination, the same lockdown sort of defensive that we saw from them over the course of that first half has translated perfectly over to Fnatic in the second. And this is most certainly on. How amazing would it be for Fnatic if they usurped Big and got another 16-14 victory, this time to 2-0 best of 3, and make their way to the arena?
Oh man, that would be quite a victory. And a storyline to begin this roster. I mean, we've heard how positive Crims feels about this new alignment, the pressure he's been on with all these new iterations of the roster, right? All these switches, all these additions, changes happening, none of them really working. For the past couple of years, Fnatic had been absent. And for this organization with such history, this would be quite a first event for this new roster.
4 rounds to go to equalize, that is. 6 rounds and Fnatic will win it. Numbers are tantalizing, the pressure is on, but the victory is right at their fingertips. And there's only pistols to play with here for Big, so again, on paper, Fnatic should be able to deal with them. And they've dealt with these half-buys pretty well so far.
They have, but we also need to keep in mind that Big are 2 away from victory themselves, so Fnatic still on pressure. No mistakes permitted. This round may be one where they will be having a simpler frontier to enter regarding the weaponry that Big have accumulated. But Crimson close contact here with Tizian with the smoke to fade out. Might the T's have an advantage on that one. They're starting to cross through. Tabson with the first one. Forrest lost on start. He's missing out on the shots, and now that means Big have the advantage. Weapons recovered. Mezzi looking to bring it back for his team, but there's a cross angle that he hasn't taken care of. Roy under pressure, needing 5 his kills. It's desperate, and they know it. They cannot afford to drop the ball now. Not now.
Driven back by the pistols. The bomb's got to get picked up and committed, though. It was dropped out towards ramp, so Big aren't out of the woods just yet. Fnatic need to push forward and strike, and there's the kill for Roy.
That's what they needed. Now they're bringing things back. Square Roy playing whack-a-mole, and he's even found all three. Fnatic not dropping the ball now.
Oh, that was a little bit leery, though. Pistols were brought out, stormed the B site, and it felt like they cracked them. But Fnatic not cracking under the pressure. Beautiful stuff from the last two players, and against those pistols, the bomb being dropped in the right place at the right time. Whoever got the kill against that carrier might be credited with the secretive MVP, but it was Roy with the 3K sequence and the perfect headshots on the first two. Fnatic not losing to the eco pistols, and the cash amounts mean that their damage does not mean much at this stage. The Orb's serious and coming forward. The kills on the first player and almost caught the second, but Nico Odos ducks and dives out the way.
That's what you want to see, aggressive AWP movement. Nico doesn't want some of it himself. Oh, what is this round? We've only been in it for 10 seconds and that already has been chaotic. Big do lose a player and so does Fnatic. Importantly enough, they lose their star player Roy, and Nikodas also dies.
Oh, both the Danes down and out. Big maintain control, get themselves back into it. Searson with that stellar start. Fnatic got caught off guard. Crims might catch another player off guard himself, but Farven just evaded the bullets, evaded the kill shots. Now that they know the CTs are pushed up, they might be able to account for this, but they haven't accounted for Connector, and it's Forest with the kill.
And that was the low payer from Big. Now he's got more of a job to do, but the thing for Big right now is that they know where two of these players are. One is on the backside of the B site, and now one is falling towards Connector, knowing that if they do go for that A hit fast, they may have the numbers advantage.
Pushing forward for Tabs, and should be able to get this bomb down. It's only Mezzy standing alone. Backup's going to arrive. And Molotov gets here. Farven with an all-important frag. Big have complete control of A. It's a retake for Fnatic now.
And what utility does Fnatic have? Only a smoke. Now they've been able to recover some more. But Crimson Forest both together, hand in hand. Let's take on this fight. That's Tabson, a brilliant headshot to be found. And Big now on top. Clearly on top, Crims, the experienced player, the Swede, trying to make things happen, but he's low. He's so low. And up against three, it's one fight after the other, one level on top of the other. That's one smoke can be dropped onto the bomb, but Faven, they can just play the slow game. They can just play it safe. The smoke doesn't connect clearly, and Faven is low. Bomb touched. Piastri will go out into the open, but Big are able to recover it. Now they're on map point. Fnatic are hitting themselves with that one.
Crims looks so miffed. So unbelievably miffed at that smoke. It went too deep, and had he had that on point on the bomb, then maybe he could have held the defuse, because the kill, the swing towards long, that was right on there. But in the end, Fnatic don't get it done. Map point for Big, a tactical called in by Big, and appropriately so. Fnatic have done so much catching up. They brought the gap to such a manageable distance that it's still on for overtime here. And Fnatic, I think the money's still good for a buy.
Oh, many have thought the return of God B to kind of being more brilliance and more creativity after venturing onto a different game and now coming back to Counter-Strike. Now with new ideas perhaps to get big, elevating their playstyle. Let's see how that one works out. So far it's been looking grand for them. Their journey has been better than 2022, but this is definitely a land they'd like to have a good result in, and this is one step in that direction.
15-11, Pavlos. And the double orbs are out for Fnatic. Nico Odos and Crims. Nico Odos has been fantastic in this map up. Got no chance to strike in that last round where he set towards mid. On this one at a much more passive angle. You can see how Fnatic are giving them the respect here. Not going to die to Searson if he tries to force forward. He's only on a scout this time, so that's not an option. Instead, the onus is towards long.
Double orb set up for Fnatic this time around, which means we could be seeing a more passive approach from them. Searson would have loved to have a big gun of greed himself, but not on this opportunity. Fnatic know there's no more mistakes he can make here. All to work for, all to play for. Wide swing. Oh, Nikodas misses the mark, and Roy has to fall. If it wasn't for the trade, that means Big now are on top.
Early nade as well for Nico Odos. Couldn't do much against Roy's killers. They can work their way in towards that mid control. The anti-flash setup on paper is good, but it means that you have to focus up and get that M4 in particular to a multi-frag in that particular scenario. Didn't do much damage at all. Now they press up into the bathrooms of the divider. Nico Odos setting ready for Tabson. The Molotov doesn't throw him that far back. He re-aggresses, doesn't get the kill. Nikodas
does realize one has swung by, so he needs to be capped with the left side angle! Oh, Nikodas gets another, but it's through his teammate's body, and that means his teammate will have to fall as well. Crims and Forest, the 2-on-3 to keep Fnatic alive. But the Germans, the big, are determined.
Second kill for the smoke, even the standings, and now Crim's Orb can strike. A 2-on-2 scenario. And the fact that before I didn't see it coming, and neither did Big.
And tabseN now with all to play with. 1 round is required, but the pressure's on. Not many seconds remaining, but he will get the bomb down in time to play around the truck area. Gets 1 kill onto Forest, and the smoke is covering Crim's position as well. This could be doable. The 4-piece, that could come his way, but he knows where Crim's will come from. Oh, and he switches up the position as well. The pressure's on Crim's no longer on tabseN, and he's able to wrap around.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, draws out the knife. What can you do?
Crims has no idea.
He's got no clue. And tabseN, all he has to do is pull the trigger in time.
Oh,
and that he
my
will.
lord.
Big taking things home, and will be taking us to a 3rd map as well.
That is unreal. What a final play for Big, and what a way to recover off the back of Fnatic's comeback. To think they brought it all the way till the very final hurdle, which is where they finally stumbled there, Pavlos. Oh, Fnatic. That's got to hurt so much, but you're right. Big were the ones that were on the back foot coming into this map, and they take us to a 3rd one.
Big elated. They'll be happy about that one, but we'll see what the Des has to say after a short break. Be right back.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Stuck ranking up? Lost the motivation to grind? Bored of clicking heads on AIM maps? Get some colour into your game. Bidskins.com. Buying and selling skins made easy. Tons of payment methods and instant cash outs. Just choose your dream skins, select your preferred payment method, and start grinding again. If you want to play like the pros, you gotta look like the pros.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. Because it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sick. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. A bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
Pinnacle Cup Championship is brought to you by Pinnacle, Asus ROG, Intel, and Bitskins.
What's up, everybody? We are now tied up 1-1 after overpass between Fnatic and Big. The score was 16-11 on map number 2. So Big have bounced back and will be going to a third map, which will be Vertigo, but not before myself and my analysts break down the action that took place on overpass. Guys, Golden and Dweg, I want to address firstly that we mentioned Searson and Tabson in our pre-match segment, and they were the two top performing players on Big. They both had a sizable impact.
Yeah, I think Searson ended with 18-7 on the CT side, which was their strongest side. Just shows you how much of an impact an Opera can have.
Absolutely. Were you impressed by what you saw from Searson, Dweg?
Yeah, I think his AWP ability was just consistent across the first half. We saw him find a lot of opening man advantages. I think we saw some confidence jewels coming through from him as well. But even to kind of dug a little bit deeper into tabseN, he is now the leader of clutches in this event so far. And think about the important clutches that he found here on Overpass. The one in the 4th round of the 1v2 when he was on B, and then the 1v2 to win the entire map.
The clutch to win was very impressive. We just saw a snippet of it there. I think tabseN is a player that you can pretty much always rely on.
Yeah, you can say that. I mean, he has such a big role in Big.
The big boys are walking past us right now. Gob, do you want to come and wave to the camera? Yeah, come up here, Gob, yeah. Up here, buddy, come on. No, up here. We're over here right now, Gob. If you come here, you can stand next to me and say hello. There you go, see? Gob, best of luck on Vertigo, mate. Best of luck to Fnatic too, but best of luck to you, mate. Yeah, he's wearing a tabseN jersey. We need to... let's get Big on the phone, get him a custom Gob B one. Yeah, and so do you think that he had the factor going into Overpass that we were talking about in the pre-match? Because we were hoping to see a bit more of a connection between the team and those tactics paying off. Did you see that on the server?
Yeah, and if you look at the other side of Fnatic, they didn't have that. And we saw Mezzy play not his best game. And fair to say, on T side, Overpass is really hard if you don't have anything, you know, gone through stuff. As an IGL, Mezzy's taking that role. If the team's not coming up with ideas, not taking the map control they need to have to make a plan, it's going to be really rough. And we just saw that.
Dweg and Golden, do you think then on Vertigo it's again going to be who has the superior synergy in tactics coming out from whether it's Gob B or Mezzy?
Well, touching on Vertigo, we've currently got a 5-map losing streak for Fnatic, and funny enough, their last victory was actually against Big. Now, that was 7 months ago, so this is talking time of a completely different lineup, a completely different era as such as being that long ago, but at least there's that history in the past and knowing, at least for Crims and Mezzy, of what they can expect from a side like Big.
And I would say it's not, you don't need to have a lot of tactics on Vertigo, because it's essentially down to how you play the A ramp, and we will see a lot of action from Roy on the Fnatic side where he will try to take map control by himself, be a kind of like Yekindar, just going up the ramp, taking duels, playing around the smokes, and I think that is enough for them right now to make it competitive on Vertigo. I don't see it as a huge, you don't need to have the biggest strat book ever.
If we don't need to see the biggest strat book ever from either team, but especially for Fnatic, given that they've got to stand in, they've got 2 new players, will it pay dividends for them to just be quite loose, fight aggressively, look for opportunities to exploit Big?
Yeah, for sure, but the problem will still like, yes, they need to play loose and play into their playstyle, but I think they will go back to playing a lot more A because Roy is very comfortable there. And if Roy gets the success duels and he wins them, they are most likely to try to end up on A. But the thing is that I don't know who's gonna play B on Vertigo for Fnatic, and that might be a problem because that site is the hardest site to hold as a CT, especially when you're like left anchoring it. So gonna be interesting to see how they gonna challenge up to that of what Big's gonna throw at them.
Dweg, any follow-on thoughts before I have another question for you both?
Just to add on the Roy and Nico Odos discussion, in the last 3 months when they were playing on Copenhagen Flames, what was their highest played map in the pool? Vertigo. So we at least know that for Roy and Nico Odos, they played it 18 times in the last 3 months. It's a lot of officials to get under their belt, and I think that's going to add to the comfortability of coming into a decider map like this.
So across Nuke and Overpass, neither team had storming T sides. On Vertigo, could that be a deciding factor if one of the teams finally finds some success on the T side?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. What she just said is that T side is easier on Vertigo, and yes, you don't need an Opera cannot stop you as a they did on Overpass, what Big did, or Searson did specifically. I think it would be a lot more duels around smokes, maybe like doing wall smokes on A and just finishing up easily as we saw them do yesterday. I'm speaking of now Fnatic when they did it against Heroic. They're gonna try to keep it simple. I don't think they. I think it will work out. Just, you know, gonna be a competitive match. Yeah.
Well, guys, we are pretty much ready to get into it. Can I get some final predictions now that we're here? Golden, are you sticking with Fnatic?
Yes, I'm not never thinking.
Dweg, are you sticking with Big?
Yeah, I'm sticking with Big, and honestly, I'm waiting for the util battle. Their flash assist in that last map was excellent, and I'm waiting to see it here again.
All right, well, everybody at home, do not forget, other than the action that's been going on today and yesterday, tomorrow and Saturday, we are in the arena next door. So be sure to buy your tickets if you can make it down. If you're in Sweden, especially the south of Sweden, in Denmark, Copenhagen, we're very, very close. It's going to be an awesome live event, and it's definitely worth watching it in person. So you can see in the link below. Follow that link, and prices go from 149 SEK, so very reasonable. It would be an amazing opportunity to see your favourite players, potentially meet some of us, and so come down and enjoy the show live. All right, everybody, it's now time for map number 3. It's going to be Vertigo between Fnatic and Big. Our casters are ready. Pavlos and Jay, over to you.
And talk about the arena, everybody. Thanks, Paolo, by the way. That's it right there. You can't see it though. The lights are just overwhelming. But it's being built, right? You get the idea. If I go a little bit backwards, you can see the stage of it. It's being built up. The LEDs are all the lights are being tested out. So if you see some flamboyant lighting going on in the background, that is why. But yeah, it's going to be epic. It's going to be cool. And talk about the matchup, Jay. We're talking about Fnatic and Big. This is the final frontier. This is the decider now on Vertigo.
It's so tough to call as well, right? Because it's a map that we don't know much about for the Big side. Obviously, only a couple maps on record in the last 3 months, plus the fact that Fnatic as a whole haven't been known. Dweg was mentioning earlier that the Copenhagen Flames add-ons were obviously well proficient on this map, but the truth is that the whole team for both sides, we don't know. This one's going either way.
This really could go either way. Fnatic on the T side, Big starting off on CT. As tabseN looks to go a little bit aggressive out from the go. Karimbo start things off well. It is Big to gain most of the advantage here as they do move in forwards, and Fnatic seem to be greeting a big wall in front of them, just bumping into it and dying one after the other.
Yeah, just up for Nico Odos to try and see if he can hold it together on the Fnatic side, but the pistol looks to definitively go the way of Big on this one. Easy kills coming in for the CT forces. Good exit frag at the very least for Nico Odos right there. But not going to end up being a pistol for Fnatic. Big will start things off on the right foot, and that is really what we want to see from them. Again, they came in real good in that last map. A dominant start on the CT side, and then turning into a bit of a comeback for Fnatic to their credit, but not one that ultimately won the map up. So Big, if they can replicate a similar result, that'll be enough to get the series.
What I love about seeing LAN is seeing how all the players interact with each other, next to each other, with the coaches and everything. And one thing that B brings to the table is the hype up, the energy, trying to put Big feel good about getting victory. Whenever they get a win, they need to celebrate it to make sure that they never let go of that PMA, the all-important positive mental attitude.
See very little of that in CS these days. So I want to see that a lot more from Big. And from Fnatic as well, obviously, been a lot more composed over the course of this game. No composure will get you much further here on this basic eco. There are upgrade pistols onto Nico Odos, but that is about it. No Kevlar, no util, so there should be another formality round for Big. Haven't seen many problems when it comes to the ecos. The conversions have been a bit more awkward, I mean, in terms of the force buys especially. But in these kind of rounds, it should be Big taking it.
Yeah, and that's Fnatic. Just bring out the magic. These cricket rockets that I like to call them. If they start right-clicking, they sound like it. Baba, not having too many issues there. Does receive a bullet to the head, thankfully. Does have the helmet. Keeps him sustained. Doesn't go through the skull, and therefore Big are able to mow them down as quickly as that.
Yeah, 2-0 start. Simple stuff. Not much you can break down from that previous round. It's really all about the guns. So that's what will be coming out here. And now for Fnatic. See what particular guns they will have. I imagine it will be AKs across the board, and indeed it will be. No AWP for them yet. Same can be said for the Big side. And without them taking many casualties over the course of this game so far, they'll stick with the SMGs on 2 individuals, a Tizzy and the searson. For Masters, but for tabseN, a bonus rifle for the CT side.
Fnatic now with a wire round, obviously. This is where they start to line up. Oh, very aggressive here from Roy. Does get traded. It's all about the space you create, and it's all about the utility Big are starting to expand. They're going so aggro on those fights. Nikodos takes up so much damage, and Crimbo is either very smart with his position or maybe too far out of his depth. Just peeing out, and Mezzi makes care he's no more in a matter of an instance.
That was a crispy adjustment. The perfect headshot. It was part of an overall spray, but still, first bullet accuracy for Mezzi right there. Wonderful for Fnatic, and away into the man advantage. Not quite the round itself, because they are lacking in map control. You can see that just in the minimap and that little camera angle we just saw there from the observer, the fact that they've just done the bottom of the ramp control. They haven't got any ramp control whatsoever, and you mentioned earlier the ramp simulator. It really is a pivotal part of the map for the T side.
It's a pivotal map, a pivotal side on both ends, really. Big need to figure out how they want to pace themselves, really, how aggressive they want to go, how early they want to contest Fnatic's push, how much space they want to allow them to have to get these setups to start to move forwards. Now, Molly, sandbags cleared out. Big have made the wrong decision to stack towards B, which means if Fnatic realize it sooner than later, they should have clear entry. But tabseN is fairly close, probably waiting for his teammates to kind of contest this.
Nades up, Incendiaries on board. It's just going to get planted. Crim's actually evading the Molotov for the most part. Not the nades and not the bullets, though. Easy pickings for the T side, it seems like. This backstab from Tizian should close it.
Oh, yeah. It's all aligning here for Big. Just 2 kills straight out of the bat onto the site, which means that Nikodos, all that remains with all to do. Has to care for so many angles. That's ahead, though, and the bomb is no longer stuck with Nikodos! His brain is so huge! And he's able to find out through two throughout smokes. And now there's only one left, and Tizian is up against him. He has to shake after what happened to his teammates before.
What is this?
Oh, he's circulated around this perfectly! Sprayed out, not quite there! Only 5 points of health, and Nikodos, it hurts! He was so close to clutching it.
The look on his face, because he literally played that so perfectly. The 2 kills, the 1 through the smoke, and then he went around the boxes to the CT side of the site, and then when he heard the footsteps in from ramp, he went round again towards ramp side, and I'm just like, what is this big brain stuff from Nikodos there? It hurts when you lose a clutch like that, because he knew he did everything right up until the jump came in, and that was the only play that could have won Big the round. Unbelievable.
That's crazy. If you wanted anyone in that position, it would have been Nikodos. Didn't have it.
Well, Fnatic will be back on the guns, at least that bomb plant bonus getting a justification for a force buy, because Big's money will be in tatters and it could be reset potential. AWP still in for Searson though, and the M4 for tabseN is engaging. The first frag not quite found by Roy there.
Yeah, a bit of trade and switch here with these positionings. Forest alluding to the idea of a B hit, but doesn't seem like it will be the commitment bomb. Very far now towards this ramp side. tabseN easing out of it. See Fnatic only with a couple of smokes left on their end. A couple of flashes as well. 1 minute to spare. Starting to work with fine margins. Searson just waiting for the right time.
That nade doesn't do as much as it really should have done, really.
Oh, but the shot is accurate, and that's important. Runs away to safety.
Yeah, frag found, and Big fall back. Fnatic also forced the rotation because they don't really have a choice. They're just locked out of their ramp control. It's been a common difficulty for them so far. They rotate towards the B side, but only 30 seconds left for the execution here. How much have they allowed themselves? Has it been enough?
It can't just be a trade game for them. It needs to be so much more. Crims to entry. Flash to assist, Faven. An all too familiar position for him. Tizian looking to contest. Oh, but Faven comes out of the shadows just in time. No one to cover it. Doubles up his kill count. Walmart to try to get a triple. Nikodos, though, still looking to make the brilliant work happen for them. Running out of time. Therefore, kills is all he's able to get. Searson putting him to his grave as quick as that. So it's only Forest to survive with a Galil by the end of that round for Fnatic.
Matt, Nikodos is doing everything he can to bring this back from the brink in every single scenario, right? Like the last clutch that he had in that 1 versus 3, then being down on the execution, the only thing that he could have done there is get the kills against the last 2 C3 players. It would have been impossible given the state of the last man being doubtful of that mid control. But the fact he even got those kills in the first place, like, I don't know what he's on, but he's clearly had some major breakfast this morning. Probably some good lunch at the same time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Ruffling up Big to try and eat them for dinner if he can get there. He's doing well to try and do that. The problem is the rounds have not come through for him and his team.
Fnatic. Some seasoned veterans in there, so it could be quite a juicy meal. Ooh, okay, well that's one way to go down. Might want to cook up your food, don't you?
Yeah. Any more food puns we can stick in there?
I don't know how many we can do, but I think we're on a good run.
Mezzi's been mashed.
And Tabson smashed. All right, well.
We're having too much fun with this.
Yeah, Fnatic aren't though. That's the sad part. Obviously starting things off with a pistol round. Have found just a couple of kills. M4 now in the bag of Nikola. It's definitely a player you want on that rifle. Oh, good swing out there from Crims. But there is a caveat in the mix. And that is a slow approaching Favin on the back end. Well, it's Sisson as well to hold it out from the far angle. And Crims with all to do with just the deagle, knows where Sisson is contesting, run out of time. Surprisingly, actually, Favin doesn't really go for a quick pincer. He's actually taking his time, and this could be costly for Sisson.
Certainly will cost him the money here. 3 players to be taken down. Okay, so when he pushes up, Crim's got to land the headshots from here because they're all on high HP. He sees where Crimbo is. I imagine he probably just gets sandwiched at this point. Yeah, there's the kill for Crimbo. Making it look easy against the Pistols. 5-0 start for Big. So once again, we have that confidence. We have that initial groundwork laid for the German team.
It took Big quite some time. Imagine this being a best of 1, though. Fnatic would have been 2-0 out of this group, done and dusted, right? So for best of 3 statuses, I mean, it is as expected. Big now challenging from all angles, all frontiers, and they're feeling a lot more comfortable, and you can tell.
It took them up to get warmed up. So I guess you could say that. Right now they are looking not just warm, but on fire. Fnatic back to the guns at this moment. Of course, there was an eco half by in the previous one. Maximus bonus would enable those guns to come through. Galil for Forest will still be limiting. The firepower isn't there for the one-shot headshot. Searson trying to use that slight gap in the top to get the kills, but it's Roy and Crimbo that actually kick things off. Yeah,
some damage onto Searson as well. That will hinder his confidence to take these wide-angle swings. So these nades could also pack quite a big punch. Crims looking to regress here still. Equally traded. Big wanting to dedicate a lot of firepower here towards this A site.
They've got to back up Searson somehow. I'm not sure if this is an overcommitment. I mean, they're leaving B entirely open, but Fnatic are going to walk into A anyway, so that's going to be completely irrelevant.
Yeah, you can see Forest also starting to route around them. Could be very dangerous. Mezzi, there you go. That's an opening, but Big, good retaliation. Not only have they stabilized, but they put Big on top. Oh, Crims looking to regress, and that's a kill. Down to 9 points of health. It's still dangerous. May look to assist that nade, can do quite a bit onto Tizian, and it does. Not only does it do damage, but it finishes him off as well.
This is back on now. Farvan's the man on the back foot, and he's going completely away from the site. Did they not see the bomb get dropped? I know Tizian got a 2K in the midst of the chaos, but surely... Okay, no, he's going with something a bit more smarter. Down the ladder room, in towards ramp, is where he'll go for his flank.
Yeah, it'll take some time until they rotate, which gives plenty of opportunity for Fnatic to get this bomb down. Obviously, they will have to use quite a bit of their utility. Not so necessary. They actually use every single piece of utility they had.
So nothing for the post plant. That's what you said in shorthand. Farvan. HP advantage above Crims. Forest will be a bit more of a difficulty. And he comes in from the eye lane. Oh, Forest is right there for him, but he's in the corner. Does Farvan check this?
Dear, it's not checked. Forest, he's a dead man walking. Dead man standing. Oh, that could have gone wrong. But Farvan retrieves it. The thing is, Crims is low, so low. One bullet, anyone in his body would do it. But Favin has got no clue where he is, and Crims knows that. Bomb not yet touched, therefore no need to walk out of there still, alluding to the idea that he's coming out from alleyway, but no. Crims is all the way behind him, and down he goes. Fnatic on the board.
The worst part for Farvan there is that if he just tucked his head down and stuck the defuse, then Crims would have to just charge forward to try and get the kill, so he would have heard that, got an easy frag. But he took too long. He thought there was a bigger game at play. He thought that the T-side were going to set up at ramp or alley. And you saw him, he's checking over both those angles. He never once looked back there to the sniper's nest. And that is what's going to cost Big that round there. Fnatic getting there first on the board. Down to a single player at 6 points of health, though, so it wasn't an easy affair, to say the least, in that round, let alone the extra rounds in previous. But the damage has been done to Big. They're down to a very broken buy here. Fnatic can take control off the back of this if they find the follow-up.
Vertigo, a very tempo-heavy map. Fnatic will look to continue that streak. Tizian fairly deep into this. A lot is thrown at him. Somehow able to survive at it. Big, dedicate 3 on this attack. Fnatic just hold back until the smokes start to open up. Tizian close by, able to shut down Nikodos. What a player to get a kill on.
Talking about taste the hero medicine, we saw Fnatic use those MP9s to great effect over on Nuke, and here on Vertigo, it's Big returning the favour on Tizian at the very least. Scout for Searson not quite as lucky. He has spotted at least 2 players. Unawares of Roy, he might know him now. Maybe this kill could find the trade back to an even standing for Fnatic. I doubt the Scout will get the kill. It is low HP, but Roy's got the better weapon.
Yeah, better angled as well. Doesn't seem like Roy expected a straight down walk up towards him. Although there is a good setup here for Big. Crimbo together with Faven. Close by. Faven could definitely find one, especially if it's not checked. Quickly spam through. Crim's able to shut it down. But Crimbo unable to connect the pieces. Forest keeps his team going. Not much time remaining for them. Just one smoke to cover their tracks, but tabseN wants to keep the space close. Wants to be up close and personal. Crim's shutting him down, which means Tizian doesn't have got much to work with, which means Fnatic will be able to double up their scoreline.
Yeah, it was a good start for the SMG, but ultimately, again, it was down to the firepower difference, which is what made the difference there for Fnatic, what got them past the finish line. The AK is doing far better than the FAMASas and the Scouts would ever. And once again, Smiles have returned to the faces of the international squad. Not, I mean, it's a good round, but you still have got a long way back to get back to the scoreline itself. 3 rounds make the difference. USPs and Deagles and P250s will be out for this one, so again, it's a free take. Fnatic are still playing from the back foot, and we've seen many times how pistols can change the complexion of an entire game.
Starting to look in towards this B site. Fnatic should be able to take this cleanly. Unless Big are able to find some massive USP shots. How massive can they be? Small caliber weapons. Can't expect that match. It's as simple as it can get. Only one Deagle shot for Tizian as Fnatic continue their streak.
Yeah. 3 in a row. 2 easy ones, of course, with the lesser weapons out for the boys over from that big side. And the real challenge begins now with the guns that should be back in play for the German team. Let's see what they'll have, because that might be decisive, especially if they have an AWP. We saw how great it was for them over on the overpass, and if it can have similar impact here, then, again, I'm taking a look at the parallels more than anything else as being the difference makers here for this.
Yeah, definitely. Parallel like that would be perfect for them. Although Roy is kind of seeing if he wants to push through this smoke. There's a gap that he can work with. Big this time around, a little bit more passive, but they're approached multiple times. They've tried to contest it early, and I think Fnatic are taking full advantage of that. Roy all by himself on a venture. Still the trade, though, as Crimbo finds the upper angle to work with. Still, we are talking about a 4-on-4, and the big shoes to fill are here for Faven to do, right? All by himself onto the site, sprayed on a little bit rough on the Forest side. Rough bushes around the edges. Nikodos will keep things square, but still, Fnatic got a decision to make, and it seems like they're heading towards ramp.
Yeah, Nikodos already set up there, so we can go in when the smoke's down, try and lead the charge. He is the low HP element here for the Fnatic side, so we need Mezzy and Crims to back him up. And you can already see 2 players are locked out. Tizian in particular with the backside looking all the way out in the open, tagging another player low, leaving the lineup. So easy for tabseN, and it just looks like a lockout again from Big. Instant return.
So simple from tabseN. Absolutely looked like he never budged from that position. It seemed like he never got pressured too much. Fnatic just didn't check it in time and just was able to turn around to get the third. Still, Godly though, looking to keep this team motivated, looking to keep this team pumped up.
I love how he's instantly in there. Like, the moment they have a round down, it's like, okay, let's start talking. The moment they have a round up, great, awesome. Let's keep that going. Let's start talking again. So I honestly love his coaching style, because look how animated he is. Look at, like, just the complexion of how he's talking. He looks so sad.
Look at his hands. Look at the Italian gestures.
Spicy game. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like, he's really into this. He's going for it. He's trying to get Big this victory, and he'll do it at any cost.
Big move to bring him back into the Counter-Strike team. Big
Literally.
move. Why am I saying big? I genuinely just caught myself doing that.
We were talking about and everything earlier in the last map, and Big made a tweet about it on their social media pages for other words you can use for Big. We still said Big. Well done, Pavlos.
Yeah. Shot to play it early on here. Roy hasn't had the best of entry. He's been trying so hard to open things up here for Fnatic, but often it seems unassisted. Often it seems like he doesn't quite have the support of his team to get this done. And this buy run for Fnatic seems to be dropping fairly quickly. Big have answers to anything that Fnatic is throwing at them right now.
Yeah, destination. Big, once again, one of these rounds where they just find every single fight. Fnatic find no luck whatsoever. And Crim's left alone in a 1v5 against 500 HP players, and they'll stay that way. The perfect round for Big. Right back in control on their CT side, and it felt like those 3 rounds never happened. That confidence for Fnatic has just been wiped off wiped out of the team. Probably wiped off their faces, I'd imagine. Definitely not in play for that last round, and might not be in play for the next either.
Is it possible to put an MVP of the match, the coach? I feel
not officially.
Not officially, but in our hearts.
In my heart, certainly it is God B. I'll give you that. I'll give you that, Atlas. Hero AK now for Crims, the last man alive in that last round, saying he's had enough. He's going to try to get something back for Fnatic. It's not the worst buy in the world. I wasn't really a fan in previous, but I have been convinced that it's actually a respectable buy, especially if you can get the bomb plant and a kill, which Crims does not. Roy's also fallen, so 5 on 3.
Mez the only person with an AK now wants to move into that B-site contestation. Only damage to be found, and he himself is very low. Forest ends up falling. It's looking rough for Fnatic. Unable to find these entries. Might be able to trade some odd kill here or there, but Big, uncontested, seems so comfortable to just hold down the CT side on Vertigo. On the upper ends of this skyscraper. Might as well enjoy the view as well, Mezzy will.
Well, I mean, he'll enjoy it for a bit.
Just a split second before he just splats.
How long did it take you to fall from the building, actually?
Depends how tall it is.
I haven't calculated it. Well, the Vertigo building. That's what I'm talking about, Pavlos. Come on, dude. It's kind of
someone has definitely calculated that. You know they have.
Tweet us at the Eternal J and at XWarrior and let us know. How long does it take for a body to fall from the highest and lowest points on the Vertigo map? I'd love to know. I'm genuinely curious. Like, I'm not asking for memes. I genuinely want to know. Asking for a friend. His name's Pablo. So, hey. Guns out for Fnatic. The buy is in. We're friends for now. We'll see how that changes over the course of this map up. Right. Galil in for Crims. Had to take that sacrifice because he went for the hero AK in the last round.
Right. First shot for Fnatic here. This is all important. They finally get themselves a lead in numbers.
That's an extend though. Got Farman posted up here, and he did well in this position before with the Deagle, the AK. There, this time, all they spammed it, they know. I don't know how they know, but they know.
They're not going to fall victims to it again. Crimbo looking to trade it back, but still Fnatic looking to take control. Crims throughout the middle side of this map. Roy also, this looks like an elevated Fnatic side. This is looking so much better for them. Not losing a duel. And now Crimbo, all that remains with everything to do. The young star of Germany, at least will level it out a bit, make it more palatable. Against 3, can't be easy. Footsteps must be heard from the Fnatic side, and his decision is clear, just save it. Allow the bomb to be planted across the other side of the map and attempt it. And Nikodos, they're going after him. They don't want them to save the AKs for good reason. Nikodos takes him down, no AK saved.
Yeah, give nothing to Big at this stage. They're just getting the half. They're up at the 8th round, and they can go even further at this stage. It's all just a bonus. They have the CT side under wraps at this stage. So it's a case of building up everything that you can to make your own CT side decent, to make that the winning element for yourself. So don't allow them to get that AK, because that could be enough to turn another round towards their favour and then another round towards their favour, and you just don't want that here. Once again, God B being as animated as ever. I imagine something he might be saying right now to the boys is, where's the mid defense? Because we saw from Fnatic, right, Crims was able to sneak up into the back of the B site from the scaff angle, mostly because of the fact that there was no one really there to contest him. And we saw that as well in that last round where he was in the 1 versus 5. By virtue of the fact that he was in a 1 versus 5 is how he lost it. That might be an exploitation angle for Fnatic, and Big will need to cover it up.
Yeah, and I think Roy also had an opportunity to come alive there. I mean, the first kill was a little bit unfortunate for the big side, not really looking the right direction, but then finding the double against Searson, that was just a simple duel. Searson felt like he wanted to go for him for the swing, and missed the opportunity. Still with an AWP though. Not full Kevlar and helmet. Of course, up against the AKs, that's understandable. Save it, buy the utility instead. But quickly, Big's economy not looking as grand as before. Crimbo attempting to find some space here, be a little bit sneaky, misses an opportunity to swing by. Messi's covering that corner though. Oh dear, here he comes, gets one, but it's just the one. Fnatic on top, looking to stampede towards A.
Yeah, Searson's quickly here with the AWP. It's going to have to be a magical play, and Nico Odo says, no, that ult wants to be mine. I've got an AK, I've got a headshot, I've got a tap on the Tizian as well. He does grab that AWP. So no chance that Nico can get it in this particular round, and doesn't seem like Fnatic are going to get it at all. Big are going to back off and save.
Perhaps a lack of respect there from Big to kind of push towards the site when they know they've given all the space for Fnatic. I mean, Fnatic have been a little bit slower paced at times, but this time around they knew what the plan was, just took the execute, and you can see everyone holding a different angle to make sure there's no flank that could be covered. And just like that, Big got shut down one by one.
Fnatic building back into their advantage, building back into the 5th, laying the base foundation again for a comeback. And much earlier this time, so kind of a comeback, kind of not. Still a very long way for Big to get to the map victory itself. We'll get Roy on the way out, so a little bit extra expensive for Fnatic, nothing major. They are going to go for the hunt again. Like I said in the previous round, give Big nothing. It looks like they'll get nothing here in this hunt. Yeah, a little bit too late on the face around the corner for the AWP. So yeah, 5 rounds for Fnatic, only 3 to make the difference.
I love the music on the replay. It's very funky. You know, just keeps you alive, baby. I don't know. Just kind of gives me those vibes, you know. All right.
not my kind of thing.
Not kind of thing.
Don't know if
you're a hard rock fan, aren't you?
Yeah.
Metal.
Yeah. Not much.
All right, yeah. I like a bit of jazz here and there, not too bad. All right, enough of music genres. This is actually turning out to be a very close game. Both teams one-on-one in map scoreline, and this is a decider, remind you. And this could be top seed of Group A, kind of decided. Well, it's decided on this match. Who wins it takes that spot.
Decided on this map here. It's map 3. Fnatic and Big trading blows. Trading rounds back and forth, trading damage and kills. Fnatic will start things off with Roy's opener. He's down on 21, though. Nico Odos on 73. Start to thin things out on the CT forces as Fnatic look towards that B play. The bomb is there, and 1 man left on it. Farman's so passive here, well behind the Jenny. Ahead of the scaffolding, he's got this out to receive the execution on his own.
Oh, Forrest just moves in. Entries like a king he is. Crims, the other legend in contention, does mess up a little bit. That's for good reason. Roy is there to pick up the pieces. They all do. And Big, they just drop the ball on all ends. They seem a little bit lost. Searson will look to save this up now because using this big gun of green up against the 4 Fnatic with full control over the site, it's a difficult means to an end.
There's a couple of kills from Searson at least. So he is taking some exits, trying to make it expensive for Fnatic. Because the money isn't 100% there, so it would be good damage. It would be valuable to the CT side of this stage. Roy leaning in next. Is he aware of this? He might sneak right past him, actually. I think he's in the gun barrel. Yep, there's the kill. So all in all, it will still be Fnatic in with control 6 to their board. And into round 15, they could still make it an 8-7 half, which would be a recovery considering what we saw at the start of the game.
Good to see the rest of the team now talking as well.
Yeah.
Taking charge, go B, letting it be this time around, of course. I think there's also a discussion to be made there, right? I think they also respected the B site a little bit too much, the mid control. Again, mid control was where they struggled a little bit. Fnatic seem to be understanding how Big are playing this, and it's starting to unfold well in their favor.
Took them a while to really get themselves in the groove. Found their identity. Into round 15, they found themselves in the better position. The pistols brought out for Big here.
It's a force.
Yeah, you're right. It's a force buy, but it's the best that they can afford. And you can see how well it's going to go for Searson. Down and out as Roy continues to press forward. It seems to be a quick score with the A site.
Yeah, Big in big trouble. So many players close by. So many knowing what is about to happen. But what is about to happen is Crimbo finding a double with a 5-7. Crim's able to bounce it back, but oh, there was a moment there where everybody believed Big had a chance, but Roy says a big no to that. Fnatic as close as it could get at halftime. The recovery was real.
Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Again, you've got to consider what we saw from Fnatic and from Big at the start of the game. The fact that Big tore away with a definitive lead and they held it right up until they got the half advantage. And then from there, Fnatic able to bring it as close as they have. Whether it had been 8-7 or 9-6, it doesn't really matter. It's great momentum going forward. A great opportunity now for them to transition over to their CT side. And again, that's where they brought the comeback over on Overpass. That's where they got things together over on Nuke. It's their chance now to make magic happen and to make this series happen. Imagine what would happen if they beat Big and 2-0'd their way straight through to the stage.
Yeah, we also need to talk about the stakes, right? Getting a win here would take them to the stadium and play in front of the fans, where you guys could also join us here in London. Anywhere nearby, in Sweden, Denmark, or anywhere you want to join us, really. Prices, fairly good, actually, for such an event.
Yeah.
So many good teams.
My taxi was more expensive from the airport.
Absolutely. So, yeah, come join us. It's going to be great fun. And whichever team wins this map will get there in the first seed.
Star's been found by Big on this occasion. Fnatic on the defensive, trying to see if they can lock out a decent trade, and they will find Tabson on that one. The blind fire even comes through. One player catches two on the reload, forcing forward Searson. Surely he doesn't get this. Oh my god, he has.
How was Searson alive for so long? Oh dear, now Fnatic looking to recover, and they put a lot of hope onto Forest. It seems like his position is well telegraphed, but it doesn't matter. As long as you peek him one by one, he'll be able to deal with you. Crimbo with a wide swing finally gets dealt. A bad hand smoke onto the site. Nikodos, what a shot! Nikodos! As beautiful as it can be, he's back again.
Give me that chef's kiss. Mwah. Lovely. Once again, Nikodos showing up when it matters most. Some of the players this guy has is just unreal. Absolutely unreal. It's so hard to believe to me that he's not the definitive top fragger at the server. I mean, he is after that sequence, but he was tied with Crimson Roy. It feels like he should have had so many more at this stage. Beautiful. Utter beauty in that play and that sequence, and it just continues to find dominance here for the Fnatic side. If they can enable him to be the star player of this roster, I see a bright future for Nikodos and Fnatic.
Round-wise, this is very close, and I think Fnatic have often found comfort on the CT side, but how much can we really expect that on Vertigo?
I mean, so far the trends do indicate that we could expect a little bit of it. And so far, the confidence is certainly not left them. Big got a bomb plant, though, so the rifles might tell all. And Roy has started things off on the right foot. The mid control, challenged by Mezzi, gets that kill with one on the trade.
Yeah, Crims can't fall back yet. Molly at his feet, flash. But instead of pushing forwards, does opt out of it as soon as the Molly dissipates. Roy to assist, but to no avail. Big coming out on top of that one. Full A-site control, and Fnatic left trailing behind.
After the two frags to start off in the mid position, I'm kind of surprised that Big were able to turn it around, but their backstabbers worked out. And they left an M4 and an MP5 on the retake. Not great for Fnatic. No kits on them either, so their slow pacing is going to leave so much pressure on the tail end of the retake.
This is going to be so tough for them. Without a pick, without Big overstepping, this isn't impossible. It has to be a save. They know it. And Big, the turnaround is there for them. Lose the pistol, win the second.
Arguably the more important round, really. 2 M4s recovered, that Galil staying in for Farven. Of course, it was a very harsh force buy thanks to that reinvestment. Oh, Creep's going to take one player down. Hunt for the exit. He might get him. No. Sacrificial SMG, but not a lot left in the bank for Fnatic. They will have to force the buy because it's double eco status on at least one player, possibly more. Certainly having the better justification for it at this stage without the loss bonus of the pistol round. And arguably, this is the more important round for Big in this in his opening too, because if you win the pistol, your opponent still gets the first stage loss bonus by default, and therefore the money can build much quicker. If you win the pistol, then lose the follow-up, then you get knocked back to double eco status. So that's the concern for Fnatic. Big should take control of the advantage here. At least the M4 stays in, it's backed up by Deagles. So Fnatic, if they hit those accurate shots, they can get into the round.
Oh, this is also high risk, right? Because they're kind of entertaining the idea where Big could start to line up more rounds here. Oh, Nikodos, they know where he is, which means the nades can start flying towards him. Roy close by, not going to make anything happen with that small gun. And you can quickly see that Big can unravel this heavily in their favor.
That's a shame for Nikodos, considering how good he was with the USP. The Deagle, not so much. Those two frags found. Everybody else that falls in the hands of the rifles. Not even a formality for Big. A cleanup. It's Fnatic leave Crims in another 1v5.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere. That's not... Could find some damage, but apart from that, not much. I think they're going for an eco anyway the next round, so saving Kevlar wouldn't be all that bad, but I think it's more important to take the guns away from Big, really. Not allow them to steamroll with momentum, not get away too much, because we know Vertigo can be as such. We know they can start to get that tempo quickly and never let go. And Big, with a control manner, if they're given the opportunity, they will.
The lead held by the German team, equalised only for a moment by Fnatic. USP is brought out for the follow-up eco round. No choice in the matter, no saying what you buy. The money just isn't there. It's better to hold on, build the loss bonus, go back in for a rifle round. And to be a credit, they are going for a bit more of a pug-style 10-man strat, which actually can yield some decent results if you catch them off guard. You won't catch Farman off guard here, though. Rifle mows him down, Glock comes in, Teasing was poor. Quadra found. Easy round.
I love that he says, okay, I'm going to make this a little bit more equal for you guys. I'm going to draw out a pistol myself, just, you know, for the flex. But, yeah, that's all it is, really.
We shall fight on even footing.
It's not even footing when you've got another guy behind you with a rifle. But, you know,
and probably Kevlar
just
as well.
teases
you know?
with it. Yeah, exactly.
It's as even as you can get.
It is. Big on a good trajectory to close us out, but Fnatic can put a halt to that if this buy round works out better for them.
Yeah, the gun rounds are all about momentum hold, like you mentioned, just to stop things, put the stop to whatever streak that Big has gained. You can use the utility well enough to do that. Damage on the 3 players, 2 of which are extremely low. Tabson is dead, as is Searson. Crimbo with a responsive, at least keeps it manageable, but Fnatic still have the advantage.
Yeah, big advantage. Teasing with a lot to do here, with not much to work with. Crims, with that nade thrown at him, he'll know what's about to be played out. Molly to his feet, Faven aggressing, but Forest is playing it sneaky. Oh, there he goes. Not getting away from Forest. He'll sniff that one out. And Fnatic actually very quickly were able to find themselves on top here, not really allowing this to the fate of the final vestiges of this round. It's only just gotten to the 1 minute mark, and this round has been decided.
Yeah, overwhelming force of Fnatic. All the jewels being running their way, and the nades to provide a little bit of support, but really it was just down to the jewels themselves. And that ramp control, you mentioned how important it is on this map, and you could just see it right there for Fnatic. They went in, they got the kills, they decimated any sort of control that the teams could have had. I love that Roy saw the player behind him and still adjusted to the player as sandbags to get the kills. And everything else fell apart from there. Tizzy and caught panicked by Roy. 11-9, Big. Still not able to fully escape the grasp of Fnatic. Playing catch-up. Guns are back in for both teams. Still limited by the FAMAS and Mezzi. No limits for Big at all.
Very familiar position here for Roy. Often takes this up.
Or, I don't know if... There's gaps in those parts, so you can see players out on occasion.
Roy just lost his support. Has to do it all by himself. That's one, but it's through the scaffolding. And Tizian would put him to an early grave. Mezzi! When was he given that chance? How was he alive for so long to find all that damage? Now we're back to even. Equilibrium. 2 on 2. And it's ramp action for the Big side.
They're backing off, look towards mid and stack the B side. Do they think this might be a rotation? I believe they do. Mezzi giving his life for the sake of that whole defensive. And it's like, when did he get the chance to do that? Sitting there around the alley position, snuck by 2 players, thought it was that 51 was clear, but that was not the case at all. And now Fnatic push on to the backstab. They must be aware that this is going to be an A play. Silent. Careful, Forrest will lean in. What can he find on the backstab? I think he's being watched.
Yeah, Big aware of the push like that. Oh, it's rough. But Forrest gets it. Oh, dear me. Searson, he doesn't expect a second player, though.
Krim should have struck. He had the perfect chance. Searson has no idea.
He's got more chances than that, though, Jay. Starting to walk up. No way. Big think that Crims has also come from the position where his teammate was a moment ago. Searson thinks it will be from spawn, but now he'll get the bomb down. 5 seconds just in time. Crims will be swinging, and that's Fnatic on top on double digits. 1 away from Big scoreline.
Okay, got Larry in the end, but you were right. Crims had more opportunities, and he played that pacing to perfection, walking up at the tops angle into the alley just as the bomb was starting to make its way to the site. giving chase, allowing the quick swing, the quick kill, and not even bomb bonus money for Big. But it was this play for Mezzi that made the difference, that made it winnable there for Fnatic. Because Big, it felt like they had their trumps. They got the forward player, they got the offsite anchor. And from there, it should have fallen down. But heroics are what's going to get Fnatic past this one. 1 to go before they equalise the score.
1 to go indeed. But a lot more to come. This has been the most neck and neck we've seen these two teams battle it out on either of these maps, right? First one looked heavily in favor of Fnatic. Second one, Big, completely turned the script around. But now, it seems as soon as a team grabs control, it's quickly taken away from the other. Crim's in a position to do damage, but doesn't have a chance. Still damage onto the other. Forest onto the back end, looking to focus on the main entry, but unable to do so. Overwhelmed by the angles, gives Big the advantage on B.
A 3v3 retake still favours Fnatic though. Crimbo's extremely low. He's going to be the forward player. I think he's behind the generators and he's going to play against the flashes. The C teams will walk their way up. A backstab could be interesting there from Farven coming in from the ladder room on towards mid. Fnatic haven't accounted for this.
Oh no. Oh no, they haven't. Which means this push has easy have to be quick. That's a well-placed nade. Crimbo's no more. But as he said, Farven, he's lurking in the shadows and he's waiting for the moment to strike. Will it be on time? A smoke behind him to the cover. That's Mezzi telegraphed it. That's 2 for them. And now Roy gets it again. But Tapson on site will take charge. Big on 12. That got dicey, but they got it in the end.
It's all about the individual efforts in these last few rounds. Farven now credited with the MVP of that particular round. Perfect placement. And again, timing it so well. The kill on the first and the second. Even though he didn't see that second player, he just knew. Must be spread out. They must be out and about. I'll come in slowly. I'll come in carefully. I'll make no noise, and I'll find the backstab that will ultimately win my team the round. And this has turned into a game of margins as well, Pavlos. A single kill could make the difference. A single clutch could be enough to win this map up and this series. And I think Godby recognises that himself, right? Like, he's taken another moment to talk to his team. Give him the juice. Give him the lowdown on what they need to do. Because Fnatic, they're not out of this one, not by a long shot.
It's a very different dynamic to what Fnatic have got in store, right? Because I think they're allowing to players to breathe, to figure out themselves, figure out their own dynamic. So it's a completely different style how these two teams are approaching the game and how they... Because Fnatic, on the one time, wants to figure out how they want to approach the game in general, while Big have got some working pieces together, and Godby is trying to put them to fruition in this particular matchup to get them across that line.
This is going to be the winning point here for Big. The buyout for Fnatic has actually seen a forced invest. The Deagle's coming in down to the hundreds of dollars. It carries a lot of risk here. They lose it. They're as good as done, almost. 14-10 will be the scoreline that we get to at the very least, possibly even more. No more bonus will come through for the CT side. They're just going to rest on that lost bonus alone. And Roy's taking that early damage, but fortunately for them, they haven't lost the opening kill.
Yeah, that bait, though, will be perfect for the Big side because it kind of alluded to the idea it was a B hit, but instead, it's a switch over to the A site. Now pivoting over, Big will find it fairly open, right? No one really closing out on it. There's only Roy close by, and that's just the 5-7, so Fnatic had any chance to find damage in this round, it would have been with the stacker, but unfortunately it is towards the wrong end. Quickly rotating over though, look how fast they find their way onto the back ends of those smokes. Nades are flying at them though. This is Chinese New Year because there's explosions and fireworks to the backside of this. Still, one will be going down and it seems Fnatic aren't finding their entries. Big have got full control and know exactly what's going on every single one of those players.
Yeah, it was always going to be a long shot for Fnatic at the end of the day. Like, it's pistols versus rifles, and you could just see from the HP bars of Big how little impact they found here. Unless Nikoros and Mezzi start popping heads instantly, like 3 of them right now, then they have no chance of the retake. And, well, yeah, Nikoros shut down by a scout. Mezzi, similar story against Crimbo's Khalil. That's 13-10. Big edge closer and closer to the victory here. 3 rounds to get there. The deficit will grow. And I don't believe that Fnatic will have a decent buy. I think it's probably best to eco, maybe half invest in this next round. I haven't been keeping track of the loss bonus, I won't lie to you. We'll see how far they'll go with it. Now Keita's getting animated here. The Fnatic side realise they've got to pick up the same sort of pacing here. They've got to really figure out what it is they're going to do to break this Big side. It will not be an easy affair. And again, they know it.
The pressure is mounting for sure on both ends. Fnatic know that playing a best of 3 against Heroic later on I don't think it will be as good as that best of one was on Inferno, and I think that map might be out of the equation as well for them. So, yeah, no, if Fnatic are able to get this win today, that's the best. That's the best case scenario for them. Otherwise, they could be in big trouble.
Not much left in this round either, Pavlos.
No.
USP's pulled out. Stacking might catch Tapson. Okay, that's one frag. And Searson gets a collateral just to respond immediately.
Just a casual collateral.
Yeah, just casually, all good.
No, just a casual no-scope. Another casual no-scope. This is as casual as an ace you can get from Searson.
That was that was silly. That was so silly. They all stacked it. To think he got that many no-scopes and 2-for-1s, unbelievable. It started off casual and then it went into something else. I'll give you this here, Pavlos. Wow. Wow, oh wow. Quick end to a round. I guess Fnatic wanted it to end quickly the same because they can get to these guns, but they need to take this victory. If they lose this one, it's over.
It redefines the word casual, doesn't it? That play. It really does.
See what the weapon setup can do here for Roy. Taking the place of the CT side here on the silently position, trading blows with Tabson, or trading bullets with him, not really trading blows. No damage being done to the T side at least, very minimal done towards Roy. Nico Odo running outside of the fence, sees one player, can't get the kill shot, Searson backs off.
Supremacy here for Fnatic as they guarantee some further space, smoke on sandbags to give them some further movement. Searson to expect it, but Fnatic aren't so aggressive, not so over-eager. Nikodos, though, could be falling in the crosshair. Searson, no, not going to happen. It's timing to make its presence again. As the smoke dissipates, new angles are formed.
Crispy shot for Tabson. The angle generated there at the ramp position will give Big the man advantage. Roy is also low. A couple of easy picks for them. And they walk up towards ramp to go towards that A execution.
Sandbags, mollied off. Big no. What's to come? Just full front forwards. Roy's there to deliver though. Call in the cavalry to assist. All that spray comes through. Mezzi boosted up now with a different angle to work with, unable to find the damage. Tizian able to find him throughout that smoke. Somehow spotting out his head, and I think it's starting to get catastrophic here for Fnatic. Big have gained so much out of this, and nothing comes back for Fnatic. Crims taking charge of the AWP. His teammate falls, and so will he. Big on map and series point, a point away from heading to playoffs.
For Fnatic, they fought valiantly up until this point, but I think the run might be over here in at least this upper bracket of the group stage. They have that second chance in the lower game a little bit later. But the bottom line is still that Big are on match point. And that's all you need to know about. That's all you need to worry about here. That's all Forest needs to worry about. Fnatic not so positive anymore here. Still a long way back into that overtime and all. Like, they've still got a grind, essentially. It's not quite as much of a grind as it was in the last map. It's not quite as much of a grind as it was for Big over on Nuke. But a grind nonetheless. What are they going to have to work with it here?
Oh, Tizian.
When they're up against a ridiculous place like this for Tizian, that transfer is silly.
It's crazy, man. And we didn't see it from his perspective early on, so it's good that we got to see it this time around, because he could barely spot out Mez's helmet. He couldn't see the second player on the other side. That is mad.
No real weapons for Fnatic to work with here. SMGs and a Deagle to play. I feel like it's all just down to Big here and their weapons. Nade stack, only one of them. Molotov to follow suit on Nico Odo, so I think he's a dead man.
Out into the open and down he goes. Quickly traded though, Crimbo back into the fight. Roy, MP9. Really can't be too big of a weapon on these long distances, but so far Big are playing it close towards scaffolding. Fnatic nowhere close to be seen.
They're backing off as well. The Molotovs might send them back into the A side, but it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment. You need all your forces on one place. They wanted to go towards B. Forest are looking to try and join them and stack up A. Big rotate now. They have a free and open bomb site, but they're going to commit here. It's all down to this. Fnatic, one last chance to survive, one last chance to keep us alive on Vertigo.
Can they get it done, though? On the back of those smokes, no more HG grenades for Big to throw at them. Therefore, they can play aggressive. Flash coming through. Crimson will be aggressing, but it's Big to get most of his kills. Last-ditch effort to keep them alive, but Mez is so low, and he's only got an MP9 to work with. 30 seconds at least. They've delayed the bomb plant.
Delay's not going to mean much, though. The time is almost out. Big have got to commit to this plant, and Mez is going to give him the room to do so.
Oh no, repositioning of that AK will always be supreme. Big get it done. Big qualify the playoffs, first seed of Group A. And that's how you do it. Fnatic will have to drop to the lower bracket and play against Heroic once again, but this time in a best of 3.
To think as well, right, Fnatic did so much work in that series. We kind of had it written off the back of map 1, and then we saw how things got back at the back of map 2. Fnatic did almost everything right. And it comes down to those couple of rounds, I feel like, those little bits and pieces that we'll have to adjust and go back into the next game with, because they have got that decider game, Pavlos. So it's not over for Fnatic just yet, but it is over for them in this series. And you're right, Big will be making their way to the playoffs.
You got to say it was a good series by them, but the desk will be the decider of that. They'll be telling us what exactly went down and how to analyze it. Back to Pala and the boys.
Thank you, Pavlos. And yes, as the Eternal J pointed out, Fnatic are down, but they aren't out of the competition. They will be moving into the lower bracket to play Heroic. That'll be taking... Oh, yeah, they actually get a little break, and then they're playing at 4 PM, so stick around for that. Big, on the other hand, they'll be moving through to the upper bracket final. That'll be taking place tomorrow at 8 PM. We don't know who their opponent will be yet. So, 2-1 for Big versus Fnatic. Congratulations to Big. Before we talk about what Big did right and how they ended up winning out, Fnatic on Vertigo, what went wrong?
I think their CT side wasn't there. They have an excuse actually, because CT side is, you need more of the team play kind of, you need those flashes, right? So you need to know where your teammate is, you need to know how to play around the op, and they struggle with it, right? Because it is, in my opinion, easier on the T side to play as a new team, but on CT side you really need to get those timings correct, because someone could be in like mid without you even telling your teammates or forgetting about it. It happens in new teams, and I think it's a good lesson for them to go through Vertigo like this on the CT side, so they can go now and talk about it and just, you know, fix the problems.
I think they got unlucky on the second round and the second half. We think about the pistol round that came through. We saw the way in which Fnatic won the round but gave Big a bomb plant. And then what ended up happening was Big force buy up, they go for a mid walk, and they kind of catch Fnatic sleeping. And especially once you go into that second half, you want to try and gather up the momentum. You want to try and get rounds in a row. And I think that obviously held them back a little bit. And then from that point onwards, look towards the end of that second half, Golden, there wasn't bomb plants. They weren't really coming through at all. And it was Big just overwhelming in so many of those rounds. And for Fnatic, I think they had a pretty decent contention in the first half, but come the second, that's where it slipped.
Yeah, Golden, focusing in on Big now. What impressed you on Vertigo?
I think it's just how they kind of knew they were the better team on Vertigo here, and just they played their cards right. So they didn't do anything that they took chances or more risk. They just played their game. And I felt like maybe Syrson was a big part of it with the op. And even though it's a little tougher to get some more impact, he still did it. And also shout out to Gobby and Tabson, because we could see how passionate they were when we saw them on the TV. Like, he's speaking with his hands and entire body, as we see now, and you know, just that's a good leadership.
Yeah, we can see an amazing Searson highlight on screen right now. He was actually the highest performing player on the server, probably going to be our Pinnacle MVP, but we'll have to wait and see. Dweg, it looked like you wanted to jump in when Golden was finishing his point.
I think just to add on the Syrson discussion, you've obviously got a capable AWPer in so many situations. Like, we can talk about the impact frags, we can talk about opening man advantages. Mate, that round right there, you're getting a double no-scope and an ace. Imagine what that fires up a team, especially when it puts you on a scoreline of 14-10. That's just the narrow margin of closing the game. And I think that was the round where it's like, right, here we go, let's close it now.
Now, before we break down this match a bit further and look forward to what is going to be taking place over the rest of the day. Tech Girl is down on the floor for an interview with Crimbo.
Thanks so much, Paula. I am here with Crimbo, and I want to take you way back to the start of this series. You lose map 1. What is the conversation that happens between map 1 and map 2? Because you were able to come back and dominate in that second game.
We really didn't have much of conversation outside. We just felt like we hadn't really have been awake in the first map. It's been early. We've been traveling a lot the last few weeks, and yeah, we just waking up ourselves and getting focused for map 2.
So you do say that, and I know he's not lying because I was outside. The other team had pages and pages of notes, and they were chatting. Fnatic was going through the notes. You guys looked very, very chilled. However, in map number 3, you were leading. It was like 8-3. That chilled vibe not working out because they were able to come back. What happened there?
Like as you said, we had a really good start, but then we didn't, like, we fall asleep a bit, and we kind of laid on our lead, I would say, and we didn't really react like we did before, and was a bit sloppy. But Fatih, our coach, gave us a bit like a wake-up call, and yeah, on T-set everything went really smooth then.
What do you think of this Fnatic lineup? They have barely had any time together, and they are taking everyone right to the edge. Scary for the future, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. Like, definitely also in the beginning, the teams in their honeymoon phase, I would say, are always really scared of. They can beat any team. They beat Heroic. They didn't make us, like, our life easy in this game. And yeah, like, I think it's going to be a good lineup, but yeah, let's see what happens in the future.
Can they beat Heroic on a best of 3 later?
I think Heroic will win this one, because like they are a top team. They, like, in these best of 1s, they also been like had COVID issues because of not traveling to Dallas, and I think they are getting more in shape now and learn from the mistakes. So I think Heroic should win this one.
We'll see if you're right. Now, I was a little bit concerned because obviously we heard about how the airline lost your luggage. You're going to be in the arena on the main stage, so I wanted to help out. It matches your chain. I got you this shirt, Crimbo. There we go. You can wear that on the big stage.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's my last jersey anyway, so I'm gonna wear it.
There we go. You should be here because you'll get to see Crimbo in that sparkly shirt. Paolo, aren't you excited about that?
I'm definitely excited, yeah. Tech Girl showed me backstage her plan to offer that amazing garment to Crimbo, and Crimbo's accepted willingly. So if you come here in person, get your tickets. You can see Crimbo looking all sparkly and fabulous on the stage. By the way, if you guys had a chance to go next door yet and check the stage being developed, I think it looks awesome.
No, I just saw it from afar.
We should get you in there, Golden.
Yeah, get me in there, man.
Prime position. Get a look onto everything. Looks pretty banger.
Yeah, so we're in the stadium here. If I'm not mistaken, it's usually used for handball, so good capacity. Very nice stage, great lighting. The production crew, who I've worked with many times, doing a fantastic job. Make sure you're here. There's no excuse if you're in Sweden, especially the South or Denmark, Copenhagen area. If you're a big baller, you can travel internationally too. You know, hop on the PJ, get down here to London, have a good time with all of us. All right, so guys, any other thoughts on this best of 3? Remember, everybody at home, Fnatic aren't out. They're going to be playing Heroic at 4 p.m. Closing thoughts?
Just go back to practice room, just eat some food, you know, for Fnatic, and just learn from this, because I think their mistakes aren't that big to fix. Like, it's just some talk. Okay, how are we gonna do if they do this on Vertigo, for example? Just fix the small issues, or yeah, find small fixes, because you won't be able to go into something complex. And I think that's what they're gonna do. Just like take it slow and just fix the smallest issues you can fix.
Dwayne?
Yeah, I just think the groundwork's set here for a decent run at this event. I mean, to think that they've got a stand-in, they've got 2 new players, they've beat Heroic, and in a best of 1, you're taking big to 3 maps. Okay, we can maybe sit here and say it wasn't the best of second halves from them. That first half of Vertigo, they're here to play, and I think that they can still be a threat even come their next best of 3.
Okay, let's take a look at our official Pinnacle MVP. Drum roll, please. Searson, okay. Interesting. I guess that's because of the impact he had with the AWP, right? On that last map. Oh, yeah, no, it is Searson. Yeah, he was 58 to 49 across the series. He's the one that I mentioned earlier. And yeah, he had an amazing impact across all of the maps. Decent ADR. Guys, were you impressed by how he wielded that AVP?
Yeah. I mean, he deserves it. Like, he played his role to fullest potential he can play it, especially on overpass. I think that map was crucial for them to win, to even get to Vertigo, and he had the biggest impact on it.
Yeah, I think in all situations too, we can highlight the fact that he was winning important duels, opening man advantages. Like when he was going for party picks towards T-Con, especially on overpass, he was finding a lot of success there. But then think about some of the multi-frags and the highlight rounds. We had huge moments from him, and I think he really shined in the series, and I'm hoping that we just get more from him in this entire event.
Golden Dweg, thank you very much for your time over this first best of 3 on the A stream. All of you that are still tuned in now, you can catch the end of Astralis versus Imperial on the B stream. It's 1-1, they're on the third map, and Astralis are currently up 11-9. So all to play for both teams. For now though, on the A stream, we're taking a break. We'll be back with Heroic versus Fnatic at about 3:45 for the pre-match segment, and the match will kick off at 4 PM CET. All right, thank you very much for tuning in, and we will see you then.
There's many to pick from.
Which players have even quit the game? I mean,
it would be like cool to see someone like Get Right or something.
Get Right.
Get Right. Get Right. Just it.
I can think of 2 players who've retired. Like off the top of my head, I can think of Get Right, I can think of Pin.
I think the obviously answer would be Get Right, but I'm going to say another one, Olafmeister.
Honestly, I would think it would be fun to watch Scream again play in this kind of this meta in CS right now.
Olafmeister probably.
Maybe Pasha Bicep just for fun, just to watch him on bigger tournaments.
One player I'd bring back is probably Pronax. I feel like I haven't watched him in a really long time, and he used to obviously be one of the best IGLs in the game ever, and he was pretty innovative, and they used to play a really cool style of CS that is kind of phased out at this point.
I'll bring back Happy, the French player. Gonna see his IGL hard lurks.
I will bring back Markelov. Bring the AWP god again.
I think it would probably be Kenius. I mean, I always like to watch him play. He has some really good moves, and I like his, he's really flashy, and he's really fun to watch. So I'd love to have him back and play CS.
I can't really think of anyone.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Hey buddy, let me show you how to fix that. Bitskins.com. Buy and sell skins instantly. Deposit and withdraw funds instantly with crypto or directly to your Visa card. Bitskins.com, the best skin marketplace.
much I owe you, so tell me where. I'll take you there. I don't need a gift, I just need your love. Can you feel it coming? Can you feel it coming? Can you feel it? Can you hear that sound in your heart so loud? Can you feel it coming? Can you feel it coming? Can you feel it? Can you hear that sound in your heart so loud? It's all for you in days like these. Never forget what you mean to me. It's all for you. Do you feel it too? This is the moment your dreams come true.
I'm a face without a name, a hero wrapped in shame, a soul that is rejected by a world of judgment. Now the sun begins to fade, will the moon ignite my flame? A symphony of everything I wish could change. So I'm making a final win. No more 숨어 있었던 거야. 나를 사로잡아 버렸어. 라라라. 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔. 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔. 이렇게 계속해줘. 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔. 내게도 다가와줘. 정신 나갔어. 널 봐버렸어. 너 때문에 난 popping all the time. 무릎 꿇었어. 달콤함에 절대 없어. stop 가질 때까지 난 너 원하던 여왕님 꿈에서 나 보던 oh yeah 넌 내 잡을 갈 거냐 넌 거지 다이아 간지 유일무이하지 너의 그 빛이 좋아 너무 환상적이야 배들 사이에 빛나서 사랑감이의 여신 너는 gold 나를 뛰게 해 또 원하게 해 쓰러질지도 몰라 내가 타오르게 하잖아
그녀는 리그의 윗먼지 프리마더나 가장 높은 퀄리티 완벽하게 beautiful 작은 하나까지도 다이나모 히달로 쓰러진 마치 도미노
달콤한 퀸야 완벽한 시야 날 무릎 꿇게 만들어 모든 생각에 갇힌 그녀 향해 모든 내 말에 갇힌 흐릿해 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔 너의 몸은 눈이 부셔 내게도 다가와줘 너 원하던 여왕님 꿈에서 나 보던 oh yeah 넌 내 잡을 갈 거냐 넌 거지 다이아 간지 유일무이하지 너의 그 빛이 좋아 너무 환상적이야 배들 사이에 빛나서 사랑감이의 여신 너는 gold 나를 뛰게 해 또 원하게 해 쓰러질지도 몰라 내가 타오르게 하잖아 쓰러질지도 몰라 내가 타오르게 하잖아 너는 최고의 트로피 말할 필요 없어 무조건 이기겠어 going for gold 너 원하던 여왕님 꿈에서 나 보던 oh yeah 넌 내 잡을 갈 거냐 거지 다이아 간지 유일무이하지 너의 그 빛이 좋아 너무 환상적이야 배들 사이에 빛나서 사랑감이의 여신 너는 gold 나를 뛰게 해 또 원하게 해 Money is the game, power is the aim. City's gonna pay when they got nothing to lose. He's got nothing to lose. No, it's in too deep, soul to soul, and it wasn't cheap. He's got nothing to lose, still got nothing to lose. Oh, I'm nothing to run against.
Come have a good time, I fi drop it low. No need for rush now, come and take it slow. You can lead now, come and show the way. With it a jump up, party till late. Me see a jump up and inna the ear. Another jump up, we no have a key. Let go the day, come step inna the night. While I wine go till the morning light. La 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 la, moving right. Da 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 da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets slow. La 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 la, moving right. Da 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 da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets slow.
Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop it down low. Yes, I know I'm a mess. It's like 1 minute I feel it in my bones, then I can only guess. Yeah. There's something I need to erase. This your guilt that I know I must face. When I picture your voice, I can hear from the side, not alive. Leak your eyes, but now I can sleep. This your guilt I know I must face. When I touch your skin, I can feel I'm dead inside. I'm alive. This is the end of it all. Why can't they see what's wrong with me? I reach to you. What's wrong with me? Touch the mist that taunts me today. Like a dream you keep flying away. From the corner of my eyes I can see it's a game. Like a knife and I know that I can hurt you. Like a dream you just keep me away. In this world, in this blood, I know I have you. It's no use, run away. Why can't they see what's wrong with me? I reach to you, but what's wrong with me? This is the end of it all. Yeah. Listen to me, get away from me. Listen to me, get away from me. Listen to me, get away from me. Listen to me, get away from me.
Got a fever and you're burning up fast. He'll love and leave you like a thing of the past. He'll break your heart, girl, and run, 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 run. The damage he's done. Sweet little whispers he will say in your ear. I know that Mr. Man is loving my dear. He'll break your heart like it's fun, 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 fun. That boy's a loaded gun. Ooh, take it to the grave. Ooh, all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. And don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. Every kiss upon your lips, you're gonna wish that they were his. These words of warning, do with them what you will. I know you're falling, I remember the thrill. He'll play your heart like a drum, 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 drum. The damage is done. You're young and foolish and you think you will stay. Girl, I was foolish, don't end up the same way, yeah. He'll break your heart, girl, and run, 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 run. That boy's a loaded gun. Ooh, take it to the grave. Ooh, all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. And don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. Every kiss upon your lips, you're gonna wish that they were his. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got a fever and you're burning up fast. He'll love and leave you like a thing of the past. 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 Take it to the grave. Take it to the grave. And don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. Every kiss upon your lips, you're gonna wish that they were his. Take it to the grave. And don't admit to all the loving me slipping today. But in the first place, well, I never wanted to say. Let me get you alone. I've got a little place in mind. Let me take you alone. There's gonna be a space and time. In the worst way, you got me tripping today. And by the first taste, I should have never gone on to say. Let me get you alone. I've got a little place in mind. Let me take you alone. There's gotta be a space and time. Let me get you alone. I've got a little place in mind. Let me take you alone. There's gotta be a space and time.
There couldn't be a better time. All that I can see is sunshine. Lazy hours come and go. Watch them as they're passing so slow. Nothing left I need to know. Just standing here to feel the wind blow. Feel it in the morning, feel it in the evening, feel it in the dark night too. Floating in an ocean, sweet harmonic motion. Hope that you can feel it too. Didn't even cross my mind. Any day could ever be this fun. Couldn't be a better time. All that I can see is sunshine. Every word I hear rings true. Long as I can be here with you.
You know that I
touching me. Yeah, I go crazy when you're touching me. Yeah, I'm a love when you're touching me. I go crazy when you're touching me. Hey, you got my love tonight. We are gonna party through the night. Your touch, touch, touch. Your touch, touch, touch. Oh, let me take you there. I'm gonna dance without the care. Your touch, touch, touch. Your touch, touch, touch. Smooth on the dance floor, touch everyone there. Now we go. Make love on the dance floor. Smooth on the dance floor, touch everyone more. Well, everybody's on move. Make love on the dance floor. Baby, oh yeah, I love it. Come, let's touch me on my body. Well, everybody's on dance now, baby. Oh yeah, I love it. Touch me on my body. I try to onion on the ear now. Every time I look deep in your eyes, I see you, baby, I see you. Oh, now I feel I'm frozen in time. I feel you, yes, I feel you. Yeah, hey, you got my love tonight. We are gonna party through the night. Your touch, touch, touch. Your touch, touch, touch. Oh, let me take you there. I'm gonna dance without the care. Your touch, touch, touch. Your touch, touch, touch. Smooth on the dance floor, touch everyone. Touch, touch, touch. Wake up on the dance floor. Smooth on the dance floor, touch everyone. Wake up on the dance floor. Crazy now, baby. Oh yeah, I love it. Touch me on my body. Touch on my body, baby. Oh yeah, I love it. Touch me on my body.
Well, everybody's animal. Stop that a girl, yeah, she ready for the time. Time of our life, for the touch when she wine. This independent, but tonight you are mine. Me a take control, girl, move your waistline. Give me motion, give me motion. Love sink deep like in a ocean. We a party like a devotion. If me sick, then you touch a devotion.
The sun is setting, girl, this time I'm betting. You come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder and I'm getting bolder. You
night, blowing off some steam. I got a little cash, a little sour mash to meet the girl of my dreams. You're like a beauty queen from a magazine. I gotta take my chance. That door swing open wide, and here she comes. Everybody turns their head. The band just don't stop dead. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. She's crazy, beautiful, and it's driving me wild. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. I can't get that picture out of my head, 'cause she's crazy, beautiful. Smile, she sure can draw a crowd. Sweet as champagne, it's making me insane. It shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, but I'd do anything. I'd even buy a ring if I got the chance. Her favorite song came on, and here she comes. Everybody turns their head. The band just don't stop dead. She's crazy, beautiful. She lights it up like gasoline. Crazy beautiful, you know what I mean. She lights it up like gasoline, and she's the hottest damn thing. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. She's crazy, beautiful, and it's driving me wild. She's crazy, beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. I can't get that picture out of my head, 'cause she's crazy, beautiful. Oh, yeah.
I can't remember where we started, but I know where we're heading. Let's go and ride the perfect ending. I've heard things about you I like. They say you're a bad boy, it's your time, so baby, let's find out. Baby, let's find out. Yeah, baby, let's find out. Baby, let's find out. Yeah. We gotta finish what we started. A feeling that is so right. Let's make it happen, let's go all night. I've heard things about you I like. They say you're a bad boy, it's your time, so baby, let's find out. Baby, let's find out. Yeah, baby, so fast but set in stone. Feel so close, but the wind is bringing me back home. One way down, falling faster than the speed of sound. Breathing out as the moments crashing to the ground. I'm ready to fall. Crashing to the ground. I'm ready to fall. 'Cause I know you'll pull me up. 'Cause I know you'll pull me up. So catch me and don't let go. Now I feel invincible. And I know that I know.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Stuck ranking up? Lost the motivation to grind? Bored of clicking heads on aim maps? Get some colour into your game. Bitskins.com. Buying and selling skins made easy. Tons of payment methods and instant cash outs. Just choose your dream skins, select your preferred payment method and start grinding again. If you want to play like the pros, you gotta look like the pros.
Pinnacle Cup Championship is brought to you by Pinnacle, Asus ROG, Intel, and Bitskins.
Our expectations for the event is to win. I mean, we're the favorites here, the highest ranked team, but also we haven't shown that we're able to lift the trophy on LAN yet.
We have a star player in our team right now, and he's insane. Down his performances in the past tournaments has been incredible. And
I mean, it feels pretty good so far. We've had some issues coming in. We had a player sick and had to get a substitute in the last minute. So, I mean, we'll see how it goes. But so far, it feels really good.
Forrest, he has loads of experience, especially on LAN, and he's a really calm player. And I've looked up to him and watched him play for the last few years. So I think we all agreed that Forrest would be a great guy to have with us.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the wonderful city of Lund in southern Sweden. Yes, we are continuing the Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022 with our Group A decider match. It's Heroic versus Fnatic. The winner advances to the lower bracket playoffs, and the losing team is eliminated. I'm Parla. I'm still your desk host. I'm joined on the desk by some wonderful, talented analysts.
And me as well, Paula. Hi, thanks for having me. Good to be here. I'm here with Golden as well, legend of the scene. Needs no introduction. You know, we're full of Swedish legends here in Lund, Paula. We're getting very lucky these last few days. Everyone's running around, ex-Fnatic players, ex-NIP players. We've got everyone here.
Yeah, well, I guess I should give you an official introduction. So Golden's still here on the desk with me, and we've got Hugo Byron filling in as an analyst, which is just great.
Shocking.
It's just nice to get him out on camera for a more extended period.
Thanks for having me, Paula.
Yeah.
You're a generous host.
Yeah. Are you good down there, mate, or are you... Oh, look at that, everybody. Surprise, special guest. Now get out of here, get right. Leave.
Wow, that was...
He was waiting down there for like 45 minutes or something. Was it worth it?
What was he doing?
In the chat. I'm not sure. There's like a whole other production set up there, and I think he was fiddling with wires and doing all that type of good stuff.
Likely story.
Yeah, so Golden, you excited to do some analysis with one of the top analysts in the world, Huge Byron?
Yeah, he has a nice voice. Good to look at. I mean, yeah.
Wow. That's the best compliment I've had all year.
Good to look at. I can tell you what else is good to look at. Our first Bitskins matchup of... That's not our first, it's our second Bitskins matchup of the day. It's Heroic versus Fnatic. Yes, this Group A decider match. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. I do think the Heroic are the flavor?
They are the flavor? Yeah,
They had the flavor of the month. No, they're the favorites. I can't even talk right now. Get Right threw me off completely. We've got Trolls, also known as Robles, walking through the back. He's the manager for for Heroic. We're trying to tempt him on stage too, but he's probably too focused and locked in. Yeah, Heroic, my favourites going into this, but Fnatic, what can we expect? Who knows?
I mean, so far they've had a good showing in pushing it against Big. I think there were really small mistakes that happened in their game on Vertigo. It could have been 2-1 to Fnatic, but structure and experience from Big as a team got the better of them.
Hugo, quick thoughts before we head to an interview?
I think it's kind of the chance for Fnatic to prove that opening BO1 wasn't a fluke, right? Obviously, they played very well. They caught Heroic off guard. They stole Inferno away in a BO1. Now they got to do it in a whole series, in a whole BO3, to see if they can run forward, Parla, and get out of the groups. That would be nice.
I can't wait to break this match down in more detail and focus on both teams. But first, we have Tech Girl, who went out for a little stroll, if I'm not mistaken, with Crims.
What's going on, everybody? I am here with Crims. We're enjoying the scenic park here in Lund. This is something you love to do, I've heard. Sit in the grass, contemplate CS.
Yeah, I mean, every day it's like taking a breather, you know, so it gets me very relaxed.
You can just enjoy the company of ducks. Is this your first time in Lund?
Yeah, actually, it's the first time here.
What do you think of the city?
Not much, really. I think it's a university city, so it's kind of a lot of young people that like to party.
All my girls with me. Rock with me. All my girls with me.
So now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of the tournament itself. The lineup is new. There still apparently isn't a fifth. So, I mean, no one can really prep for you. Do you think that gives you an advantage?
I guess so. Like, no one knows what we're doing. Like, we don't even know what we're supposed to do. And, like, coming in and just play. And
that is, I'm going to call you on this one. That's a lie. When you said we don't even know what we're supposed to do. Come on. You've won a major before. You've been around the block.
We know how to play Counter-Strike, but we don't know how to work as a group yet. And, I mean...
How much time does it take, really, to find that synergy, in your opinion?
Oh, like with previous lineup, with like when I played with DW and Flush and Olof and those guys, it went from like the first day, I would guess. Like we had really good synergy, and I don't know, it feels really good with this one. So,
as we go into this, are there any other teams or players that you've been keeping an eye on that you'll be interested to see perform?
No.
We good, or do you need some more? That felt much better than the last one.
I'm very natural.
Yeah, you're so... Yeah,
but we need an
ending.
ending.
Ending?
Yeah.
What do you want? Like?
No, I've got it. I got it.
You got it.
So, Crims, I know that the Ducks are your good friends.
Yeah.
I'm from South Africa, so I don't understand.
You don't have ducks in South Africa.
Sorry?
You don't have ducks in South
We have
Africa?
ducks.
Yeah.
We have lots of animals, but we don't have signs like this.
It says, no thank you, no bread.
Happy with that? You just want to turn me into a meme. I'm just going to get ripped off on the internet.
No feeding the ducks. Thank you so much, Tech Girl and Crims, for that little look in to the details on Fnatic. You know, Crims and Forest, formerly rivals, enemies for years across the server, now buddies, you know, brothers in arms.
Yeah, I think also Crims always looked up to Forest a bit.
We all did.
Yeah, yeah, true. And now he gets to play with them. Like I think that's it's a surreal moment for both of them because they were rivals, and now also he was an idol for him.
Yeah, it's really scary that we might have, obviously, Fnatic eliminated here. It's sad considering their debut taking down Heroic, but I think that one thing that's on everyone's mind is, okay, Forest, he's here as a stand-in. He wasn't meant to be their fifth player, but with some of the games he's already put up, some of the performances, you wonder, like, man, are Fnatic going to sling him a contract, or are they going to continue to go with maybe who the players that they were looking at before this tournament? Because he's really performed well, and considering Dignitas' situation and just, you know, falling apart and losing the org just a few weeks ago, this would be a really, really good time for Forrest to, you know, delve back into Tier 1 CS. He's clearly proven that he's not only hungry, but he's up for the job as well.
Hugo, I'm going to have to cut you off there. I'm handing my headset to Khan, to Patrick. I don't know your exact title, Fnatic, like CGO or... Chief Gaming Officer, just give some words to the Fnatic fans out there, and hopefully we'll get you on camera. Yeah, we're in with that. Just some words to the Fnatic fans. What can they expect from this matchup against Heroic?
All right. Thanks for bringing me up on the stage. I was standing here chatting to Get Right. Wasn't really prepared for this. Words for the Fnatic fans? No, I'm just excited to be back playing after 1.5 months of a quite dire period of our Counter-Strike chapter. A lot of work has gone into this. More work, obviously, to follow. Sound a bit politician, I realize. Well, fuck it. But yeah, no, all the nice words we see, the celebration, obviously seeing Forrest back in Fnatic colors for at least temporarily. Yeah, the momentum we actually have had here. It's been a tough boot camp, obviously, going into this with very limited preparation. But very happy about the culture we're building. So learned a few lessons after building a international team. You know, we had the kind of golden era, we had a Swedish lineup. Back in the days, perhaps a bit of international, but we think we are on track on something great here. And love you guys to follow it.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing me up. That's all I have to say for time being. Let the game talk, right? Let's see.
I can't hear you, Polly. You gotta
No, I was saying that was completely ad-libbed. It was very nice of him to come up spontaneously like that. Big shout out to him and Totte Get Right for just getting involved in the show. And, you know, Hugo, you're kind of doing the same, just moonlighting as an analyst.
Yeah, just jumping on, see what happens. I'm having fun. You know, I'm next to the Fnatic player that tilted all of Turkey with his auto-sniper buy in the WSG finals. You know, I'm a big fan of pretty much everyone I'm working with here, including you, Paula. You made some YouTube videos, right?
Hey, we've got to focus in on our next team, and that's Heroic. Okay. They are, I think, the clear favourites going into this and overall favourites for the tournament. Golden, what's going to be working in their favour against Fnatic, who they lost to in a best-of-1 yesterday, 16-14?
I think now this is a best-of-3. They can make more mistakes and not be, you know, punishing as best-of-1. And they will try to perhaps play a bit more aggro and play their play style because we didn't see them in best-of-1.
Yeah, I think the one thing that hurts Heroic in this situation is prep. They're a team that are known to do a lot of anti-stratting, a lot of research on their opponents, and obviously that much was clear yesterday. Going up against a brand new roster, making their debut not just with the new core, but even with a stand-in. And it was very clear that Heroic, you know, weren't sure what to expect. I mean, and I think even for Fnatic, they don't know what to expect. They got Mezzi as a new in-game leader. I'm super excited to see how this goes across the BO3, because obviously they just played big and they fell in the third map. They took one away at least, but we're also still wondering what Fnatic's map pool is going to be, how much he took from Alex. Does he want to rest on the overpasses, the nukes? The bans so far for Fnatic have been, you know, the likes of Dust 2 and maps like that. So I'm kind of unsure of this map pool, and obviously relative inexperience for Mezzi as an in-game leader. It's going to be cool to see where he takes this veto.
Well, exactly, Hugo. You're not going to be guessing much longer about the map pool because we have the veto on screen. Golden, do you have any thoughts on where this veto might go?
Sadly, I already know the results, so I don't want to cheat here. But
you don't have to tell us. That's when you pretend that you go, I think Heroic are going to ban Dust 2.
Take that ammo, you fire it off and hit 3 bullseyes, mate.
Who's Fnatic pick Inferno, you think?
No, Mirage.
Oh.
Okay.
I say you think. No. Whoa, you got it right, Golden.
All right, well, no, Hugo, you've got to do it now because he knows.
Maybe they pick Nuke, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't be too shocking. You know, Inferno might be a decider. Overpass, okay. So that means Fnatic will second ban Nuke, and we should have Inferno to finish. Or no, Fnatic will ban Ancient. So we could have a Nuke. I have no idea.
Save yourself.
I don't know what Fnatic want to play.
Just wait for it to show up there.
I think Fnatic are going to ban Ancient, and then Heroic are going to ban Inferno, so it's Nuke.
There we go.
Nice.
All right.
That was really good.
Everybody at home, we're going to see this best-of-3 play out again across Mirage, Overpass, and Nuke. But the question is, will we see Nuke at all? Do you guys think we're going to see a third map?
I'd like to think so.
Yeah, I think so too. As well.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, the chances for a map pick for Fnatic isn't a long shot. I wouldn't say that. And I think Heroic, if they crumble as they've done in those pressured moments, it can get to them.
Guys, how big of an upset would it be and how tragic would it be for Heroic if Fnatic won?
Woo!
I mean, as you see, they really need to win this tournament to prove themselves, and you know, it kind of can break and kill a team if you keep underperforming on LAN and not winning the tournaments you should win. It's like a mental struggle if they lose.
Yeah, I think one thing to take in mind is when Heroic have dropped the ball in playoffs, especially, it's often been, think about the last two majors, they lose to the grand finalists both times. They lose to Na'Vi in Antwerp, they lose to G2 in Stockholm. Sort of, understandable there. Teams with far more experienced, teams with crowd advantage, and even back in Katowice, they lost a phase in the quarters or semis rather, because they went straight to semis, and that was again, crowd was all for phase. It's all these factors that maybe scare Heroic a little bit. We don't have that anymore, Paolo. We don't have that excuse here for this matchup. This is where Heroic do their best work. Studio environments. You already just saw and heard them screaming over the walls. They're trying to get in Fnatic's head. On the bright side, I don't think you're going to tilt Fnatic. You're not going to get Crims or Forest scared. Those guys are cool as cucumbers.
Huey B, ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you,
Hugo,
Paolo.
you're killing it on the desk, mate. All right, guys, I have to push you for your official Pinnacle predictions.
Fnatic for me.
Still sticking with Fnatic. And so you were going to say Fnatic 2-1 because you said you think it's going to go 3 maps.
Yeah, because I feel like they have a story here.
Okay.
They're building up something, and I want to believe in that.
You believe in the fairy tale?
Yeah.
My heart says Fnatic, but my head says Heroic. I'm going to go with experience. I'm going to go with the roster that's been together longer, that hasn't got all the problems that come with the role changes and with a new core. I'm going to go with Heroic.
Look, I think Heroic are the objective favourites. However, considering that Khan was so gracious to get on the stage, get behind the desk, and give some words to the fans, and I'm also slightly buying this fairy tale that Fnatic are weaving, I'm going to go with Fnatic, baby.
Oh, there we go.
I respect it. I think, if anything, there's a world that Fnatic could even 2-0 this series, like more likely than Heroic can 2-0 this series. Mirage has been shaky for Heroic. It's one that you can do. You can very much freestyle, right? Messi's not going to have a problem, similar to Inferno that we saw yesterday, like just jumping on that map and calling defaults out of spawn. I think if this was going to be a 2-0, it probably would be Fnatic, but Heroic in 3.
Well, guys, this best of 3 between Heroic and Fnatic, where one of the teams is going home afterwards, is ready to go. And our casters are ready. Hugo's very jealous because Dinko has taken his place. And yeah, we have Harry by his side.
Yo! I'm sorry for stealing your best friend, Hugo, but you're doing a great job over there on the desk, and it's going to be good fun, Harry. None of us are going to provide any analysis. It is strictly play-by-play here.
Yeah, man, it's going to be very exciting. You know, I can say that much. No, Dinka, man, I've seen you on the desk. I know you know what you're talking about. Y'all might see me on the desk later, and you'll really get a look in as to just how little I know about this game.
Headshots equal wins, Harry. That's always the way.
Yeah, that is basically the philosophy I live by. No, dude, coming into this one, right? We obviously saw this matchup on day 1 in the BO1s, right? Fnatic able to win that out, and it was pretty exciting. Especially when this whole squad, the whole point of this Fnatic squad is for this big rebuild to be taking place, right? For Fnatic to become that legendary org that they once were, and Khan even spoke about it on the desk, how they've had a kind of a dark time recently. On the other side of things, it's Heroic, the team that was dubbed as this tournament should be one that's like theirs to lose, as it were. Right? Yeah. So a lot of pressure on the Danes, but let's get into this one, Hugo. Oh, Dinko. It's supposed to have it. It's supposed to have it.
He's here in spirit. But anyway, Stown.
Dinko, I'm sorry. Let's go. Take it away.
It's all good. Roy has taken Stown's life away, Hawker, and now we're entering.
Hey, there it is.
The advantage for Fnatic, hopping out the window. Refresh. Hiding away from his camera. Tested. We zoom in his eyeballs, but the fights keep coming. Crims keeps getting picked. Refresh fighting back, minute 23 left in the clock, but Fnatic want to deal with this one very early. A little slip up through connector coming through, but there's no bailing out of this one. Fnatic really can't get away from the site. They're committed into B, but potentially a flank come around the backside. It's exactly what Roy attempts, but is exactly what Heroic anticipate.
Yeah, it's going to fall into this little weird 3-on-3 now, right? Bomb going down for Fnatic, and Forest looking like he wants to try and make a bit of a play here. Up close to the market, he wants to fight for this control as they push on in. The element of surprise, Refresh traded after 1, and so it's all left onto Cadian up through the short side, looking for a way back in.
Well, he hasn't got utility, he hasn't got a kid. It has to just be headshots. And Cadian being tagged up from all directions, really not finding an opportunity into this one, and will get taken out. Nico does take the first round for Fnatic. The T side off to a hot start.
Ah, yes, you love to see it. You feeling good right now, Dinko? I feel like this is a game that's set to deliver, man. I really do.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to see the UK boys in force, right? Mezzi's taking over the in-game leadership of this team.
Yep.
That's wild to me because, you know, Mezzi, I've known him for a long time. Obviously has a great idea about the game, how he wants to approach it. But at this level, hasn't really played here for that long. So the fact that he was able to take a win versus Heroic is going to fill him with confidence at the start of the competition. Whether or not he's able to do it in a best of three is a different question. We've seen Heroic play Mirage yesterday. We've seen the CT side be a real problem, a real nuisance. If Fnatic can weather the storm on Heroic CT side early in this game, that could be fun. If you can limit some of the CT rounds they pick up, Fnatic could absolutely do some damage here.
Yeah, one of the things I've always thought about Mezzi is it's like, I feel like you could invent a role that just doesn't exist, and this guy would find a way to make it work. Like, find a way to get good at it. He's like the, you know, the
British Army knife.
Yeah, exactly, right? Actually, that's a very good analogy. Yeah, he really is like a, I don't even want to say a jack of all trades, because it's not like he's, you know, just all right at everything he does. It's like he fully applies himself to whatever is needed to
He's
to
like
lift
a
up
British
the team.
attack.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, kind of done it all, been around the block, now he's added IGLing onto that list. And honestly, I was impressed with what we got out of him on day one. It wasn't anything like crazy. It wasn't anything like super flashy, but in terms of just having the foundations nailed down, it felt like he was there.
Well, earlier today they had a matchup versus Big. They had a very one-sided opening game. Vertigo kind of fell flat towards the end of the day, and Mezzi really started to drop off individually. And I think that's going to come with being a new IGL, not really knowing how to balance it out and just really focusing on this cause. But the interesting part is that Mezzi is no longer with Alex, right? He was with Alex literally his entire top-level career, really. So it will be interesting to see how that dynamic pans out. Cadian with a scout, looking to see what he can find, doing damage already, Harry.
But that's kind of, you know, that's the end of the intrigue, you know? He gets a couple of scout tags, and it looked like it could have led to something, but in the end, it's going to be nothing here for Heroic. Dead on the short side is Refresh, and so Fnatic, they stick the landing on the conversion, keeping 4 alive, and dealing with the force buy out of the Danes very nicely. You know, they don't take heavy casualties there. They're all good.
I wonder if they played the football today, Harry. I wonder if they were out playing
they do like that, right?
Yeah, they said they do it every single time after every map.
Yeah.
And Paula just starts reaming them out, telling us all about how they don't actually play football. They just kick it and they pass to each other with their arms folded. He really did them.
Look, man, it helps with the unspoken synergy. You know, if you can catch a football that Cadian has
that would be handball.
punted at you at like 1 trillion miles an hour.
With all of the anger he's stored up from this,
exactly.
whatever's left in the screams.
You know, he went 0-10 on Inferno, and so now he's just like took Stown outside and just pelting balls at him. You know,
a little Stown, poor guy. If he can handle that, he can handle anything. Although he did have a really bad start yesterday. Old Cadian. Couple of misplays. But I did love when they question, you know what happened after that game? I don't know. We just it wasn't anything to do with me, you know. I couldn't possibly tell you. 0-10. Well, set up for Fnatic, about to come on in. Smoke set up for the jungle. Nice and deep. Fnatic, you're gonna have no issues. No one's on the A side.
Yeah, Crims might die, and he will die to the USPs that are flocking over towards Con. But
why is there more happening, Harry?
Hang on a moment. This is meant to be a very clean round, but right now it's a 5-on-3. Little boost up to try and spot over. You've also got a big flank coming in on the ramp side for Stown, but it's been checked. Still, you're down to 2, Fnatic. This is USPs. It's getting out of control. It's getting out of hand. Someone, kill anyone, please. It's just Mezzi. Man at the helm of the pack now needs to lead by example. It's a trial by fire. The USPs nipping away at his heels, and Refresh is there to take it over the line. That is a full USP round with 4 alive at the end of it for Heroic.
Get outside and start playing football, because those rounds are ridiculous. The fact you just have USPs in that position and Fnatic drop the ball, that is such an early tilter. You have to limit all of the CT rounds that Heroic can pick up, and you lose to the USPs. Mezzi, luckily not a player to tilt. Otherwise, God knows what might happen there, because that is a round that Fnatic should not be losing. But luckily, able to come back into it. That bomb plant does give them a little bit of extra cash to play with, and they have a chance to recover and redeem themselves after that completely ridiculous effect.
Dude, I don't believe that. Cadian going to take it one step further with his AWP. That's a shot over here into Palace, taking a bit of a push early, and Refresh has even dispatched of Roy over in middle. Oh dear, Fnatic. Oh dear. This one is starting to slip away from them.
It's not the ideal start. It was the perfect start for Fnatic, really. You know, you were starting to pick up the first few rounds. You could have really got the ball rolling against the full eco, but you have messed this one up pretty badly. So I'll see if they can recover it in 3v5. Really shouldn't be happening here. Mezzi's going to be walking out the ramp. Kedian has it held. He's even got the rifle beside of him. So he's got a lot of support here for Fnatic. You're going to try and use the little boost. I love that. Nikodos taking Kedian out, but it is Shush in the close position that takes Mezzi down in response. 40 seconds, bomb down on the ramp. It's just a matter of time before Heroic got a second to forward and tie things up. Oh, Crims.
Surely this is the end of the line, man. He's tagged down low, and Heroic looking good for their second. Looking good to tie this game up. Do want to draw attention to that lovely little like bait and switch setup over towards ramp and CT. Very, very powerful. You just kind of saw the results of it there. You know, even though Cadian falls right away, the tag alone lends a lot of credit to that close player at ramp. He's able to go on and double up, and so suddenly the round just starts to kind of spiral out of control. And that's like a really good example of just kind of Heroic like playing the numbers game, playing it smart, knowing that as long as they trade those ramp fights, the round isn't going to get out of hand. So Fnatic, you know, now they've got to bite the bullet on this one. They've got to come.
Here we go. This is going to be a Fnatic round win.
Yeah, ready? Man, it should be. Let's see. Can they do it?
You know? It's so good to see Forrest on the screen again in Fnatic jersey. It's just, I wouldn't mind that move permanently, to be honest. I mean, he's no longer with the team, right?
I would love it.
So
he's still so good.
He's still sick. It's unbelievable. Although Shush making sure that there isn't really anything getting out of hand here. And that is, that's quick. That's the way you do it, Fnatic. Take note of that. Heroic clean up all the default pistols. They don't allow the bomb plant to come through. It is clean and clinical as we now get into territory where Fnatic will have to buy up again. They have to try and settle the nerves after the absolute fumble in the first few rounds. But the buy is back. The rifle's out. We'll see if they can get off to a good start here. East side still recoverable in the first few. But if you drop this, you're starting to let Heroic really get into the rhythm. And they're a momentum team, as much as that is a cliche.
Middle is a scary spot to try and take right now for Fnatic. Heroic is set up. At least they were 3 strong here. You know, the window smoke somewhat disrupted it, but it's kind of par for the course. You're expecting that to come in, so now they've doubled up on the con side. As Fnatic try to work middle, they're also kind of laying out a bit of an onslaught towards ramp and Palace. It's starting to come through with Forest getting that opener. These guys in middle going to win a fight over on short as well, so they do have a bit of onus over mid right now. They've gotten Mezzi up into the window. Timing's everything on this wrap round here, but currently he's kind of slipped the net. Heroic have entirely conceded this A site control. They've got middle, they've got, you know, some control over towards CT, and then they've also pushed aggro through the B apartments. I wonder what the intent is behind Cadian here. That's awkward for Stown, man. Caught by Mezzi. And so now Cadian's carrying the bulk of this round on his shoulders, coming in on a T-spawn wrap.
Nikodos starts to put the plant in. That is the flank. That is the key play here. Cadian can start to activate a couple of kills. If he can create the space to allow them back into the site, potentially there is something here. The time taking Cadian's chances from this ramp flank to get a pick very slim, given the fact no one's peeking, so he needs to apply pressure to the bomb, and as soon as he does that, smoke goes out. Nikodos lands the headshot. Round will be conceded. Fnatic win a must-win round. It allows them to continue to be competitive here in the first few rounds of play. Shush will save his AK. But look at the money here, Harry, for the side of Heroic. It is building. They put their money in something other than crypto, and so everything's going up.
There you go.
Long-term.
Yeah,
it's a long-term stretch.
Long-term investment, man. That's what it is. They got in with gold at the ground floor.
They did. Now,
you own any gold?
Gold?
Yeah.
No, not even jewelry.
No?
Not a jewelry kind of guy,
You
no.
seem like someone who would have like a dripped out chain, like a golden, what's the thing called for a car? Little ornament on the front. You know?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think we've clarified that I'm not that kind of person.
No, yeah.
Car badge, maybe, I don't know. But nope. You got any gold, Harry?
Yeah, me loads, mate.
Money bags, of course.
Everything's in gold. Everything.
Yeah, it's a gold toilet seat. That would be kind of weird, though. Gold is pretty soft, so you sit on it long enough, the heat would eventually, like, you would just sink into your own body.
I don't think it's that soft. Woo, Cadian!
But
he's hard as hell, but Roy's found him down here in middle, and we're back into a 4-on-4 with Cadian dead. Stown's trying to make a risky play happen here. Also playing behind this con smoke. Here to Spam, gonna give up the aim of the game for Stown. Trade work is good in middle, but Forest has the round in the palm of his hands. Uh-oh, he's fired off too soon, and Shush is going to turn around and deal with him. Starts to get out of control now. Fnatic, a man down. This mid-control attempt, you know, went very back and forth. It was looking good when they dealt with the double com push, but Heroic had traded those kills out every step of the way. Roy getting that. It's opened up a route into this A-bomb site in the 2v2.
Molotov deep to jungle, rotation starting to come back for a refresh, trying to gather with his teammate, but for the time being there is a slight opening. Testes plays on top of the stairs, and oh, so lucky on the timing. This flick shot from Nikodos not going to land, and now Roy starts to make his way deeper. 25 seconds left in the timer. Roy begins to search for the pick, but look how disciplined Heroic are. They drop back, but Roy still snappy. Third kill added to the tally, and he begins to look for a refresh. Often a king in the clutch. A 1v1 up against the Dane on the other side. Refresh creeps closer. Close towards jungle. Roy steps in towards CT spawn for his post-plant position, but Refresh was close enough to hear a couple of those steps, so was completely fixated upon just one position. And Roy holds, waits for the walk around, and the headshot's in. He draws Refresh into the peak, and Roy continues to run for Fnatic.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful from Roy. That right there, man, that's a pretty defining clutch here for Fnatic. They get one of these over the line. That's a 1v2 that he's able to tee up. And it all starts with this kill in what was the 2 versus 3. Wonderful scenes there. Fnatic up onto a 4th. Heroic, they've still got cash to keep the investments coming in, but it's about to run dry. Fnatic win this next one. They're going to be teed up to have a little berth to take them up into the lead here.
They broke down that economy real quick, didn't they? It's a round ago, we're talking about how much money Heroic had, but Fnatic have whittled them down, shaken them upside down and stolen their lunch money. Both teams in the same position. Swing round coming up. Looks like Fnatic at the ready for a B hit. Faked out some mid control because they set that precedent early that they were going to use utility and take mid, but they've just sent one out through the underpass. The rest about to walk into this B site, and there's only one player playing from here. It's Testes out towards short.
Oh, Testes has a bit of help from Refresh. Forest dead out through the apartments first, and Refresh now brushed aside. Fnatic once again have tried to worm their way in here, but it's gotten a little bit awkward. Heroic have already pulled all these rotations around. They've even got an apartments flank coming in now out of Stown. He's very, very fast here, so whether or not Fnatic are ready for it, we'll have to wait and see. Going to start to spring this trap on the backstab. If he gets the freebie out of this, it's lovely. And there's Stown and Shush combining for those 2 final kills. I do like that out of Heroic. You know, they give a lot of time, a lot of space to Stown to work that flank. Once he knows he's gotten, you know, real deep through the apartments, it's clear that it's not being considered at that point in time. And so they give him, you know, the full kind of space to make something happen there. No one reacting till he makes contact. And so that threat, you know, where we said Heroic, oh, they could have been put to eco, they could have been in a rough way, it's been avoided. And
yeah,
they've kept this very competitive.
And Fnatic are now down to upgraded pistol round. I like the idea in that round. That was a cool call from Fnatic in terms of how they try to approach it, because they set the precedent early in this game that they want to take the mid control with heavy util. They had to use heavy util in the mid control take early, so then their B split, they couldn't smoke off the arches, they couldn't smoke off shorts, so they ended up getting taken out with a multi-kill out towards that position, and they kind of ruined the explosiveness towards the end. So the execution of the idea would have been better if they had a few extra pieces of utility. Fortunate there for Fnatic, but Heroic effective in taking it down, and now looking at a 5th round surely going to be added to the tally for the Danes. For Fnatic in this round, goal number 1 is to try and get a bomb plant. If you can secure the plant, that would be impressive considering no utility has been invested in. So you're just kind of hoping this mid-prong can somehow create enough of a distraction to open you up, but 4 players are Heroic on this A side of the map.
Yeah, it feels like they've kind of got the read on this one, man.
Reading the book. I can't read.
Nah, me either, dude. The world's just more fun when you can't.
Yeah, I listen.
Ooh, hello. Oh.
Boom.
It was a cool idea. Like, you know, they saw the AWP on top ticket and they're like, okay, we have a little trick.
He was on an amusement ride that hadn't been serviced in like 10 years.
Yeah.
Rusty bolt. Detach. And his corpse flies to the air. 5-4, Heroic take the lead. You ever go to those amusements as kids and you can just tell like the people running it?
Oh, bro, we used to have the donkey derby would come to town, right?
Okay,
and there'd be a lot of donkeys because that was like a big draw.
Oh,
you know,
really?
You get to go see the donkeys, but there would always be rides. And man, I ain't saying that they were like way too dangerous to justify going on, but they were like.
Did you go on them anyway?
Yeah, of course. Man.
You did.
You're a kid. You're like, I'm invincible. Nothing can hurt me. And then. You know, lo and behold, maybe you get hurt.
Maybe you do, but you're still here, Harry. So
no, I know, yeah.
You're lucky.
I just rode around on the donkey.
the real amusement park right there.
Dude, it was awesome, man. Have you ever seen a donkey in real life?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah?
From Ireland, so we just have donkeys.
Oh,
everywhere.
they're just everywhere?
So, yeah, it's just like in a field. Used to be this like farmer up the road from me that would just have a donkey sitting in his field all day, and I used to go and play with the donkey. I couldn't say donkey, so I called it Dunyek.
Dunyek?
Yeah.
What's that?
That's how I said donkey.
Oh, okay.
I said, not the most literate human being, Harry.
I thought it was maybe like some like, I don't know, Irish.
No, it sounds Irish, doesn't it?
It does,
Sounds like
doesn't it?
some Gaelic style of speaking. But no, I don't speak that either. The bye round for both teams. Anyway, slowly transitioning. Smooth and seamless, really. Cadian's about to push in towards ramp early with the AWP now. If he gets caught in this angle, we've seen this earlier today being used over in the other stream.
Right, look, here's the ultimate test, right? We've been talking about donkeys, but right now, Cadian's the guy
He's the donkey?
trying to slap some ass, you know? Like, that makes sense, right? Here he is up close to ramp. Can he do it? He's scoped up, right place, right time. Shut up! Gonna give it away. Cadian with the first, and now Shush is here to act as this kind of 1-2 punch. Just drops the smoke. They're gonna play the 5v4.
Cadian looking to take his team to the 6th round if there is no issue. Fnatic, this is not really inspiring at the moment. They're slowing it down. They don't want to walk through that ramp smoke, so they have to try and find map control elsewhere. They've got Roy out and towards mid. Couple more forces about to peek into him though and refresh. He's a stallion, not a horse. Oh, that's the same thing. A donkey, you know? You see what I was going for, Harry? Well, actually, a stallion is a good horse, isn't it? Like a big horse.
Yeah, man. Would you describe yourself as a stallion or just a horse?
I don't know. It depends.
I'd say you're like a Mustang.
A Mustang. Ooh, I like that. I'm not really an expert on horse myself.
Well, don't worry. You're with the right guy. Here's Forest. Out through Palace.
Shush.
The main man. Now dead to Shush.
But it's all Mezzy.
Starting to fall apart. It's just Mezzy left standing. He was coming back to join him with this A hit, but there was so little time left. Like, they had to go. And
don't die after the time. He's died after the time. He has $250.
That's heartbreaking, man.
He can just about afford this skinned alligator. That's so unfortunate for Mezzy. On down. Great. Shoosh. And some impacts down as well. Those 2 players yesterday were looking incredible. Heroic have actually gone for the timeout here. So they're trying to figure out what Fnatic are likely to do heading into this next round, because you don't have a player with a buy because you've just killed someone after the time. What are you considering here? Possibly a forwards, possibly a full eco? Well, they've got to figure that out within this 30 seconds. What's the rarest thing you've eaten, Harry? Obviously, you're a vegetarian, so
the rarest thing
any rare plants you've eaten or anything?
No. You know,
that you could tell us.
Back when I did eat meat, I once tried frog's legs.
Frog's legs,
yeah,
okay.
Which was
never
weird.
done that. How was that?
I think that might have been what turned me vegetarian.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was like, God, ugh.
This is awful.
People eat this? It just no, it
We
wasn't,
could just eat
it wasn't actually that bad. It kind of tastes like slimy chicken. But I don't know what either of those things taste like now. I haven't eaten them in so long. Woo! Crim,
Tastes
come
a
on.
bit like halloumi.
Yeah, kind of, you know, a bit tenuous on that one.
Ugh.
Right, look, man.
For
Who's getting a D
SmackDown.
kill? Dinko, give me the prediction.
All right, Forrest. Look
Okay.
at him.
Forrest?
He's so
You're thinking
close to the
Forrest?
monitor that he can't miss.
Yeah, no, that's
basically.
true. He is the Deagle right now.
Deforestation, perhaps, though. Yeah, chop down.
That's
Trees
fine.
are gone.
I'm going to say Messi. He doesn't have a Deagle, but I think he's going to get a Deagle. Maybe
That's
like...
a bold one, Harry. You picked the one guy without a deagle, and we're all wrong here. Crims did get one, actually, so there we go. Nico Dog, dead. Test, smacked him. 7-4. Heroic looking quite good, settling into the CT side. It was a very good start for Fnatic, but you know the scoreline may depict a closer picture, but to be honest, it has really been Heroic settling into this one rather one-sided.
Once we kind of got out of like that back and forth, you know, where like Heroic have been able to have everything they could possibly need, and you start to forget about the pistol round and the results from it. And obviously there was the full eco win for Heroic in amidst all that. Yeah, you know, it actually, I'm inclined to agree with you. It's been pretty one-sided since the guns have come out. And Cadian, man, like he's looking like an entirely different person to the one we saw on day one. This is the guy we're used to seeing. You know, he's brimming with confidence right now. He's out for revenge after that day one matchup.
Did a few extra keep-ups, and now he's ready to go. Coming out swinging yesterday, missing those shots, not really getting the same impact out of his risks that he was taking. These risks seem a little bit more calculated, though. Yesterday's risks were taking risks for the sake of it. They were handled pretty well. Heroic do their best work on the CT side, pushing in towards the ramp. It's really difficult to play against Heroic, and this is a true test, really, for Mezzi's in-game leadership ability. When you're playing a map like Inferno, right, if Heroic don't get to play the same style on the CT side, where you can constantly be aggressive, you can adapt the CT side immediately on the fly, this is a completely different beast. Calling against Heroic is almost impossible. I was talking to Golden about this when he used to call against Heroic. He would like give them a bit of false information, hoping they would gamble stack based on that, and they would still make the right read. So, you know, you've got someone who's much more experienced in the calling department like Golden, who you just can't crack the code on them. It's a real test here for Mezzi to see where he can get it, to how many rounds he can pick up in the first half.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the things that's so tricky as well is that like they are a pretty aggro team out of the gate. You know, they're not afraid to like throw a fight at you early on and try to thin the numbers on the back of some like very orchestrated peak, you know, like to take that opening fight. Like this is an example, right? Cadian has that smoke to help him get down through lower. He runs the gauntlet, deals with the guy, and then just gets the hell out of there. And I think one of the hardest parts is it's very, very tempting to slow down your rounds and wait for that aggression. But oftentimes, I feel like it doesn't work as well as, you know, maybe it should. It's like the standard ruling is, okay, they're pushing us a lot early. Let's kind of hold this default. Let's wait and see what fights they give us. And normally you still end up losing those opening fights. Now you have the downside of like playing from a man down. You're moving into a sight hit in like the final 30 seconds. Heroic are super mobile. They're all about grabbing information, leaning into stacks. And so you kind of end up like you get forcibly kind of made to play Heroic's game. And it's going to be, you know, it's going to be a big question to see if Mezzi can somehow turn this around for Fnatic towards the end of this first half.
It's just hard to see a world in which they get much more than 5 rounds in the half, unfortunately, at this point. So, best I'm looking for is that 5th round. If they go into the half with 5, I can see them sustaining a pistol loss and potentially staying in the game. But when you're 11-4 down, I don't think you can sustain a pistol loss and still be okay. We'll have to see. It's going to be Fnatic getting up in towards the ladder room, clearing it out. They've got a good bit of map control here, but Heroic really shouldn't have too many issues. They're holding the range advantage with the rifles. They've leaned 3 players towards A. They've got deep control in the apartments of Refresh. Down can miss that fight quite heavily and actually loses his life in the trade from Roy. So that's an upgraded weapon. Although Shush will fend off the connector flight and peeks out again for the second onto Crims. It's just down to Mezzi and Nikodos, and they'll see what they can do, but they're just going to meet the same fate as their teammates.
Oh no,
everyone.
accidental right.
Yeah, we've all been there a couple of times. You ever play with M4 without a silencer? Sounds pretty cool.
It sounds cool.
That's
but,
about it, right?
Yeah, that's kind of where the list of benefits starts and ends.
Yep.
You know, everything else about it is worse. Man, you know, I feel like as this has gone on, you've really seen the depiction that we were kind of teeing up, and that's it stopped being so much like what a Fnatic want to do in these rounds. It's more like how are they adjusting to what Heroic are doing.
Yes, how can you make the most out of nothing?
Exactly,
basically.
and so it's like, you know, the fact that Heroic are really the ones like controlling the flow of the game right now is certainly a worrying sign. Fnatic, you haven't really had any of these like faster rounds anymore. You know, think about how they tried to smash that B bomb site early on. They just went for like an all-in play with Mac 10s. I know it didn't work, but these were like faster rounds that we were getting. They were a little more typical for the Fnatic squad, whereas now it's kind of cruel, you know, slowed to a bit of a crawl, really. I think it's kind of wild as well, because when you look at Fnatic, there's so many good entry players in this team. You've got Roy, who's this like phenomenal Danish entry player from Copenhagen Falmez fame. Then Nikodos, Nikodos, someone who can provide those openers with the AWP. But just look at the setup here, right? If this doesn't echo the sentiment that right now Fnatic are playing very default heavy, they are waiting for this early aggression. Missed shot for Cadian, and this time won't get away with it. So Mezzi, this is kind of the moment that he's been waiting for throughout the last, 4 or 5 T rounds. Finally, that opening shot, that opening chance doesn't go the way of Heroic, and now Fnatic are the ones a man up. So this is like the moment you've been really putting all faith into. What's he going to do with the 5-on-4?
But you can see the immediate reaction from Heroic. They had Stalin try and trade the kill with a flash play out of connector. That didn't work. So now they pushed 2 players into the B apartments. They've left Refresh deep in the apartments. So they know that Fnatic aren't coming towards this B site right now at all. So they can bolster the defense on A and try and hold this down. Down, rattling away, gets the double. Mezzi and Roy both go down, and Down finally traded out. But his work has already been done. It feels real tough now for Fnatic, who are now down to the 3v3, and Refresh is pushed all the way behind him. He's starting to counter the connector. There needs to be a quick kill here for Nikodos, but it's not quick enough. Doesn't get away, and just Crims. Bomb isn't down, 20 seconds left, and look at that. Just the reactions of Heroic. They don't leave a second for you to try and figure it out. You have to immediately react, otherwise they're going to get all the info. And Crims, quite the master of the clutch, time and time again. This time being peppered down through the boxes. He's down to 17. And they're both doubling up. They're playing together. So this makes this very difficult because Crims can't sustain any more damage, right? A bullet goes through, takes him out pretty quickly here. Crims under a lot of pressure, and finally the spam will come through. This time it is lethal. And even after the initial kill for Fnatic, they're unable to convert the round win.
Oh man, that's rough. It's like now, now you kind of realized how you just scraped, just scraped the tip of the iceberg, really. There's actually a lot more problem solving that's going to have to go into this. Even when you get Heroic Command down, their responses, their protocols that are in place are very, very clean. Even in the 3v1, the way that they approach it, giving Crims like no fights, no chances. He has to go and look for an engagement in CT. That was actually like very, very forward thinking from Crims. It allowed for the bomb plant. But even then, it's like, what room did he have? None. He was stuck at triple the whole time. They spammed him down to 10 points of health. So, yeah, this is really nice out of Heroic. Once again, Fnatic are going to get that opener. This is 2 rounds in a row now where they've successfully gone 5-on-4 up to open. This time they have to stick the landing, or else Heroic have chained all these rounds together. They are in prime position to run away with Mirage.
Once
they
again,
would have had a really good first half.
Once again, the reaction for Heroic is instantaneous, right? Look, you see the push through Palace comes in for Shush. They don't let it slip for that long. You lose the first player, they either try and trade that or they get map control back. And Shush is pushed through Palace, and that's where the trade comes back in. So now you see a player coming late into Palace. The signal is potentially an A play to finish this one. You can start rotating players back, but Fnatic doing a decent job at getting a couple of these kills back. But the window boost is watched by Cadian, but it's the power position of Shush. Fnatic realize they have to clear him out. They have to take him out of Palace, and he knows if he just holds this, He's got a powerful position to set up a distraction that gives more space to his team to get back in for the retake.
Yeah, Fnatic now either have to fight forward or go back and try and deal with this Palace player. Right now, they're kind of waiting inside of the site. They've got a man holding for this Palace swing, but it's taking eyeballs off of other avenues here for Heroic. Flash goes in for Katie, and this is going to trigger the push.
Oh,
Shush out and in with one. Traded after the fact. It's Katie at 2 HP, desperately trying to wallbang. It's not going to happen. Fnatic, they do right their wrongs. They come in with a 5th round. It's Crims and Mezzi to deliver it all. Some things never change. And so that there is going to allow them 5 at the end of this first half, but still a 7-round streak for Heroic. It's nothing you can turn your nose up at. This has been a very good first half for the Danes.
It's been very solid for Heroic, and it is almost paramount that Fnatic found that last round at the end of the half. So fantastic job from Crims. Mezzi gets an important kill in the crunch time. You can see Shush trying to play off the distraction of his teammates, comes out of Palace. So great job in terms of being able to deal with that for Fnatic. And they get somewhat of a lifeline coming into the second half. But it goes without saying, as much as it is a cliche, this pistol round means a lot to Fnatic. They need to pick this up going into the start of the second. If they don't, well, we're going to be looking at a pretty difficult spot for Fnatic to stay competitive throughout Mirage. We'll see what they have up their sleeve. It's a quick B play here from Heroic. Utility being dumped in, Flash being put on towards Mezzi. He's going to hear this. He has a good setup with Roy to try and deal with it.
That flash is brutal though. Roy is now dead and Mezzi is overwhelmed. They sprint at him, they run him down. And now they're left in this 5-on-3. Bomb getting planted. It's for the apartments. They've got a man waiting here. Burst out a refresh. All right, lad. 4 in the round. He's on for the ace. Go forth and get your fortune refresh. Here it is on the short side. He wants all 5 for the pistol. And there he is with the ace. Woo! He made that burst fire Glock look good.
Well, I don't have to tell you, Harry. Fnatic didn't win the pistol. Refresh just comes in, swinging, chopping up the players inside of the market. There's absolutely no way he should be able to get away with this. Refresh dives down, takes out Roy, continues to move forward. A second pick found on the Mezzi, but this is unforgivable. They should have taken him out of the round, but Refresh, once you get the 4K, you've got to go and hunt that final player, and he does exactly that. 11 rounds now for Heroic. Fnatic down into the doldrums. The force buys come through, but it's pistols and a scout up against rifles, and a couple of SMGs already here for Heroic. Utility going up in towards TopCon. They've already taken mid-control here, Heroic. Setting up, about to fight in the ladder.
Roy, 5-7 in a dream. But the dream catcher of Stown is there to knock him out of the round. Still, the trade's going back and forth. Pretty strong inside of the B site. Heroic not knowing to commit into those stacks. They sense trouble ahead, and so they're going to go back. They're going to reroute in this round, try to look for greener pastures.
Not bad start here for Fnatic in terms of the initial kills that they find. They've actually softened up Shush as well. How do Heroic weasel their way back into this one? What's the call that Cadian's made? Yeah, he's got the MAC-10 in hand. Almost would like Cadian to take the AK out of the hands of Shush. Give him the MAC-10, send him forward on the low HP. Oh, Crims. He's found Cadian though on the start of the site. Cadian was not with his teammates, so unfortunately getting the weapon into his hands is almost impossible. Stown is going to dive on out. The 2 AKs left to do it. Stown, the playmaker, having to create the space because of his teammate, who is damaged up. Stown not getting chances. Fnatic discipline, they realize this is a miracle chance to get back into the second half. If you don't pick up the pistol, you better hope you can find the force buy. Down applying pressure, sets up the peek from Mezzi, who goes right into the crosshair of Shush, who now dives out of the apartments, taps onto the bomb. Nikodo's trying to come back in, but Heroic are recovering this one. It's just down to Crims, and he's slowly slinking back. No kit, no utility, no Kevlar here for Crims. As much as this looked like a golden ticket for Fnatic, Heroic have snatched it away.
I mean, this scout is still going to hit like an AWP, and I think he saw a little barrel there, right? So he knows when one of these players are. But Stown holding the angle, that is a thing of beauty. Crims thought he had the drop. He thought he had them right where he wanted them. But he plays into Heroic's hands. Man, for Fnatic, that one's going to hurt. They get it real close. They had a real chance to win that out. And I think you did a great job of kind of highlighting the importance of capitalizing on moments like that. But Heroic do not make it easy for you.
Now you're looking at Nico.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this is essentially, this game is going to come down to, do Fnatic win their first rifle round? Because if they don't, Mirage becomes a distant memory. They're a map down in a series where it really is all or nothing. You're either continuing on, you're making it to the playoffs, you're trying to make this deep run, or you're done.
4 players here for Fnatic right now.
3
players here for Fnatic right now, and Forrest, he's the next player on the chopping block likely here. Dink onto Stown. Smart play to just drop back.
2.
Allow your teammates to move forward, and they're all dropping like flies right now on the Fnatic side. Kedian looking for money, and soon to be none.
None. It's just Roy left on a little CT wrap.
Roy looking for pure Yoy.
Roy with the double, 5-7, and with a chance. 1v2 for Roy now.
Sounds low.
Okay, there's the chance here, Roy. Once again, it's a big opportunity for Fnatic. They didn't have a hell of a lot coming into this round.
No.
Roy, can he do it? Up close, Down is here. Gonna have to get out of there. He's got support from his teammate back at ramp. Roy, how on earth are you meant to get into this one? That's a dink! Roy, it's so close! But Stown's gonna put a stop to the madness. It's a damn good try, but not enough for Fnatic there. Oh, man. I thought he was going to do it. Shush was the biggest, scariest thing in that round, and he taps him out like it was easy.
Yeah, he brought me to a pitch. I didn't even realize it was in my register. That is incredible that he gets it this close, and it's so unfortunate that it's Down, the player that was dinked up by Forrest initially, who was able to stand tall to close it. Another missed opportunity for Fnatic, but that one you just have to laugh off. It should never be in a position to win that kind of round. You can see Roy wasn't too frustrated about losing it. But this is the round you were mentioning, Harry, this gun round. If this doesn't go well for Fnatic, we might as well pack it up. This will be faster than a DreamHack. Disassemble. Smoke goes up towards the apartments. Deep in towards it. Other side, held behind it, are heroic, tentative on the approach. But it's about to be explosive.
Yeah. It is going to come in just a moment, right? They're now grouping in the apartments, all 5 here. They're looking to move in. Flash is going over the top. Messi's going to respond with the first. It's a good opener, but he's lost his teammate on the short side. Messi's now got to do the heavy lifting all alone, tucked in at the bench. He knows he's about to get fights, and that molly catches him out in the open. Crims does what he can to hold on, but it's not enough. Ikadar's now waiting with this AWP. Forrest moving in to join him. It's a double market retake, and what is that from Kedian?
It has to be Forrest. It just has to be on the flank, but
he's
position
saving.
Now, give it away. He's going to grab the AWP and get out of that.
Man.
It is frustrating here for Fnatic. Messi does a good job at buying a lot of time. He gets the initial kill as well, slows it down. Rotation starting to come in, but it's not enough for Fnatic to stay competitive.
I mean, we just said, Fnatic needed to win this. It all kind of hinged on winning this first rifle round, because now they're up against 14 with nothing.
They're about to lose the AWP as well here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's looked away.
Oh, my God. Forrest.
Forrest gets in the corner. Kedian tracking. Doesn't see him. Doesn't go around the corner. Luckily there for Forrest, he finds the little nook and cranny. Truly the ninja still in him.
As we say, this is an all or nothing series. You're either eliminated or you're going through to the playoffs here at the Pinnacle Cup Championship. And of course, if you want to find yourself in attendance, tickets are still available. You can scan that QR code and go ahead and pick those up. It's in Lund, lovely little town in Sweden. And hell, we might not have, kind of some big Swedish names there if this keeps up for Fnatic.
I'm sure they'll stick around, though, and you will probably still get to meet them here at the event. We've got Get Right hanging around here at the moment. We got Forrest. We're getting all the legends out here. And, Golden on the desk, he'll certainly be there. So there will be some confirmed Swedish presentation in the playoff stage of the competition. But, it's very close to Copenhagen. So if you're a fan of Astralis, come on by. They're in the playoffs already.
Yeah, mate. Just drive over the bridge, take a train, whatever you'd rather.
Walk, swim, do anything, really.
It's like half hour.
You can take an electric scooter.
Honestly, you're kind of missing out. It's so
it's like, what, 15 euros, 16 euros for a ticket? You guys
it's
buy
£14, I think. So I don't know what that is in euros.
16 euros, something like that? Yeah, not bad. Pound ain't what it used to be, Harry.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm not like trainline.com or whatever. I don't know all the prices, but I'll give you my best estimate, I guess.
Harry will literally pick you up on a scooter.
Yeah,
and bring
I will scoot and I will meet you at the airport and I will chauffeur you here. Crims, He's going to show Shush something now.
Oh, refresh!
Walking out of Palace. It's a good adjustment from Nikados. Going to reclaim that lost man. So the lead still held by Fnatic in this round. 4-on-3. Mezzy with the Goblin angle.
The Green Goblin.
Here he is.
Spider-Man's nemesis.
KDM.
Oh, he's got him.
Shooters, mate. They're sticking out. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's the bomb as well. Like, playing triggered, just knife him, bro. Just knife him.
Yeah. There we go. Finally. He's like, what? Surely the bomb isn't here alone. But nope. Kedian has gone up with a bomb alone. And everything is going down. Testis out of there. 6 rounds for Fnatic. There he is, the Green Goblin himself. The black and orange Goblin.
Yeah, man. The two-tone Goblin.
Yeah, it's my favorite one, actually. We hear Kedian on the mic. Don't speak Danish, but I'm sure someone at home does. It's not getting as loud as he was yesterday. Hugo was telling me you guys could hear him from this room.
Yeah, you know, at times. Not when he was 0-10. He was pretty quiet then, actually.
Yeah, I can imagine, yeah.
Dude, I gotta say, Forest is having a bit of a rough one right now. 3 kills, and we're 21 rounds deep.
This one's just getting started, though, Harry, so let's see what he can do in this one. Forest on the AWP.
All right.
This is his round, I feel it.
I'll subscribe to this. Subscribe
in your Forest.
Subscribe to the Forest, there we go.
Need his mushrooms. Be at 1 with Forest himself. It's about to be an execute in towards his position. He's playing in front of the smoke, so he will actually be able to deal some damage here. Will he be a...
Oh, you're lucky to be alive!
And he goes out again and dies. No kill for Forest in this round.
Hey, that is brutal. And as they try to turn to deal with the hole that's been made over in A, that's where the con split comes in. This was very well put together by Heroic.
Boom.
All right, Nikados, come on then. Give us a reason to believe. 1 kill is not enough to believe yet. 1 kill, not enough to make me a believer.
You won't subscribe to this one. The 4v2, Heroic happily sitting by. Nothing coming their way. Fnatic have to concede. Their chances must come in a later round. I don't think they're going to get many rounds to play with here. 15 secured for Heroic. This is looking to be an absolute smackdown. Oh, missed shot from Nikados. Everything looking to be removed. No mercy today for Heroic. Getting revenge is their main priority. Fnatic kicked them early. Took the win in the opening match in the best of 1. But Heroic starting with a strong statement here today. The best of 3 elimination game. The favorites for the competition will not go out. In their mind, at least. There's still lots to play, but right now Fnatic not posing much of a threat. This is what you've got on the Fnatic side to play with going into possibly the last round of this game. It's going to be the M4A1 SL3, MP9, AK-47, a little bit of utility, but not a whole lot. Namely, there isn't actually Molotovs in play. There's 1 in the hands of Crim, so he won't be able to slow anything quick here. And it is pretty quick here out of B.
Yeah, they're trying to do what they can on these entries. Heroic. The flashes were good to move them in, but over on the short side, Crims has held it down rather. As he's still playing up close, going to turn him to mincemeat, and so the Danes, they come a-knocking, and it's the Brit out with the reply over at Van. He's been the two-tone Goblin, now the White Van man.
White Van man. That sounds more sinister.
Men with Ven. And so Fnatic not out of this one yet. You know, they've still got a bit of fight left in them. It is going to be a comeback of epic proportions needed, though. They need 8 more in a row if they want to take this to OT. It's wishful thinking currently. But hell, man, all great comebacks got to start somewhere.
Gotta wish.
Go to Wish. Buy a comeback.
Buy a comeback. It'll get you to 14 rounds.
Is this like a premium, you know, premium select comeback, or is it a Wish comeback? Let's find out.
Or yeah, other cheap manufacturers are available. But we'll see how this one pans out. Heroic 3 AK still pose a threat, a deadly threat, in fact, as Roy push up into middle. He's gone down early on, so first pick is Heroics. Nice reply from Crims. He's caught in the connector. No one's there to help him out. He's going to be forced into the open. Fantastic work there from Crims to get the double kill.
Yeah, he's done his part in the round, but now everyone else needs to hold their own. Nikados, okay, playing in the window smoke, hoping he's given a gunfight here, but they are looking to move out of middle. Slipping instead down through lower.
Refresh is about to enter the apartments, and Mezzi's pushed up pretty far. He's found himself a comfortable little spot in the sofa area. He is not a welcome guest. He deploys his security measures.
Yeah, now they know, right? Messi still!
Yeah.
No one's only half the battle. The other half, well, it's the battle. And Messi wins them both. Swings it wide. I like that as well. That's a little more confidence there out of Messi, right? You're up against 15. If you lose that round, it's all over anyway. So he just kind of, throws a bit of caution to the wind. He tries to fight them on his terms for a change. And it's a thing of beauty here. That's like vintage Messi just anchoring down the apartments. Doubling up and safeguarding the round. Fnatic with 8 and an eco for Heroic. When this is all played out, it's just going to be 6 between Fnatic and the Danes.
Nate going down to the underpass. Caught in the undertow. Heroic certainly starting to wake up inside. Messi peeks out onto shore, getting out of that. It's going to be sent in to deal with some of the softened opponents. Doesn't actually land anywhere near them. So, picked up rifle. Nikados is taking one of the USP, but is immediately answered upon. Fnatic should have really no issues closing this, but never really know. There's a rifle still in the hands of a Heroic player. SS low.
Right, you don't win that, yeah. Yeah, there was no winning that fight, but on the upside, there is a chance of the plant. Whoa, shush!
Wow.
Go! Put in those digits. He's done it. They've got the plant. That's what Heroic wanted. Anything else is a bonus, but should be the end of the line, and there it is. Mate, that was actually a really nice idea. They leave the A1S in mid, it gets hunted, the A players pulled away to go and support the mid-crunch, and it lets that bomb plant come through. That is very much Heroic, just planning for the future, right? Making sure that those bank accounts are built up in this next buy round. They're going to have the AWP, they're going to have all the bells and whistles. This is now, their chance to close this out. No excuses here.
It's like the classic matchmaking strat of you go A and I plan B, kind of, but
with a bit more flair.
Yeah, more flair, but more about it, really. And so that's good. You got some extra cash out of that. And maybe that extra cash might just be enough to topple the Fnatic side here on Mirage. But I'm glad to see a few more rounds being picked up here for Fnatic. Even if they lose this, which they should, at least you got into the first game a little bit. You can leave with your head a little higher. There's that mentality shift going into the second map. You feel a little bit better about this. I love how far Forest is pushed down through the ramp here. So much control already taken. Isn't going to push too much further forward, so Shush isn't going to be in a position to see him or really do anything about Forest, and Forest isn't going to see anything with Shush, but he's just picking up information that no one's pushed into A just yet. But if they come back, that's when Forest's position becomes real deadly, and that's exactly what they're doing here, Harry.
Yeah, it makes me nervous that it's Forest here, though, dude. He's had a really rough go at it, and he's missed a lot of shots that are very uncharacteristic. Like, if there ever was a time to get him back in the game, it would be with a multi-kill in this position. This could be the reactivation of Forest. He's been spotted. Oh, that's the bomb. It's a good start for Forest, but it's only one. Cadian's going to trade it still. He's got so much info from this.
And it actually just disrupts the play entirely, because you can't just go for that smoke execute, because the bomb fell down. You had to drop off the platform. You had to waste a few more seconds. And in that second, it's allowed an adaptation for Fnatic, an adjustment to the defense. And that's the push of Crims in towards ramp. 25 seconds left. If you're Heroic, you can't be that methodical. Of course you have to clear this position, but Crims gets the double. Gideon and Refresh go down, and the impact is felt from forced push in the initial part of the round. And the rest of the adaptation is solid enough for 10 rounds of Fnatic's board.
All right then, they're building back in, aren't they? Fnatic starting to get into the swing of things. Heroic are the ones now feeling a little bit ropey, feeling a little bit uncertain. Really nice disruption, the kind of 1-2 combo from Forest and Crims, and you were dead on. You know, after it gets disrupted for so long, there's so little time left. They can't take all the kind of time clearing these angles, and so Cadian just assumes that on his kind of light jiggle in that the angle is clear. And Crims doubling up. Well, it's got a lot of mileage on it there. The two Swedes getting stuck in, dealing with the A play. Also important for Forest, I think, just to feel like he's having impact in this game. Yeah, not one that you would say would get in his own head, but it certainly was. Like, a lot of opportunities where Forest doesn't often drop the ball was sailing past earlier on, and at least there he's good for one. It was an important kill. It was the kill that dropped the bomb, that allowed for those rotates, that bought all that time. And so it's a very key moment in the round. Now another partial investment for Heroic. They're starting to feel this one get a lot closer than they wanted it to. They're going to try and full send into the A bomb site. Crims putting on a show with this second AWP. Lights them up on the push and now just plays the numbers game, right? No point overextending here, giving that AWP over, giving Heroic a chance. You can play the 4v2. Hello, Cadian's just lost the bomb on a stairs push. Oh my god, Shush! Hang on. This was not meant to be winnable. This wasn't meant to happen. He's only got a P250, only got the sidearm. This jungle player is a little bit away, and so Shush has time to get that reload off. Was not aware about Mezzy here. I think a big part of his brain had assumed that if anyone was jungle, they would have come swinging. They would have supported that CT player. They would have gone for the trade. And so Mezzy arriving late might have actually served him well there.
And that's a little warning system to Fnatic. Yes, you're very much mentally in the game now, perhaps even physically in the game, but that's a little warning of the ability of Heroic. They have so much firepower. It's hard to keep that firepower suppressed when they're on match point for so many rounds. You have to be perfect for Fnatic if you want the full comeback. Refresh has got the first kill. Forest is down. Crims is trying to pull that one back by playing his way through Palace. Hanging around here, but eventually you start to feel a little uncomfortable. In particular, Nikodos was his main support network, and he now has to worry about connector 2. Roy's pushed up through short. There is a couple of protocols in place here for Fnatic, but when you're down a player, there is going to be a gap somewhat. I think right now that potentially is that ramp setup. They walk through the ramp right now, puts pressure onto the AWP here. There's two AWPs inside of the A site. Crims needs this kill. If he gets this, Fnatic are in a great position, and that's exactly what Crims goes and gets.
Alarm bells are going off now for Heroic. They need someone to make a play. Refresh is trying to be that man, but no fights are getting given to him, and these AWPs continue to disrupt Heroic. Refresh, man, your time, your window's closing. Oh, he's just made it across underneath the Palace player. Oh, Nikodos, what is that? Wall bangs him out. It's just Cadian left, and Nikodos lays down the pain with the AWP. Another round for Fnatic on this comeback. Another round in the right direction. Closer and closer to that big threat of overtime.
We're
now
really
12 to their name. And I mean, dude, like, this double off A-hold, a thing of beauty.
Oh, he's seen the elbow.
He saw the elbow and he saw the toes. Nikodos with a foot fetish over here, man. Look at him go.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And that's Fnatic marching their way back into this. It's quick. It's very quick here from Heroic. Forest is there, signaling the alarm bells that needs to go. They realize the double up setup, so a quicker call. Out of spawn here for Heroic. Is this the banana peel? The Fnatic slip upon, but it doesn't look like it. Mezzy's held. And Stown with the rifle. Bomb loose, but so much time.
Yeah, and mate, Stown in these clutches, I don't know, this guy kind of steps it up a level when you throw him into a clutch. He's only got himself to worry about now. Hoping that he's given an early engagement, but all this waiting has lended time to Fnatic. They've sent a big wrap in through ramp. Roy moving in for the backstab.
The longest Stown takes, yeah, he's just not really considering this ramp flank.
It's not gonna, it shouldn't happen now. Too much time lended to that ramp flank, and Roy gets there silently, no idea for Stown.
2 rounds away from overtime now for Fnatic. I like the call there from Heroic. They see the double up setup was used in the A site in the previous round, so they call a little investment, Tech-9s, armor, charge it out A. Try and beat that smoke. Try and just get out before the util. I like the call. Definitely makes a lot of sense on paper, but Forrest does well to get the early pick. If he goes down without the fight there, who knows? Maybe the Op's under pressure, doesn't have the extra second to react and compose themselves to be able to deal with it. But a buy is now in for Heroic. This is the decisive one. If Heroic lose this, Fnatic surely will be in pole position to bring us to overtime. It's heavy through middle for Heroic. Everybody applying pressure. Molotov goes around towards short. They've already taken so much control. Roy's about to be dunked on. Nade takes him down to 58 HP, and he is looking for this first pick. He wants this first kill, and the flash goes around the corner. Roy goes down, and Heroic have the first kill of round 29.
This is one of the best spots that Heroic have been in since they've tried to close this game out, right? They were 15-6 up, and now we're at this point where we were considering overtime. They're in this 5-on-4. These are the moments where Cadian has to dig deep, has to deliver a round-winning strat to just put this game to rest. There is a big flank right now, pushed all the way through A. Forrest embarking on a big old journey here, has got the crunch on these mid players, but Refresh is considering it.
Yeah, Heroic have so much time, they can wait for this. They can wait, they know Fnatic has to react, and there's the information. Now they know, okay, likely a possible stack in towards this B side. Now we start to think about the connector play. Maybe we can start to take control of that, but Forrest comes back, he double dips, and there was no way Refresh thought he was going to stick around. That's a big kill to find, but they came up through.
They're hitting both bomb sites right now. They're in B and they're in A.
But the bomb's only gone to one. The bomb has only gone to A. 19 seconds left. Sticking around is Crims. He knows the bomb's gone down on this A site. Nikodos is taking out Testes, so it's all on Cadian. The 1v4 to survive overtime possibilities. He can close it, but it's going to have to be in the most heroic fashion.
He's cognizant of the wraparound. Cadian needs to be flawless in every one of these fights, and it's wishful thinking. Crims nails him on that quick jiggle out of ramp. That whole round was destined for Cadian to be the man to set up to clutch it, and he falls short. 4 left standing for Fnatic. This is going the full 30 rounds. Heroic, have they let this one slip away from them?
It's all Forrest in this round. You know, the player we criticized about his performance, maybe a little quiet in that first half, but it's the impact he finds. The reaction, similar to that of what we were discussing in the first half from Heroic. When you lose the first player on the CT side, there needs to be some sort of reaction. You need to either get map control back, you need to get the trade kill. And we see Forrest, not without a second, he's pushed through ramp, he's getting all the info and realizing no one's here, no one's at T-spawn. That's information that allows the Fnatic side to continue the stack of 2 players in the B side. No one has to take a risk over there, but it's the double dip from Forrest, the balls really to go back into that mid fight again. Refresh is holding for it, but he wasn't ready for him to come back, and that's the game sense. You can't really teach that. That's just a feeling that Forrest had to stick around and go for that again.
It also speaks volumes as to where this game is at and the Fnatic we're seeing right now, because if that was earlier on in the game, Forrest would have just left. He would have given them the respect. You know, it was a very respectful first half from Fnatic where they kind of played on Heroic's terms. That's not happening anymore. The game has changed now. Looking like it's going to be another one of these just flat-out A executes. Heroic are putting it all on the back of A smokes.
And here it comes, utility being sent forward. Crims smoked off this time, so as the player committed inside of the smokes, there's Forrest that looks to try and get it done. First kill will go Heroic's way. They've cleared out Forrest. The machete chops down the trees and gives the chance now to Heroic to try and close this one out.
From 15-6 into round 30, is it all for nothing? Fnatic, a man down. They've got to dig deep. They've got to try and pull this one back from the most dire of circumstances. Already, Heroic are deep towards CT. Tess says they don't know about it, but here he is, swinging out. Crims now dead. Tess says, we'll get traded. Still, you're dealing with the deficit here if you're Fnatic. What are they going to do? Mezzy in the window. Good for the first, but Cadian's just being elusive, just dancing around. Mezzy's now dead. Nikados needs to serve up something huge. 1 versus 3, and this one is too far gone. Heroic, the full 30 rounds needed, but they do get it over the line.
What an incredible match, and heartbreaking for Fnatic not to be able to pull that all the way to overtime, but the relentless Heroic, they continue to attack the A site. They finally break through, and it's Forrest that just doesn't get that one pick. He did that before when they tried the faster play into A. He was able to fend them off with the first kill, but this time unable to do it, and the post plant that Heroic find themselves in is just too strong to really compete into the retake attempt, but that could have been far worse. That looked like it was about to be shut out in the blink of an eye. Heroic looked to take map 1 immediately, but Fnatic stay in it, they compete, and now they're in a position mentally heading into that second map where they absolutely have a chance here, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, dude, if it isn't clear enough from that game there, from 15-6 to the full 30 rounds, this is going to be a banger, and we still have even more to come, so stick around, right? The remainder of this series coming up in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Stuck ranking up? Lost the motivation to grind? Bored of clicking heads on AIM maps? Get some color into your game. Bitskins.com. Buying and selling skins made easy. Tons of payment methods and instant cash outs. Just choose your dream skins, select your preferred payment method, and start grinding again. If you want to play like the pros, you gotta look like the pros.
a thing of the past, like 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 a thing of the past. Take it to the grave, take it to the grave, and don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave, every kiss upon your lips, you're gonna wish that they were here. Take it to the grave, and don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave, every kiss upon your lips, you're gonna wish that they were here. Oh, no, 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 take it to the grave.
Come have a good time, I fi drop it low. No need for rush now, come and take it slow. You can lead now, come and show the way. With it a jump up, party till late. Me see a jump up and inna the ear. Another jump up, we no have a key. Let go the day, come step inna the night. While I wine go till the morning light. La 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 la, moving right. Da 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 da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets slow. La 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 la, moving right. Da 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 da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets slow.
Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop it down low.
Drop it down low. Come have a good time, I fi drop it low. No need for rush now, come and take it slow. You can lead now, come and show the way. Where they a jump up, party till late. Me see a jump up and inna the ear. Another jump up, we not have a care. Let go the day, come step inna the night. While I wine go till the morning light. La 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 la, moving right. La da da da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets low. Low, low, low. La 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 la, moving right. La da da da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets low.
Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop it down low.
Shit, shit, drop it down, drop it down. Shit, I say drop it down, drop it down. Shit, drop it down, drop it down. 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 Shit, shit, drop it down, drop it down.
Drop it down low.
The best way, you got me slipping today. But in the first place, well, I never wanted to say. Let me get you alone. I've got a little place in mind. Let me take you alone. There's gonna be a space and time. In the worst way, you got me tripping today. And by the first taste, I should have never gone on to say. Let me get you alone. I've got a little place
Pinnacle Cup Championship is brought to you by Pinnacle, Asus ROG, Intel, and Bitskins.
We have a lot to break down here. The ending scoreline was 16-14 to Heroic over Fnatic on map 1 Mirage. It was so tight. At one point, I think Heroic were ahead 15-6, but they got so many of those rounds on the CT side on the first half, 10-5, and Fnatic almost clawed their way back in. It's going to be up to me, Parla, and my analyst Golden and Hugo to figure out why that transpired. Golden, what did you see in this matchup?
I saw that, you know, doesn't, like the CT side, it's so damn powerful on every map right now, and especially for a Heroic that is very random and can gamble stacks. They can do a lot of gimmicky stuff, and, you know, it's hard to prepare for because they're just doing random stuff. It looks random to us at least, and they're just getting away with it, you know, taking a kill in mid, taking a kill here, and it's really disturbing your default on T side, and that's where Fnatic struggled the most, as we saw on their CT side. They were pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's a devastating loss for Fnatic. Those ones hurt the most, and I think it's not just because of the scoreline and the comeback, the 8 rounds in a row that Fnatic put together on CT side, but it's the way they did it, right? So many of those T rounds that Heroic just fell apart in the second half were 5-on-4s. I can't count the amount of 5-on-4s that they lost in A post plants. It was actually insanity. Like, I think if you actually look at every player on Heroic after that game, except Tess's, in opening duels they were 5-on-1, 4-on-1, and 4-on-2. Those are insane to have 4 of your players like 5 or 4 times in opening duels, and it goes to show how many rounds that Fnatic clutched back. Like, while Heroic were coming in with massive multi-kills and like working open bomb sites, getting A post plants all of the time, Fnatic was shutting down the clutches constantly, and like that's super impressive for a team that doesn't have a lot of synergy and a lot of time together as a roster.
Golden, did you see that as well, that Fnatic were able to shut Heroic down and out of these clutches?
Yeah, I mean, it is, in that term, like they had a plan to play the retakes and play together, and being in the honeymoon phase, like you talk more, you over-communicate stuff, and that really helps in the retakes. Okay, so Heroic then, what did they do right in that first half? Why was that CT side so strong? As I mentioned earlier, it's mostly like being shutting down the T default and having information in mid makes like you can gamble stack 3A, 3B. It doesn't matter where you stack, but like as long as you have information in mid, it means that you can do whatever you want on the other side, and you can, okay guys, we're gonna push A, start rotating to A now. This is what Kaden should say, and there's 4 people on A suddenly.
Hugo, up next, it's Overpass. Fnatic picked Mirage. This is Heroic's pick. Is there any chance, based on what we've seen, that Fnatic can pull out a win on Overpass and take us to a 3rd map?
I'm excited to see where people are playing. I think, in theory, you should look at this series now and you should go Heroic 2-0. They're poised to set up perfectly. It's a really good map for them. But this is at least one for Fnatic and for Mezzi especially. It's not a new map to the pool. We used to call it Mezzi Pass, right, for a reason. This guy's so comfortable on that rotate roll. I hope he's still got it. You know, despite all the switches, we'll have to wait and see. They played versus Big earlier. They lost 16-11. I didn't get to catch that game. We were casting another one at the same time. But, you know, on paper, they shouldn't win this game. Heroic, they did dirty. They did them dirty. They won arguably their worst map right now. I guess you could say it's also Ancient, but they've had a lot more closer wins on that. Mirage have been blowouts. So Heroic winning their worst or second worst map over Fnatic, I think they're reassured. I think they're pumped up. And I think they're reassured by the fact that they actually closed it after that massive comeback for Fnatic. So in theory, should be a Heroic 2-0 Parla.
Golden, what do you think? Is this the end of the Fnatic fairy tale, or will they bounce back on Overpass?
So I think, look back at Mirage, right? So they're making a comeback. They are in the momentum. They're getting into the match, which are now they're starting CT side on Overpass. They didn't do that last match, and they started on the T side, which was their worst side yet. And now they're starting on the CT. They can build up some confidence, take 10 rounds. Maybe they can do it. That's how I see it.
Okay,
maybe.
So strong CT side. Start on overpass for Fnatic. Is that going to be a factor, Hugo?
It is so broken right now. Like, it's crazy. In the last, since the last major, when we really started seeing the A1S just get abused and smoke spams and everything, we were thinking, damn, this stuff's really CT-sided. It's getting worse, Paula. Every day it's getting worse. These LAN games, 12-3s, 11-4s, they're not uncommon anymore. We're seeing them so consistently in 50-50 matchups as well. Like, we definitely are at the point where we need a change in CSGO, whether it's just swapping the prices of the A4 and the A1S, or actually nerfing the A1S, doing anything, fiddling with the money. I think there are a bunch of things in CS that we get used to but aren't perfect and could be better, and I think the money's always been a contentious debate, whether it's loss bonus and the save meta or the A1S. Like, there's always something that needs changing just to keep things fresh, and I think right now, like, it is getting kind of one-sided, kind of ridiculous how many CT games are just destroying. Like, the amount of pros who just say, yeah, win knife round, win game. It's like, it's a joke, but it's also kind of in reality.
All right, guys, map 2 overpass is ready to go. Once it's done, guys, is it going to be 2-0 or 1-1? Golden first, then Hugo.
I believe in on 1-1.
1-1 from Mr. Fnatic himself.
Yeah, Mr. Fnatic. Yeah, unbiased, I come in with the 2-0, I think.
It's going to be a 2-0 as well. But I'd love to see a 1-1. All right, everybody, before we get into Overpass, I'd like to remind you to buy your tickets. Come down and experience the show in person. You can see the link below, a chance to meet all of us and the players and see a fantastic arena event in person. I've had a look at the stage myself, as many of us have in here, and it's looking awesome. Pinnacle putting on a fantastic show. So yeah, if you're in the area or you want to fly in, do it. Link below. All right, Overpass is ready, and so are our casters. Harry and Dinko, over to you.
Thank you very much, Paula. Yeah, we kind of followed the heroic mantra and did some sports after our map, and felt good, Harry.
Yeah, it did, man. Dinko, we're 1-1 in ping pong now.
Sure, Harry.
Yeah,
sure.
We split it right down the middle.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if you guys saw it in the background there, but the whole stage that Paula was just talking about is right behind us. A lot of events they try to keep that kind of secretive, but here it's the backdrop to where we're casting from.
It looks sick though,
and it is a very impressive stage. We got to see it all come together from the kind of bare bones skeleton to what it is now. So yeah, definitely come out to London and tag along. One of these teams looking to make it to the playoffs for your viewing pleasure right now. Heroica map up in this series. They stole away Fnatic's map pick 16-14. Now we head to Overpass. This used to be a bread and butter map of Alex's Fnatic.
Yes.
How is this new look squad going to fare on it?
Well, I'm sure Mezzi, as the caller, will look to try and dish out some of that, but dishing out kills on the side of Fnatic. Roy had the top performance for this side earlier today on Overpass. Fnatic did very well on the CT side. As Golden was mentioning, they get to start on the CT side this time around, rather than the T side, which they started on earlier, which really didn't go so well for them. Stown and Shush down into the 2 versus 5. Fnatic off to an absolute flyer with the kills.
Yeah, I don't think Heroic were necessarily ready for this, right? Like, the first half Mirage was kind of super tapered from Fnatic. They looked a little scared. They were playing a little scared. Whereas, after getting the full 30 rounds, I bet that has kind of dished a bit of confidence out. And they come into this pistol fighting.
Send the smoke on into the site. It's going to be the Hail Mary play really here for Heroic. Forrest, even under so much pressure, even after getting gooshed up, still able to stand tall for the kill. And to put Stown alone into the 1 versus 5, he'll start to drop back, hearing the steps, I'm sure, starting to consider the connector. Back, takes down Nikodos, so it won't be the clean sheet for Fnatic, but very much will be their pistol round in just a moment. Stown starts to walk forward, likely to his death in just a moment. Flank coming around from the backside of the toilets as well. Stown walking right into Roy, and he'll collect himself the 2nd kill of the 1st round.
I gotta say, there's some really nice little details that my eyes appreciate in the server, and that's the cool little branded Pinnacle outfits.
Oh yeah, they're cool.
And also the fact that they redid the signpost that you line up smokes with.
And here on Graffiti, they've actually graffitied the wall in Pinnacle as well.
Oh wow. Yeah, look, it's all super cool. It's really tight. Oh, there's one here as well.
Yeah.
Like you never know. You never forget what you're watching.
Yeah, that's
I'll
true.
say that
Subliminal
much.
messaging on point for sure. But right now, we're not going to forget that Fnatic have won the first round likely because we did see a ridiculous. I can't believe it, but that last game came down to 1 round. To overtime, and Heroic won a full USP round in that game, Harry.
Yeah, right. Like within that context, if you just won that 1 round to USPs,
it's
you
overtime.
could be an OT right now.
And you could have won the map. But Heroic should not be doing that with Glocks and P250s. Now, this should very much be a Fnatic round, but they want to try and keep it clean. They want to try and keep as many players on the board as possible here for Fnatic to get things kicking.
Yeah, you know, I got to say, man, I hope that Fnatic can keep up this performance.
Yeah, this level's nice.
You can't help but be romanced by the story of this team as well. Like, you know, the desk we're talking about it, especially like, you know, whenever you think Fnatic, it's kind of sad because, you know, your brain goes to like the glory days. You know, I'm talking, you know, your Olafs, your Flushes, your JWs. Maybe it even goes further back than that, and you know you're thinking of your Forests and whatnot. Yeah, but yeah, in recent times, you know, it has kind of been a darker chapter in the Fnatic storyline.
Yeah,
and the thing that's so cool about this team is like not only do you kind of have a lot of pieces that feel like on paper they should work together. Right, I think this is the best looking Fnatic squad on names alone that we've had in a good while. And on top of that, it's like, for the individuals in this team, it's super cool. You got like Mezzy as like this breakout British star that shows that he's willing to do whatever it takes to find success for his team. You've got Crims, who has been tied to this org for so long now throughout so many iterations of squads, and he's always been a big performer. Then in terms of like the new bloods, you know, you've got the Danes coming over from the Copenhagen Flames squad, who, you know, you've got some really, really, like, flashy pieces in there. And then you've got Forest right now as the 5th to, like, tie it all together as this grizzled, seasoned vet, you know, up there alongside your Crimses. It's super cool. It's very easy to get behind this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really interested to see, you know, how Mezzy is going to continue to call for this team. Obviously, he has spent most of his top-level career with Alex. Overpass likely to be a staple due to that. Heroic, a good start in their gun round, finally with the rifles out. They've picking up the first, but problem is here for Heroic, not that, but they do have 2 smokes available. That's all the utility they have left at the minute mark, but they have got 2 kills. That puts them into a significant advantage, in terms of that at least.
Yeah,
no util for Fnatic either.
Yeah, they often don't really mind like playing within the confines of having very little utility. You know, you do see times where it comes back to haunt them, but this isn't like too out of the realm of normality for Heroic. You know, they've gone for like a slow first rifle round where they've bled kills out, they've bled utility out, and now with these 2 smokes, they're going to put together a bit of an offensive here. They don't have flashes. You would love some flashes to try and get people off of angles, but none of that today. Instead, they've just got to win these entries dry. Crims playing in tandem with Nikados. They're going to play off the back of one another, but Testes is there, taking heads off, leaving it all on Forest. MP5 and a dream.
Big dream. Likely a nightmare. He looks to be slipping away. Don't think he's going to be getting anywhere close to the competition here. But Fnatic, you have to remember, this was a bit of a bonus round, but you got to feel when those 2 picks come in towards the end of the round on the site, just before Testes gets the double, you feel like there's an opportunity potentially to win the round in the end. But Heroic come out swinging. They find the 2 early picks. Just the advantages you find there put you in such a significant lead. It's really hard for Fnatic to recover that, and maybe a better weapon here on the ground for Forest. Going to wait to the final seconds and then snatch that off the bench and slip away with an A1S. Go towards it. Nice little steal there for Forest, and stolen away is Forest. Gone. Dead. Smacked.
Dude, that's always the saddest. Like, you don't even attempt to win the round. You're just playing a saver gun.
Yeah.
You know, like, the highlight of the round was maybe I get out with an A1S, and there was never a chance to win.
You got the A1S, and then you're like, yeah, dead. Second later. But that's the double from Testes that really hammers the final nails into the coffin of Fnatic in that round. But look at that. You really wanted that A1S because you've got MP9s on 3 players here for Fnatic. And look at the setup. It's aggressive. 2 down long, 2 down middle. Mezzy already inside the connector. They're trying to get close and personal with these SMGs. sector control being taken for Heroic, but it's
Hello, Roy.
He's pushed all the way through the playground. Testa's waiting for it, gets the information. And Roy won't be getting behind him. It's instead Messi who swings out, does damage, and forces Shush to kill his own teammate. But Testis is tracking Roy, realizes he's in the... early in the time he looks away.
Yeah, bro, he realised, didn't he?
Yeah. Testis.
You had to say it. Look, man, it's like, he knows. Oh, no, he didn't know.
But he's seen him, dude.
I know.
He just thought Roy ran away, I guess.
Roy is very mobile. It's hard to predict his movements. He's like an arachnid.
Do you love arachnids? Spiders are my best friend.
Ugh.
Scorpions. Everything.
Well, all 8 legs for Fnatic here have to get moving. They do lose a couple, but it's Nikados thinning the herd of Heroic and leaving it all on Cadian with nothing to do in a 1v3. He's very far removed from this round. I don't think he wants to give it a go.
No, he's saving this one. You know who Hugo told me his favorite Harry Potter character was today?
Go on.
The giant spider in the forest.
Oh, yeah?
Like, that's just a Hugo thing right there. You know, all the characters in Harry Potter you got, he picks, I think it's like Sheba or something, right?
Shelob, baby.
Shelob,
or is that
Shelob.
Lord of the Rings? I think that's
Shelob
Lord
is
of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings spider, I think. I don't know.
Let me have a look here. I'm
all
going to Google Shelob.
Spider, anyway. But that just really...
Yeah, Shelob's Lord of the Rings.
All right, okay. That spider is a lot more interesting.
What's his name? Like Stephen or something?
Stephen the Big Spider.
Aragog.
Aragog,
Kind of like Aragorn.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
the Lincoln. God, I hate having looked up spiders on my phone. I'm so arachnophobic. I can't even touch my phone if there's like a spider picture on it.
Hugo was telling the world about how he saves you from spider attacks.
I mean, that's just unequivocally not true.
Well, Hugo told the world. Harry said it's wrong. Choose you want to believe. AK for Cadian. He saved it. He's got a heroic AK, and he's dead. He's out of there. Crim's off to a flyer, and Fnatic have the advantage.
All right, refresh. Not one to want to give that AK away. He runs the gauntlet to go and grab it out through Monster. Kind of ballsy, but now he's got the rifle to play around with. Oh, a nice little boost up, right? Throw that in the mid-round. Get a kill out of it. You feel like it's a real blessing that you weren't being held there. They're doing it again. They're boosting a second time. Hello. Messi. Messi. Come on now. This is mean. Don't do 2 boosts in 1 round. Heroic were holding for it. They did spot him getting up on the boost. Roy has come down through Con, and this is all facilitated on the back of the mid info that's been gained by Fnatic. They have fully pushed through mid, so they know at this point that everyone is over towards this B site. They're just kind of restricting them. Look at the minimap. You are trapped in a Fnatic-branded cage. Those are dropping soon.
Fnatic running a illegal fight camp in the Stewart in Germany, apparently, but it's all cleaned up. The kills are there. And 5 picked up, no problem for Fnatic. They keep it flawless, they keep everybody up, and that starts to recover their economy as well. It gets them a nice CT economy building early. And we heard Golden on the desk how important the CT strong start is here for Fnatic. You see Crims get to that boost you mentioned in the mid-round, very effective, appealing away another kill. Roy doing great work, again continuing his solid performance earlier on today. Was an absolute specialist on this map. A big reason as to why Fnatic started to come back into the game in that second half when they got over to the CT side. And given the fact that we know that T side earlier wasn't great, well, we're going to have to see how many rounds they can pick up on the CT side. Given the fact they're playing Heroic, who have a very lively, living organism of a defensive side, you want as many CT rounds as you possibly can get here if you're Fnatic. Not a lot of utility here for Heroic in this round, but they have got rifles out.
Yeah, kind of links back into what we were saying earlier, right? Heroic are very keen to just bring guns into play, and if that means you got to sacrifice a bit of util, you don't have enough to like throw these kind of avant-garde fakes or like big grandiose strategy into the round, that's all well and good. I think Kane's very much kind of a believer that if something's done right, it should work anyway, and that's what they're looking to do here, grouping up over towards long. They throw themselves into an early fight, and it goes even. 4v4. Refresh working this monster push, but is blindsided by Forest. And I mean, even if he got him, there was a really nice double setup employed there for Fnatic, so the trade was pretty much guaranteed. Messi doesn't know it yet, but Stown is right here, and he's not able to adjust in time. So that's the opener in towards this A site. Now the hit is looking to come through.
But below 30 seconds. Stown, rips apart Roy. A little peek out, and that's his death sentence. Crim's under pressure. They continue to push forward here. Heroic closing the ground down, and the smokes are up. The force field keeping Fnatic at bay for the time being. And the plant is locked in. Forest, they check back. Long could have potentially been a strength, but ends up being a weakness. And Crims is forcibly removed from the round as well. Big round there to find for Heroic, staying competitive back and forth in these initial rounds on the board, not allowing Fnatic to build too much. It's a pick from Stown. Impact found again. Stown is really... I mentioned this yesterday on the desk. He's really becoming an elite tier player. You know, he's really getting into the cream of the crop of the Counter-Strike world. There's a reason Heroic are always a team you either call a dark horse or a contender at events with top teams, because they just have so much firepower, and Stown is at the forefront of that. The Pro League had numbers similar to that of the top rated players. You want to see consistency though out of Stown. If he can get that, then it would be fantastic to see this Heroic side time and time again. But it's quick to be here, Harry.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, the hold's looking really clean for Fnatic. They've dealt with these first two components that were kind of trying to spearhead the push. And now it's all about just containing Heroic, leaving them trapped out towards Monster. You know, you can't win the round at Monster. They need more control here, and they can't get it. It's just a repeated onslaught of utility, supplemented by Forest fighting through it. And so Fnatic, they pull up with that round there. They put a stop to the B hit. And Forest, the guy who was like really quiet back on Mirage, has started to remember what winning feels like again. And he likes that feeling, don't he?
He does. That's why he stuck around for a long time. Just that hunt for that boost of winning drug. He's been losing quite a bit, unfortunately, over the last few years for Forest, but imagine if he's able to take down Heroic today with Fnatic. Now that'll be incredible. What a storyline that could develop if Fnatic do compete here with Heroic today.
This is about to just be an all-in monster rush, and these always make me so nervous. So often, you just get churned up, but the flash is good, and Crims is full blinded. Pistol was out. Oh my god, Forest gets caught swapping weapons. It's a double opener for Stown. Messi is desperately trying to regain control, desperately trying to regain some semblance of normality in this B site. But the round is already decided on the back of those 2 kills alone. Fnatic, they don't want to attempt this. It doesn't feel worth it. They're weighing up the pros and cons. And it feels like, you know, you could win it, sure. But if you don't and you attempt this round, you're broke. And that's a way back in for Heroic. They give them the respect here. They let this one slip on by.
You're right to be worried about that monster setup, but should have done a little bit more of that. Fnatic shouldn't have been that quick double from Stown, but as he was taking the first kill, he's seen the second opponent just fall in behind. He was able to react quick enough to take down both, and Fnatic have to weigh up the risk assessment. And that's a big save for the 2 rifles as well, and Heroic snapped into the round win. That's man Stown, we were just talking about him moments ago. Well, he makes a difference in this one, that little X factor. And Fnatic, like I said, you need to pick up as many CT rounds as possible, but this one's another one gone. It's frustrating, but it's one you have to stomach. And we'll get Kita on the mic.
Weighing in with a few choice words.
On those, I love how nice he is about it. I'd be like, guys, fight already on the B hit. It's a low bite. They could just rush B, but you know, it's a diplomatic way.
Yeah, you know, I kind of get the vibe that that's like one of those round wins where you go into it and you go, okay, they probably don't go back to B. You know, they just got mauled in like a full gun round trying to fast hit it. They probably don't go back to it because, like, even the way that Fnatic were positioned kind of lends itself to that idea, right? You had like a push through Con. You had like 3 players players leaning over towards A and mid. It was just a double B hold where they're trying to delay it with util if it were to be the B hit. And it was in that kind of, in that lull of pulling utility that Heroic were able to find like the leg up and get all that success. So yeah, that one's going to hurt if you're Fnatic, right? If you think back to Mirage, the whole 30-round affair could have been very, very different if they didn't lose to that full eco round right off the bat. In the kind of third of the conversions.
Yeah.
So, you know, these rounds do matter. They do matter a hell of a lot. And Heroic know that one round can make all the difference.
Well, we said Mezzi loves a bit of overpass. Well, earlier today, went 7-21, had a very quiet performance, and they lost the map. He's currently yet to frag on the server right now. 0-3 right now on Mezzi. Just letting him get involved at some point within these rounds, within the first 10, maybe get him feeling a bit more confident. Not really in a position to deal with early fights. He's playing towards Graffiti in this round. But it's Roy and Khan who's taking the first kill. Shush walks into the den. And Roy, just like Shelob, takes him out, wraps him up. She could do it, in fact. Schmegball.
Yeah, that's what Hugo believes the little goblin guy's called.
Definitely not his precious, but 50 seconds left in the timer as you head under the minute mark. Fnatic, triple setup inside of the B site, stronghold there for the time being, and even stronger out towards long. Nico does. Forces the life out of Testis. Refresh extends out Monster, but Forrest claims his life. That's a non-starter for Heroic.
Yeah, no, mate. They tried to do something they like doing, which is where they kind of like launch an offensive on both sides of the map. They really are a team that you'll actually do it a fair bit, and it's, you know, it's kind of unusual in like the grand scheme of Counter-Strike meta, but Heroic have made it work a hell of a lot. You know, oftentimes they're winning at least one of those attempts, right? They're winning either over towards A, maybe they get an opener, maybe that jiggles the setup around down towards B, and then that only lends like more credit to what would have been that swing from Refresh, right? The idea is, as Fnatic start to jiggle the rotate around, he kind of catches them unawares, and suddenly you can create a lot of space there, but it isn't without its risks, you know, and you can sometimes just lose both fights, and exactly what happened.
Yeah, it just looks silly when it
exactly, yeah, it does look silly. It's like, you look at that and you go, well, no one had any support, no one could have done anything. If they do both lose, the round's over, and the round was over as soon as they both lose that fight. But it's like more often than not, Heroic actually win, at a bare minimum one of those, normally both of them. So, yeah, you know, they're going back to, they're trying to do like what often works. But Fnatic have got answers this time. They're a lot more comfortable in these head-to-heads.
Yeah, and this is quick in terms of Heroic taking that water control. They're very speedy to position. Stown gonna climb up on top, peering down into the B site. No one given the opportunity yet on top of this boost. Stown will hold. Patience is the virtue, and Stown is rewarded for it. Heroic now have the advantage to play with out of the T side. With a minute 10 seconds left on the clock, they don't even have to commit anywhere, but their numbers are significantly leaning towards this B site, which leads me to believe that play is about to come through rather soon.
Yeah, Fnatic, though, they remember what happened last time, right? They've already pulled a third player down here towards B. Now, he is starting to shuffle away. Re-smoking Monster is at least going to buy you a little more time here. Heroic are content waiting, and they don't really have options anywhere else on the map, so they probably do just follow through with the B hit. This is where it starts to take shape. They're moving up the short side. They're getting ready at long. The Heaven Smoke's gone in, and now the hit is coming.
It's very quick up through short. 30 seconds. Crim's under play. It's a lot of fire coming his way, and Shushin will refresh a couple. Mezzi tries to hold, but he can't fight in two fronts, and that puts Roy into a position that just isn't winnable. He starts to realize all of his teammates are gone. They've been strung up by Heroic. And Roy is off to the save call. Good stuff from Stown again. Just that multi-kill potential every time he goes into that B site. Heroic are starting to find a few weaknesses in terms of their explosive ability into this B site as a group.
Obviously, you know, we kind of seen a trend of like maps becoming a little like more CT-sided in the A1S meta. What would you say is like a healthy scoreline here for Heroic if you were to put a number on it? What's enough on the T side? Because, you know, folks at home might be looking at like 4-6. They might be thinking, okay, well, Fnatic are in a really good spot. They're up in the lead. They're building upon this. But is it that much of a simple story, Dinko?
Well, I don't think so, given the fact that Fnatic's T side earlier today wasn't great. And I think Heroic's CT side is very difficult to deal with. Like, Overpass is a map where you can play quite aggressive as a CT, you can try and find the gaps and force the issues. And we've seen how Fnatic struggled earlier today against the likes of Big. So for me, I look at this and I want 5 or 6 rounds, and I think Heroic are in a very, very good position. Any more than that, and I think Fnatic are in a bad position.
Right.
So, yeah, it feels like Heroic are 1 or 2 rounds away from feeling good about their second half of and Fnatic 3 away from feeling terrible.
Man, I've had the absolute pleasure of watching and casting so much of Mezzy on Overpass. Usually, he is a star here, right? But it's clear that burdened with the IGL role, having to spend a lot of time, you know, looking at what everyone else is doing, it looks like it is kind of impacting his individual performance on this map. And you even note that, by the way, look at this timing that Stoun's hit. Like, this is insane. This is the round right here. You're watching it. This is a fit for Heroic. I mean, don't get me wrong, he could just die and get nothing done, or the backstab from Roy, like, you know, this battle of timings could be hit, but he's too late, and Stoun is too deep.
Yeah.
He is cutting off rotations as they're moving in. They didn't even know this was a possibility, and so the round is done. And I like that about Heroic, man. Similar to this idea of like trusting your teammates to hit both bomb sites at the same time. When Stoun there calls, I have a bit of a feeling, guys, I've gotten very deep down short. No one has seen me. I'm just going to full send it into A. You guys group and come meet me with the bomb. And they're willing to give him all the respect to make that play happen.
Yeah, we've seen a similar round in the Astralis versus Imperial game today where Astralis just kept pushing contact up through bathrooms. If you don't see anybody, you just keep going. You just keep going until you're so deep that you really can't lose the round, because you just cut off rotations that are running up the stairway. If you just let your teammates make first contact in the bathroom setup, then you're in such a good position now. And that's a free round for Heroic. It wasn't really even difficult.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, this is actually where this idea of like this Fnatic squad being so new, with Mezzy being so new to the IGL role, these are pieces that Fnatic won't really have the same level of access to, right? You know, if you're Mezzy and someone says to you like, yo, I might have found a timing here, I'm up in toilets right now, odds are he just goes for like the safer option, which is, okay, let's group them, we'll hit the A site together as a team. He doesn't necessarily have that like same understanding of, or trust is maybe the wrong word, but you know, like the same synergy with his team to recognize moments like that.
From reading Mezzy's interview though, it really felt like he wasn't like a hardcore IGL. It was more of a, he is the main voice. Yeah. But a lot of ideas get thrown his way.
Yeah, a lot of people are like chipping in.
Yeah,
right?
and he makes the final decision on, you know, what idea he thinks best, what elements of each idea, and he's the guy who makes the final call. It's on him essentially to make that call, but you're going to get a lot of opportunities to hear a lot from the other teams. So I think that's essential for a guy who's never IGL before at this level.
I think it's really good versus maybe any opponent other than Heroic.
Yeah, it's really hard to play Heroic.
Their strength is in this this synergy of the team and how they believe in like Cadian's system and they play around his style. And so those conversations don't necessarily need to happen. Everyone already knows their responsibilities. Everyone already recognizes opportunities, and it kind of flows. Whereas, you know, that idea of the discussion maybe hamstrings you in terms of looking for like fast split-second decision making. You know, if Stoun had slowed down for, let's say, even like 5-6 seconds there while him and Cadian have that back and forth of like, do I commit with the push? Do I keep going?
They have the killer instinct.
Exactly, right? They have that. Yeah, 100%. So, okay, Fnatic, it's now a tie game. This is where they have to try and turn it all back in their favor. If Heroic go above them in the board, if they go off on a 7, Fnatic run out of money, Heroic are looking to win out the half. It's all spelling disaster for Fnatic's life here at the Pinnacle Cup Championship.
Well, the first fight will be Roy to go down. Shu shreds through him, and the first kill already in Heroic's hands. Oh, this is not the start Fnatic would have hoped for. With everything you put on the line there, Harry, it's just starting to feel very, very weak. Small note as well, it was very interesting to see in the timeout. Just sprung to mind the fact that Exist stats behind the Heroic side. Forest sits in the player's seat on the Fnatic side. Ex-teammates from the NIP days. Forest in this round holding strong. Down is down. Refresh falls as well. Fnatic staying in this one. And it's Forest that's lifting them out of the hole. They've got the advantage. Under a minute left. Kadian jiggles to try and find info, and he will find Forest. Head is gone. And now it's Nikodos into the 1v2, coming back down to the lower side. No kit, no utility, but everything on his shoulders.
Weight of the world here. Is he going to crumble under the pressure? Nikodos moving in, and right now Heroic, they are full set to just play around this bomb. It's set up for Kadian to win this in a clutch, right? If somehow Nikodos gets past this AWP, Kadian can play the time. That's assuming he manages to survive the crossing. It's not going to be easy, and Tessez swinging out from behind Pillar. It's in those little moments, it's in those little 2v1s, man, that Heroic really shine. They were set up in such a way that for Nikodos to win that would have required some like incredible individual effort. There was not going to be a misstep out of Heroic for you to capitalize on. He had to do it every step of the way, and with that not happening, it's now 4 in a row for the Heroic squad. The money broken for Fnatic. They are starting to run away with this T side, and that could spell disaster for this new look Fnatic squad.
Yeah, bring it back to the point I made a few rounds ago. The fact that, you know, you're looking at 5 or 6 for Heroic and you feel good, but 7, you're getting into territory where it's Fnatic's nightmare. You have so much more to do now on the T side, the side you did nothing on earlier today. Roy trying to get them a miracle here, 5-7 into the double kill on the connector. A 2-man advantage picked up already for Fnatic. Heroic start to barrel back to B. This is the decisiveness. This is the killer instinct perhaps that Heroic have. The push through, letting Refresh try and gain this ground back. They know they still have the weaponry advantage. They have that superiority, but now they need the kills.
Yeah, Refresh at the front. Dispatching a Forest. Was ready for a short side duel, but it doesn't matter. Mezzi holds the line, and with support from Nikodos, it will be a Fnatic round delivered. They put a stop to one of these B plays, and that's nice, man. That's actually a big win for Fnatic. They had next to nothing coming into that round, and on top of that, they maybe remove an element of the toolkit of Heroic here, which is these fast B plays, these explosions that started this, you know, cascade of round for the Heroic side.
And it's Roy in the initial play in the connector that gets a double kill with a 5-7. The net damage is good, softens up the first player. He's able to swing by, catches both of them, and that's the impact frag that gets them the round. If he gets traded even 1-for-1 there, likely still Heroic win the round, but Roy's doing good work. 12-5 right now. Stown has opened things up though. Nikodos tries to fight early in towards mid, just loses his life. And now Roy locking down connector, more pressure on his shoulders once more. Try and pull one of those kills back if Heroic come his way, but they're avoiding him. Is there a change-up in how Fnatic decide to play the defense? There's 2 players getting inside close to Monster in this crossfire. Might be quite difficult for Heroic if they try and come through Monster in this late round. Forest has decided to peek. Now that's ballsy, and it's paid off.
That is an insane fight to take. Like, it's so easy for a T-side player to just nail your legs before you even see them. And Forest finds that perfect window. Oh, even more damage. Okay, on the reload, they might look to come through. There it is, there's the push. Krims didn't have his gun out, wasn't able to help. This B site is overwhelmed. Fnatic knocked out. They're dizzy. It's just Mezzi left standing, 1v4. A big ask of him here.
Yeah, it's not looking good here for Mezzi. Kadian creeping closer with a scope, and he will close. A fantastic half for Heroic. 8-7, 8 T-rounds on a CT side of map in this meta. That is unbelievably solid from Heroic, and that is a nightmare for Fnatic now as they continue into the second half. They need a pistol, and they need everything after that. They need a fantastic start. Fnatic can't afford to get off to the slow starts we've seen in their half so far. They can't lose to the 4 spies. They can't lose to the pistols. They need to keep it clean, and they need to pick up the first gun round as alongside the pistol and the conversion. They need a lot here starting off this second half. They know the hard work begins, and this will be a true test so early on for Mezzi on the in-game leadership. You've got to deal with Heroic CT side. Well, they are ahead. this team is more dangerous when they're ahead because they take more risks. They feel emboldened by the fact that they've got rounds to play with. They will play a bit more risky and take a few more of those classic heroic plays, and you've got to deal with that. Pistol begins. Some utility here for Mezzi. Everyone else on Kevlar for the T side. And look at this. Heroic already pushed through water, taking control, gathering info outside of B immediately. Fnatic are barreling alongside, but Testis is already holding for this, looking to delay.
Oh, that is a big dink, mate. That is going to force a lot of respect out of Testes over here towards A. He can't take these long fights anymore. He can't take these long duels.
The longer they take, though, Fnatic can try and go back down Con, but this flank from Shush, he could try and get in behind them if he starts to consider it, but they've actually dodged him. They have a window to get into an empty B site if they commit now, but it's just unlikely they make that call. They don't have enough info to do it.
Right? Like, Nikodos is getting pressured here in the toilets, and if it's his party player that ends up getting rid of him, they're going to know that B is now empty. Shush springs the trap, but that is a golden invitation, a golden ticket for Fnatic to go and take that B site. Mezzi is still in the toilet, still in the bathrooms, trying to disrupt these rotates. He's behind enemy lines right now, and in a spot that could look to win the whole damn round. Instead, Cadian gonna wait for him, gonna hang around for that push. It's a 5v3. Heroic have found all the glory so far. Now they've just got to stop this bomb from going off.
Coming back in, they're coming in quickly, and the kills will follow. It's just Roy, and he's towards Graffiti. So many heroic players applying pressure to his position, and they ream him out. Cadian with the headshot. Defuse is being stuck around the corner, and with that pistol going Heroic's way, they are in pole position to knock Fnatic out here in Lund. Mezzi not a player to get flustered. He doesn't really have the personality to allow his emotions to get the better of him. He will stay composed, but...
I mean, yeah, I think it's actually like a very interesting, like dichotomy between these teams, right? On the Heroic side, it's like super loud, super screechy. For Fnatic...
Any other adjectives you got there, Aaron? Ear-bleedingly loud.
Yeah. You know, for Fnatic, it's like very stoic. Like, even outside of Mezzi, who else do you got? Well, you got Crims, like Mr. Calm, Forest. Like, I don't even need an introduction as to how calm he is. And Roy and Nikodos aren't like the loudest two either. This fight over in mid is super awkward, man. You've been spammed out. You don't have this control. You do have guys up con, but right now Heroic have got the bomb, and so the real challenge is just beginning, and nothing is landing. Oh no, Forest dead at long, and so Heroic up on a 10. Now a full eco for Fnatic. The lead is going to grow even greater for the Danes.
Yeah, buy your Heroic stock now. It feels like that's going to be going up, no problem here. Again, the expectations for Fnatic coming into this event, for me, pretty low in terms of how quick the roster is put together. Some of the teams here, their opening game. Didn't really expect Fnatic to be that competitive yet. I look at this team and I think, okay, this is exciting for the future, but how is this going to click? You've just had so many different players and so many different teams all just coming together. This takes a long time to figure out. But this is, obviously we talk about the honeymoon period. We got to actually get a little bit of context as to what that meant by Golden on the desk in terms of, the comms, everybody's over-comming, everybody's hyped as hell to be together, and the comms are flowing. But Fnatic, I think, have performed beyond expectations. I think the best of 3 versus Heroics probably a little step too far.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why, like, there's few IGLs out there at the top level who are able to bring in, like a stand-in, for example, and still perform, right? Obviously, the most recent one that kind of springs to mind would be Carrigan, right? And when you look at his, tenure as an IGL, he is so experienced, he is so knowledgeable, he is fully prepared in moments like that to, know how and where to allocate those resources to make the new face feel comfortable. And it's like, for Mezzi right now, not only is he embarking on the journey of being new to the IGL role, but he's got a brand new roster. He's got Forest in here, who is like kind of this temporary 5th at the moment, who got kind of brought into the fold very, very late. So I think there's a hell of a lot on Mezzi's plate right now, and that's why you're getting these kind of low performance games out of him by his metrics, what we're used to seeing. And so I think, you know, looking at it like that, it's going to be down to these other 4 players on Fnatic to bridge that gap, right? To make life easier for Mezzi. If he's feeling like he's got to micromanage every single round, then you kind of have him off the board, and that's just how it's going to be. Fnatic need to turn it around, or else this is going to be very, very dire. Heroic will move up to 12, the money would be gone again, and so at that point they are sprinting towards the finish line. This is one of the few opportunities you're going to have to offer up some resistance on the Fnatic side.
Well, the Heroic get pushed through Monster already, so they've got a lot of control there. They also blew open the connector door and got info as to how many players were there, or just that there was significant numbers in position there early. So you see Heroic immediately rotate those extra players up towards A. And now the boost over the sign. Tesses looking down into the bathroom. Hasn't seen anybody just yet, but his position, you've got to feel like it's strong enough for at least one. Flash is good, tucks his head down, should be coming back up, and this time takes away Forest. Advantage siding with Heroic. Testis swings out again. He's even got some support, but he doesn't need it. Testis taking 3, and everything is crumbling for Fnatic in this round until that point. Nikodos with a double through the smoke, finally put in the ground by Testis, who gets himself another 4K. He's on for the ace, he's on for all 5. And somehow, some way, we are at a 1 versus 2, which actually feels winnable for Crims.
Yeah, got to put a stop to a very warmed-up Tesses, though. 4 in the round and hungry for all 5. Tucked in at the dumpster, waiting as Crims looks to make his move. They have pincered him here. He's vulnerable to short. He's vulnerable to dumpster, but Crims... Oh, he's got it down to the 1v1. Got to go get the bomb. And in doing so, he's running into Refresh. Knife out as he runs to the site. There's the swing. Refresh has slowed him down enough, and that's the round right there. Heroic up on a 12. They don't even need to win all the fights. Just the tag was enough out of that guy. And so Refresh and Tesses, between the 2 of them, put that round on the board for Heroic.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Tesses. This 4K, just perfect. Gets up on the boost, able to come away with Forest. Second peek out, just lightning fast from the head of Mezzi. There's nothing you can do about that. And this is how it even got close. Nikodos just got this kind of lucky spam to the smoke, got 2 headshots, pulls it back into contention. Crim's close to it, unfortunately, not enough time. It was on his side, but Tesses now confident. This is what I mean. When you're so far ahead, you see these risks taken, you see these aggressive maneuvers come through from Heroic. And it makes it really difficult to play against when they're constantly pushing you or in behind you or getting the timings, the info. Fnatic taking water control, trying to settle into this round. Nikodos spotted.
There's actually a chance for Fnatic here. You know, they don't have a lot of utility, so the B play makes a lot of sense. You can just try to win this opening fight with a couple of well-placed flashes. As they look to move in, though, they've lost that first engagement, and so the momentum kind of seeps out of the B take. Nikodos over on short, does pepper them with 1. Mezzi snuck out through Monster. It's in these late round moments that Mezzi can still find impact, right? He's not having to manage anything now, and so he is just focusing on himself and getting this space. He's good for the kill, and it's left to KD, who's swung again by Mezzi. Double dips in and puts a round on the board for Fnatic. They managed to come in with that one. It's a little bit pacier, it's a little bit faster.
And it didn't feel like they were going to win it at the start, right? It didn't feel like they had that one in the bite, but able to convert it. And maybe, just maybe, a bit of a lifeline. The first block being put down here.
You know, I want the folks to kind of cast their mind back to Mirage and what we saw from Fnatic's T side there. And one of the things that was problematic was this idea of it feels so tempting when you play Heroic to slow down, to wait for the aggression, to try and catch players pushing. But this is punished Fnatic. In that A hit, there was a lot of utility left because they didn't get enough of it out of the ranks of Heroic early on. And they were left pushing in like the final 30 seconds with smoke still in play.
But you also allow those aggressive maneuvers to become more potent because they've pushed forward. They've taken the map control somewhat.
So, you know, it's one of these things now where like Fnatic just won that round by kind of being a little more pacier, by taking control of short, and Monster are having very clear intentions to just run it into the B site. And I kind of hope we see that reflect in how these next few rounds go. Let's see if we catch a bit of a different T-side vibe to what we did on Mirage. Fnatic are grouping outside of B again, and their window for like the perfect hit has just kind of eluded them, really. Heroic actually deep pushed over towards long and mid, and they got the info that no one was there. So they start to scramble these bodies back down to B, and with the man advantage, Heroic can now just play retake in the 5v4.
Oh, big kill from Cadian. That could be a difference maker in this hole for Fnatic. They thought that was their chance. If Nikados takes down Cadian, if he tries to stop the attack forward into the retake, well maybe, just maybe, Fnatic would have been able to hold on, but now they have to look to Roy, and he's done very well to get one. Mezzi stepping up alongside of him, and they're finding the crucial kills to keep this one afloat. Suddenly they look back towards short, and Heroic's significant player advantage is now dwindled just down to 2 players, and it's still toppling. Mezzi and Roy pull it off together. Fnatic with a 9th. That's an essential round and a little pat on the shoulder of appreciation from Kita as Mezzi finally gets into the game.
Yeah, man. I mean, I really think that's going to be a bit of a common trend on this T side as the numbers dwindle, as it is just Mezzi responsible for holding one position, one angle, and having to win those fights. I think that's where you're going to get the most mileage out of him. It kind of looks like, you know, like when he was throwing into having to anchor down bomb sites while we're in like 5v5s in that first half. Sometimes he would be overwhelmed. Sometimes it would feel like he was caught looking, you know, at the mini-map, checking what's up, trying to give info. The kind of reaction speed just wasn't up to snuff with what we're used to out of this guy. But it's in these little like 2v4, 2v3 moments where he's only got one player fighting alongside him who clearly communicates their intent and what they're doing, that he just comes alive. He comes into his own. It's moments like that where you get, you know, vintage Mezzi shining through. And that's now 2 in a row for Fnatic. This is starting to give them a route back in as they've broken the money of Heroic. It means that this 3rd round, providing they don't lose to a full eco again, should be as good as done. Heroic have always got ideas for how they want to play rounds like this. Molotov into middle. And a 4-5-man grouping. Cadian bought armor and a 5-7. You might wonder why. He wanted to get the molly to try and give this illusion that they could have peeked mid and also get the info as to whether or not Fnatic are there. And now they know they've slowed them down in middle. They start to take con. They hear all these footsteps. Heroic have got all the information, and that's what they were looking for. And yeah, we talk about mobile CT sides. Look at this.
They were just going on a little marathon together.
It's a convoy, mate.
Yeah, it's cute. Little
hey,
security
Katie,
mission.
man, park up the RV.
We're moving on. Freedom. Minute 5 seconds left on this clock. They have actually raced their way to the A side because they thought Fnatic were actually going to go a bit quicker there to the A side, but they managed to get there on time, and all the traps have now been laid, all the little booby traps.
Look, man, I don't want to see them lose to USPs again, but it is making me nervous. It's a slow walk into the A site, into a gimmicky boost with everyone else here ready to flood on in.
They could go back, but there is a risk to that as well. You don't really know if there's anybody in the connector, but eventually they should start to see the numbers. But the problem is Forrest is committing with a bomb, so he goes down. Maybe a bit of a problem here, but he has handled the first player well. Second, even better. Now gets taken out. Fine setup. It shouldn't be amounting to too much. Fnatic taking the kills, and yeah, it does get a little scary in terms of how many players were there. The first kill obviously going the way of Heroic doesn't help matters, but Forrest stands strong, gets the double. And from that point onwards, it's rather smooth sailing for Fnatic to take the round. But nothing was expected of Heroic coming into that one. We now expect Heroic to be purchasing out back into the buy again, and that's where they will continue to be competitive. Even think about the situation that Fnatic won in the gun round prior, right? That was a round they probably should have lost in the post plan. But we've seen Roy and Mezzi step up. Those kind of rounds aren't exactly replicable time and time again. You're going to need a little bit of a better system here to get them into favorable positions, and that doesn't help. You've gone down early. 30 HP on Roy to utility. Luckily still standing. And Crims'll slink his way through into water control.
Yeah, it's kind of like a battle of, you know, a jack of all trades versus a master of their craft, right? Everyone's very much bought into the Cadian system for the Heroic side of things. Everyone knows their roles and responsibilities to a T. Whereas Fnatic, it is more loose, it is more free-flowing, and so now we're going to get that answer, you know, which is better. Crims opening up the round, an early 5v4. And considering the damage that was sustained by Roy and Mezzi, he'll take that all day long. Nikados is now trying to sweeten the deal, creeping up short with this AWP. Haven't really seen him take this AWP pick attempt. It's one that someone like Cadian actually is very fond of doing. So let's...
Oh,
no!
Hashtag
dude.
remove the train!
The train just ruined the strat. Mezzy, nothing's going right, bro. Oh, no.
But Molly barrels 3, 2, 1. Ah! Someone didn't check the train timetable, dude. 35 seconds. Fnatic at least still hold the man advantage, but that is irritating.
That molly would have got you a kill. It would have forced the barrel player out. It would have at least
Here comes the barrel player at least.
At a bare minimum, Shush does go running into his death right. And so that's given you this invitation into the B play.
Oh,
it's
refresh,
only
he's dead.
refresh here. He is all alone. No one else can help him. He's got to do the heavy lifting. And with only 1 kill found, it's looking like a Fnatic round right here.
Yeah, no problem. Fnatic, initial... When they try to go, the molly hits off the train, you think it's a problem. You think it's starting to really capitulate. Are they going to be able to stay composed? But they find the crucial kills. Crims with the opening, finds the follow-up a little bit later in the round as well. Heroic, this CT side isn't clicking as well as I thought it was going to be. Couple of opportunities going awry now. This is great. Fnatic staying in the competition in terms of this map for the time being. I'm starting to love some of these calls from Fnatic. Losing down early for Heroic never helps, right? You're losing your sharpest tool in the shed. Most lethal asset.
I'm actually a big fan of this. I feel like we're watching almost like an evolution of Fnatic as the game goes on. It's like, as it's continued, Mezzy's kind of realized that maybe the greatest strength isn't by trying to go for what I would have considered some almost like Alex-esque calls, where you're kind of playing some smoke timings, you know, you're trying to like
I think you're going to see a lot of inspiration from the Alex way of calling.
So there definitely was early on, but like as this has continued, it feels like he's just putting a lot more faith in all these great entry players that he's surrounded with. He's even taking less opening fights, and I actually like that. You know, Mezzy used to be someone who was used to getting involved early, but I think for him, maybe the solution is having him be more of like a late round player. Give that credit to people like Forest, to Roy, you know, maybe set Nikados up if he gets like a really good spawn for some good pathing for a mid or com peak. It's all these little things that we're noticing that are creeping in more and more, and it's building actually a very, very strong foundation for Fnatic. I don't think you were ever going to beat Heroic on a tactical basis, but where you can look to get ahead is by sending in some of these stalwart entry players that you have and have them do what they do best.
Get
and
some
that's what we're getting.
action.
Exactly. Put Roy up against, you know, someone like Stown right out of the gate. Get him out of the server early on.
SS.
Oh my god.
He did this a few times, but
he's
look at the
threaded
timing.
the needle, man.
He's right to the hole, isn't he? He's about to come around the backside. He's backtracking. He spotted one. Takes it immediately. Testis now focuses in towards the top mid. Good jump spot to see the other one at long. And Testis has gathered info and still standing. He poses a threat. And he's going to go and fight Roy down. Oh, Testis taking matters into his own hands. Nearly comes away with a triple. But that is an essential kill to come through for Nikados. Forest now grabbing the gap, realizing he can push forward, catches Shush out of position. He could find another here as well. Jump spot comes through down. Oh, so clean! Get tapped! Forest just wrecks down. Showing that, yeah, he's a youngster, but Forest has just tapped him. The old Reign Supreme in this round for the time being. Cadian and Refresh in a 2v3, 44 seconds left. Fnatic have the advantage, but it can quickly turn. They're going to have to try and play the percentages here, not to let this one slip away. And Forest has a shot to bring down Cadian, and that should be the kill. That should be it locked in. Refresh with just the dig. But he's on the right side of the map here, Harry. Maybe, maybe. Refresh is known to pull off some unthinkable moments. And here he goes again.
Oh my. Oh, Forest, thank goodness. Thank goodness he was there, locked, loaded and ready to go. I don't know, man. I've seen Refresh win wilder rounds, I can tell you that much. But that one will sail on past Heroic. You know, in spite of Tess's best efforts, he might have started it with that gnarly double, almost a triple, over towards long. But it's quickly forgotten about as Forest and the gang, they regain control.
Yeah, this is great from Forest, just a proactive play. You know, when you bring someone like Forest into the team, you know you're going to get someone who isn't going to be scared to try and win you or lose you around, right? That's the thing. I think it was very similar with Snacks when he played with N-Silver in Dallas. When you have these experienced players, they just won't feel scared to go and take a play, to take responsibility in a round. With some teams, you get the stand and it's a little more inexperienced. They're too scared to lose you the round. They feel like the responsibility is on their shoulders. But Forrest, he's willing to make that play, realizing, okay, we've lost 2 essential pieces to the puzzle in this early round. He needs to make space, and he does. He finds it in towards the bathrooms. He pushes forward. He finds the impact. And the unfortunate thing again here for Fnatic is in this round, they've lost that first player, and it's Crims that's gone down. So they've got to play with the 5 versus 4 deficit. Heroic have the advantage with a minute left on the clock.
Still, it's good rooting here to try and make something of this round, right? They've dodged this triple A lean out of Heroic, but they're very, very slow to push the go button. And eventually Heroic decide, okay, we feel comfortable leaving Cadian here. Cadian sends the 2 guys that were with him down to reinforce the B hold. So a pick might actually be deceptive in nature here for Fnatic. They might assume they've got more room or more chances than they do in this B play. And these guys who are rotating down have also got utility that's now going in to slow down this exec. The man on short has to go ahead of the molly, and it all gets so awkward. They're forced to go, not on their own merit, not on their own terms, but by the utility of Heroic.
And now the damage the Teslas got in the last round, it isn't really about the round win, but it's more about the economic implications that may come in this round after a loss like that, right? You don't even compete. You don't get the bomb down. You don't really even go back and forth. So you can see the buy is starting to get into its last legs. It is still a strong purchase here from Fnatic. You'll still have the AWP. You'll still have the 3 AKs. The Galil has to come into the hands of Mezzi, and that's the one weakness in terms of the rifles. So if they lose this round, they'll be down to the weaker buy, the upgraded pistols, and Heroic should be charging towards 15 rounds on the board. And that start is not what you like to see if you're a Fnatic fan. Kenny might just follow up on it as well here for Heroic. He's in a strong position.
It's problematic because they haven't had to contend with this yet, right? Cadian was playing here last round, but they never saw him. They never learned about this AWP. So as they start to move in, often is the case that this first kill from the long AWP feels kind of free. You normally have to trade it. And so it's going to come down to Fnatic hitting this timing to split Cadian in the long toilets. He's going to have the shadow advantage as they move in through the mouth of the toilet.
Yeah,
and
I do love that.
Yeah.
Get my mouth all over the toilet. Cadian going through though, and Nika does. He's down and out. Heroic starting to send Fnatic to the bathrooms themselves, but Mezzi's fighting back. He will not be bullied. He stands up tall, but not for long. He gets slapped by the bigger guy, and Roy and Crims into the 2 versus 4. Down starting to make his way long, and will start to fight and isolate Roy, realizing he's likely there alone, and he feels himself to go for the fun 1v1 fight. So now it's just Crims. And you don't want to stay in the bathrooms alone. You know, hanging out in the bathrooms on your own is a bit weird. So Crims is out of that. 24 seconds left.
You only go to the bathroom with friends.
Yeah, bro, I go there with my friends. Hang out in the bathrooms with your friends. It's less weird.
Right, Crims, he doesn't have any mates. They're all gone. He's the last of a dying breed in this round. 1v4 and 10 seconds to play with. Tries his hand at the stick and Refresh swings on out. Dispatches of him. Don't even break a sweat there, do Heroic. And this is them surging ahead. The game might have been close. Fnatic might have been attempting another one of these comebacks. But at the end of the day, to the victor to go with the spoils.
And the mouth of the toilet. But anyway, we have, of course, Fnatic being broken down to what is going to be an eco, right? We're looking at a couple of Ds, couple of maybe upgraded pistols coming through as the best thing to talk about here for Fnatic. But that means they are conceding this. They are allowing Heroic to go to 15 without much of a contest, which means Fnatic feel like they have to play for overtime. And overtime, that doesn't seem like a million miles away, right? That still feels like a possibility if Fnatic get a good buy into this next round. Nothing coming their way. Heroic this time should be aware of the economic situation on the Fnatic side. They want to just sit back, allow Fnatic some space to work with, but you don't want to go and push and give away one of these solo fights, give away a rifle, give away a better gun to allow Fnatic into the round. So it's much more patient from the Heroic side, but still lively, still rotating a couple of players in and out of the B site. We're under a minute already here, and the first step up is Forrest, first to the death, as Tessus just knocks him down off the flower bed.
Yeah, not the start you wanted in a little eco round like this. If you get the first, maybe it spirals, maybe it gets wild, but with it going against you and with Heroic padding out this A bomb site, the chances of doing much here are pretty slim. This should be Heroic onto 15. Okay, maybe that's going to give you a little bit more breathing room here.
I got an AK out of that as well, so Roy has that to play with, but you still look at the time. 25 seconds, they have to maneuver their way towards the site, and in doing so... I was going to say, you had a player you had to worry about in the form of Stown, but you've got rid of him, and now Heroic start to panic. They start to drop back. Testis' position should be enough to just clothesline them, and he will absolutely ensure the round win for Heroic, but it gets a little worrying towards the end there. Heroic take it nonetheless, and that does put them up to 15 rounds, one away from knocking Fnatic out here.
Yeah, I think it's funny, like you kind of see the very different philosophy in how to play those rounds between these teams, right? Fnatic have tried to go pretty slow in a lot of their eco rounds, try to go for like a late hit once the utilities burn through, whereas Heroic are not afraid to just group as 5 and fight you early in those eco rounds, so that then when they get into those like 2v4s with a gun, they've got more time. They don't have that pressure to quickly assault a bomb site. Fnatic didn't have that. They had to commit to A, and so that round falls apart for them. Last chance saloon for Fnatic. It's do or die, elimination, or a battle into overtime and then running it back again. Cadian's waiting in the divider. He knows they're up close, but he will be caught by Nikados. Roy follows up with another. It's the Danes doing it all. The Copenhagen Falmez graduates coming in with 2 kills, and it's opened up a route into the round.
It looks like it is the round. Heroic are so far away. They conceded this one, and that's going to be Fnatic. That's the most important one to it. Obviously, you lose this, you're down, but it keeps the guns in their hands going into this next round as well, keeping it clean. If you hemorrhage a few players here and you still win the round, you're going to have some economic troubles. You're going to have some weaker weapons, but this is Fnatic keeping the round clean and picking it up. So they're going to have plenty of utility. They're going to have all the premium weapons. They're going to have a double up setup as it stands on the T side. Now, I don't know if you're going to want the double up setup on the T side of play, especially because a couple of these quicker rounds have been working for Fnatic. The double up setup will slow you down, and you don't really... There we go. Thank God for that. Crims will pick up the AK. Momentarily held the AWP, but this is Fnatic now on their march to overtime. First step of the next few, 2 more rounds, and then overtime is possible. Just remember, cast your mind back to Mirage. We thought overtime was coming through. We thought it was about to happen. Heroic broke their hearts. But Fnatic showing us that this brand new roster, with all these role changes, all these team changes, are able to go toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the world and make them sweat right now. This is impressive.
Yeah, you know, I mean, from 15-6 to a full 30-round game on Mirage, and on this one, it's far closer margins. Fnatic are trying to launch another one of these comebacks. They return to a bit of a slower round here. Heroic, they do like to double push Monster on smoke fades. It's a good way that they know when to get information early. With them losing Tesses over here on A, these guys outside of Monster might actually start to feel a bit of pressure to get involved. Hang on, that smoke hit was heard. Now Heroic, no, that smoke made contact, and so they're ready for the Monster push. Refresh and Shush have lit them up. The bomb is out in no man's land. There's under a minute left. And Fnatic, now a man down with no bomb, need to play into this one. They need to get into that B site before they can even think about getting this bomb planted. This is not how they wanted it to go, and it all started with a fleshy smoke sound effect.
Weather as we established yesterday, but 35 seconds. That might just be all that is left for Fnatic here in Lund. Nikodos holds, no mistake coming. Eventually, Fnatic need to make the play. Eventually, they need to leap towards that bomb. The time isn't getting any easier. You aren't getting more of it to play with. 20 seconds. Fnatic have to go. If they don't go now, it is done on time. They want to at least fight for their chance, but it's not going well. Roy is down. Down and Shus will close it. And there it is for Heroic. They will take their 2-0 victory over the Fnatic side. What a run from Fnatic, though. In terms of their opening tournament, that's an impressive start.
100%, man. Heroic, they were supposed to win this match. They weren't even supposed to be in this match, and they do manage to close it out. They show good grit in doing so, and they're on their way to the playoffs. For Fnatic, I don't think you can be dismayed. I think you've got to give them credit here. As you say, for their first tournament as this squad, it certainly shows a lot of promise that they're able to push Heroic, a championship-level team, to their very, very limits. That's all from Fnatic here in Lund, but Heroic will keep on coming. We're going to throw this one over to the desk, and they'll break this all down for us. Parla, take it away.
Thank you so much, Harry and Dinko, for that fantastic cast over what was a very interesting match of Counter-Strike. As Harry said himself, Heroic was supposed to win this best of 3. All jokes aside, or bias aside from myself and Golden, look, all of us in the building thought Heroic were the true favourites. But nonetheless, this Fnatic roster, with 2 new players and Forest standing in, were able to take Mirage to 16-14 and Fnatic to Overpass to 16-13. That's a great result.
Yeah, you can say that. I mean, they showed some really good resilience and how they kind of want to play in the future. And you're seeing Roy being in that position on both on CT side, on Overpass, and on T side, getting those entry frags and taking that map control. For me, it's a great pickup.
Yeah, it's working really well. I mean, Roy is the reason that game even got longed out at the end on the T side, right? We had a massive comeback on Mirage, 8 CT rounds in a row. Here, it was a smaller comeback on the T side near the end, 5 in a row, and so many rounds. Roy was just cracking open. I also think Forest deserves a lot of props, right? Not just coming in as a last-second stand-in, but the fact that he was the bottom performer in the server back on Mirage. He came in big today on this second one. He showed up a lot better. It wasn't just him, it was also Tess's bottom performer of Mirage for Heroic. He was the saving grace on that CT side there for Heroic alongside Stown. And, you know, one more player, Stown. This guy is a championship level player. He is such a clutch player. He's so young, he's so talented, and Heroic are lucky to have him.
The question is, right, what are Fnatic going to do moving forward? Who's going to be their 5th player? Forest seems to be like a good fit. I mean, he's not contracted at the moment, right? He's still, I guess, contracted to Dignitas, but they don't necessarily have a team. Yeah, I'm curious as to where this Fnatic lineup might go, or what kind of player would fit into a permanent lineup.
Looking at how Forest plays these positions just now, you can see him playing the anchor positions, so we can speculate that they most likely will get a player that is an anchor, and you just can rely on that person to be a turret on either side of the map and just being alone. And we saw today, like you mentioned, Forrest had a great impact on the B side, anchoring as CT. That's where he got his most kills, and he did a fine job, if you ask me.
Hugo, do you agree that going forward, Fnatic's permanent 5th should be a strong anchor? Should that be a focus?
Yeah, for sure. Like, ultimately, at the end of the day, I think Dig released the players.
Okay, they're fully released.
Maybe you need to double check that one before Fnatic starts shipping out contracts. But if that is the case, man, I don't think. Like, obviously, anchor players are great, but at the same time, I think there's going to be a sick level of synergy if you have someone like Forest socially inside of this team, alongside Crims. I'm sure they're happy to play together. I'm sure they had a lot of fun. And of course, Forest, again, even if he doesn't end up here, you know, I think they were looking at other players before this event anyway. I think he's done another good job of advertising himself, much as how you could say Snacks did back at IEM Dallas, looking really, really good, despite not being, you know, playing pro or playing Tier 1 in the last few years. So, yeah, I think it's a really cool time, especially around a time that we're talking about age in CS and how long can you play, and you know, players saying as long as you're motivated, as long as you're willing, as long as you're hungry, you can still perform at the top level. And players like Forest, players like Snags, players like Crims prove that every day.
Yeah, I think the future looks bright for Fnatic. Before we break down the heroic side of this Counter-Strike equation, let's check in with the man himself, Cadian, who is standing by with Tech Girl.
Cadian is standing right next to me, Paula, and I want to talk about this because there's a lot of couch CSGO players who will watch this. Even though it was a 2-0 win, they'll say it shouldn't have been that close. This is not good. Heroic was the favorite. Fnatic's only been playing together for less than 24 hours even. They are in everyone says the honeymoon stage. I want to call it the spring fling because Forest leaves now. So how hard is it to play against a team like that?
I mean, a win is win, first and foremost, and I think maybe it's just regular matchmaking players who thinks it should be more easy, you know. What can you expect? It's two of the players who's like holding sides together literally just made top 8 at the major, so obviously they know how to do their stuff and their part of the map, and two of the other ones has literally won majors and stuff like this, and Messi is just a good individual player, so I mean, it's still a difficult team to play against. I also talked about it in the last interview with the groups. Like, I don't think like Fnatic was ranked the worst team of the tournament, and that's pretty BS, right?
It is pretty BS. They've had an incredible run, and obviously vindication for you though, because in that first day, that was the surprise upset. First game, they beat you. What did you change? Did you change anything? Did you have any conversations beforehand?
I mean, they caught us off guard in some moments. Was sneaking through smokes and stuff like this. I mean, they were literally close to beating Big today in a best of 3, like very close. So I mean, they're a good team. They have a bright future. Interesting to see who their actual 5th will be. And even though Forrest maybe had a tough time on Mirage against us, I think he showed some incredible CS. And I mean, if he would want to work hard, he could definitely play in like a top 10. 15 team, what do I know, because he has the mechanical skill and stuff like this, but it's up to him if he wants to or not.
You are the favorites for this competition. You're now going into the arena. I have to ask a tough question, because I think a lot of people want to know what happened in the first game. They got that comeback, they came in, it shouldn't have been that, it should have been a closed one for you. What went down?
It happens once in a while for us on the T side that our spacing, the movement between 2 players on a specific part of the map is too large, and that means that either they are just multi-fracking us or they get one and get away, and that's just like rookie mistakes, to be honest. So we talked about it a lot, but once in a while it still happens again. So yeah, very plain and simple mistakes that shouldn't happen, but what can you say?
Big is through, Astralis is through, you are now through as well. Who's joining you? Which is the 4th team?
Oh, it's not Imperial? They're playing now or what? Oh, I thought they were already through.
Was that your answer then, Imperial?
I mean, they should, right? Like, they played a really good major, but also traveling back to back events like they did with the major, Dallas and here, that's obviously very draining on the energy. But I believe in my Brazilian boys.
There we go. We've got some Brazilian support here, Paula.
Thank you so much, Tech Girl, and great to see Cadian attempting to farm some Brazilian likes on social media at the end of his interview. Cadian, if you can hear me, because I know you're back there somewhere, respect.
Yeah, we all do it. I mean, come on. It's free. It's free real estate, Parla. It's free interactions.
Free real estate.
Why wouldn't you farm Brazil likes?
Guys, before we go to a break, it would be good to talk just a bit more about Heroic. I was speaking to some of their team backstage, not the playing team, but some of their staff, and they felt that the struggle against Fnatic is to do with the fact that Heroic as a team have most of their success when they can play against the team they can prepare for. Fnatic, with the 2 new players, understand very difficult to prepare for. Golden, do you think that was the case?
Yes, it is the case. It is a factor, but I wouldn't say it's the main reason from my point of view. I don't see it as, hey, like, you didn't get to play how you wanted, so that's your adaptation in the game that was perhaps not on par with like what Fnatic were doing against you, but they still managed to get the win. So yeah.
Hugo, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Fnatic probably kind of a hard team to play right now, especially considering, you know, not just that the prep and the anti-strat stuff, but also even Mezzi was saying yesterday, like having so many experienced players in a roster, especially on a map like Inferno, a map like Mirage, you don't necessarily need to micromanage super hard. You don't need to be, you know, thinking about what every single one of your players is doing, especially as a new in-game leader. They have the freedom to do what they want. Players like Forrest and Crims don't need micromanaging. They know what they're doing in their roles and their spots. So I think that probably made Mezzi's job easier. He definitely took a hit in the fragging as well, but I still have high hopes for this Fnatic roster and for him as an in-game leader. For Heroic, hey, like Katie said, a win is a win. They took the dub. They go through to the playoffs. They're still the contending team for this event, even though they're in the lower bracket, Parla. They can't lose anymore. They can't drop any more games. I still think Heroic have got it in the bag.
Yes, a win is a win. Heroic will play the winner of Finest or Imperial tomorrow at 4 PM, and that's our final match of the day at 8 PM today. Either way, for now, let's take a look at our Pinnacle MVP. Who is it? I saw production consulting with Golden, of course, probably the best opinion out of those of us on the desk right now, Hugo, I mean, we can relent and say Golden should be the one picking the MVP, and it was shush.
Yeah, I mean, the performance he did on Mirage was insane. Like, he dropped 31 frags, I think, and he just, blew Fnatic off the server. Even though it was so close, but he, on the CT side, he made those, multi-kills and having the information just a lot harder for Fnatic to succeed. And also, I want to point out that Testes really did a good job on Overpass. That was insane performance. He came off from a slow start on T side and then on CT side. God damn, that guy can hit some heads.
God damn, he can. All right, guys, we're pretty much ready for a break. Before we go to it, I'm happy to give you both the floor to give your initial feelings about Finest and Imperial, which is taking place at 8 PM. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun match. I'm not sure what I'm trying to expect, so just gonna see how it goes.
Yeah, I think Imperial have actually, I think a lot of people were maybe expecting their major run to be a fluke or to be a one-time thing. I think they've already kept it up. We saw them earlier against Astralis in their opening game of the day. Man, they took Astralis to their knees. They took them to 30 rounds on the first map. They should have honestly made it an overtime affair. They lost to Pistols in round 30. They smashed Astralis on Mirage. I mean, smashed them. They absolutely shredded Astralis. And then they went on and had a competitive third. So I think Imperial have come into play again to this tournament. They're doing a good job. I think they're going to win.
Golden, Hugo, thank you so much for your expertise and talent. I'm not sure if I'm going to be seeing both of you, or whoever later. We'll figure it out when we get there. Yes, everybody at home, Finest versus Imperial at 8 PM. We'll be back on the desk at 7:45 PM. A lot of action still to come. You do not want to miss it. This is the Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Stuck ranking up? Lost the motivation to grind? Bored of clicking heads on AIM maps? Get some color into your game. Bitskins.com. Buying and selling skins made easy. Tons of payment methods and instant cash outs. Just choose your dream skins, select your preferred payment method, and start grinding again. If you want to play like the pros, you gotta look like the pros.
Yes, I know I'm a mess. It's like one minute I feel it in my bones, then I can only guess. Yeah, maybe I'm just scared that I should dig a little deeper and find I never really cared. We can cry and happily pretend we're waiting for a sign where we're
It's always been there, it's in the back of your mind. It's always been there, it's in the top shelf in the back room. It's always been there, it's in the happy place where you run free. It's always been there, it always will be there for you. Let the world in, open up your arms. Let the world in, let the world It's always been there, it's in the same place you left it. It's always been there, it's in your dreams and it's in your heart. It's always been there, and only you could set it free. It's always been there, and it can be there for you and me. Let the world in, open up your arms. Let the world in, let the world This is your time to rise. This is your time to sing. This is your time to call out. This is your time to win. Let the world in, open up your arms. Let the world in, let the world in, open up your arms. Let the world in, let the world
seems so far away. Now I'm out of my mind, watching time go by, and I can't live another day. Falling through the cracks in the pavement, life won't pass me Gonna make you notice.
a smile on my face. Won't you stay with me, lay with me, baby, be mine? I say to you, you are my kind of perfection. Didn't I tell you, you are some kind of perfection? Some they rock, some they roll, some got heart, some got soul. But when you take control, won't you stay with me, lay with me, baby, be mine? I say to you, you are my kind of perfection. Didn't I tell you, you are my kind of perfection? Perfect heart, perfect mind, yeah, you're my perfect kind. I've seen good, I've seen bad, I've seen happy, I've seen sad, I've seen you and I'm glad. Won't you stay with me, lay with me, baby, be mine? You are my kind of perfection. Didn't I tell you, you are some kind of perfection? I said to you, you are my kind of perfection. Didn't I tell you, you are my kind of perfection? My heart is missing you, like sun on a cloudy day. I long to be with you, a desert that needs the rain. I'm counting the hours down till I can hold you again. My heart is heaven bound, oh yeah. face without a name, a hero wrapped in shame, a soul that is rejected by a world of judgment. And now the sun begins to fade, will the moon ignite my flame? A symphony of everything I wish could change. So I'm making a final win. No more sorrow. In my dreams I couldn't be anything. Do we understand the suffering we bring? Paint the shadows on my past and dream that angels sing. A mistake, I lie in shame. This world that has no place to me. No more trying, I gave it all. And now the sun begins to fade. Will the moon ignite my flame? A symphony of everything I wish could change. Do we understand the suffering we bring?
your voice, but still it's not enough. 'Cause I need us. I swear it's the last time I'm going. 'Cause I know we got that something. It lights up the dark at night. So you keep the engine running, and I'll be the headlights. You and me, we're heading for the end of time. 'Cause nothing lasts forever. I'm not giving up without a fight. Watch the stars holding up the sky. Everything's alright. I don't know where you are, but I know you see it too. I'm coming back to you. I swear it's the last time I'm going. 'Cause I know we got that something. It lights up the dark at night. So you keep the engine running, and I'll be the headlights. You and me, we're heading for the end of time. 'Cause nothing lasts forever. I'm not giving up without a fight. Wake me up. I'm going home tonight. And everything's alright. 'Cause I know we got that something. It lights up the dark at night. So you keep the engine running, and I'll be the headlights. You and me, we're heading for the end of time. 'Cause nothing lasts forever. I'm not giving up without a fight. I'm not giving up without a fight. I'm not giving up without a fight. Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Yeah, I wanna. Are you working the field? You're in my playground, throwing back the funk sound. I sidestep, feeling fine. I'm all in, take it high. Oh, what's the word on the scene? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on. Are you getting a thrill? I'm working overtime just so I can blur the line. Yeah, I gotta. Oh, kicks, cheap steals. Ain't nobody gonna pay my bills. Fresh out, feel high. I don't need a dollar just to make me feel alright.
the world in. Open up your arms. Let the world in. Let the world It's always been there. It's in the same place you left it. It's always been there. It's in your dreams and it's in your heart. It's always been there, but only you could set it free. It's always been there, and it can be there for you and me. Let the world in. Open up your arms. Let the world in. Let the world This is your time to rise. This is your time to sing. This is your time to call out. This is your time to win. Let the world in. Open up your arms. Let the world in. Let the world in. Open up your arms. Let the world in. Let the world
Come have a good time, I fi drop it low. No need for rush now, come and take it slow. You can lead now, come and show the way. With the a jump up, party till late. Me see a jump up and inna the ear. Another jump up, we no have a key. Let go the day, come step inna the night. While I wine go till the morning light. La 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 la, moving right. Da 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 da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets slow. La 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 la, moving right. Da 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 da, we so tight. La 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 la, feel the fire. Drop it till it gets slow.
Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop it down low.
to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop, drop, drop to the beat. Drop, 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 drop to the beat. Drop it down.
Shit, shit, drop it down, drop it down. Shit, I say drop it down, drop it down. Shit, drop it down, drop it down. 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 Shit, shit, drop it down, drop it down.
Drop it down.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. Cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. Then by night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sick. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. Haha. Never have to worry if I have enough dough. Fashion show out in Paris in the front row. Party every night, I don't have time to sleep. Next day it's the same, just rinse and repeat. Summertime trips on the yacht to the island. Squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin'. Bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in. You can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them. Yeah, show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
so fast, but set in stone. Feel so close, but the wind is bringing me back home. One way down, falling faster than the speed of sound. Breathing out as the moment's crashing to the ground. I'm ready to fall. Ready to fall. I'm ready to fall.
The damage he's done. Sweet little whispers he will say in your ear. I know that Mr. Land is loving my dear. He'll break your heart like it's fun, 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 fun. That boy's a loaded gun. Ooh, take it to the grave. Ooh, all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave. And don't admit to past, like a thing of the 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 past. Take it to the grave, and don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave, every kiss upon your lips you're gonna wish that they were here. Take it to the grave, and don't admit to all the loving you gave. Take it to the grave, every kiss upon your lips you're gonna wish that they were here. Oh no, 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 take it to the grave.
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feeling high.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feeling high. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feeling high.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feeling high. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feeling high. We feel the air. Whoa. Chance it all to feeling high. Moving faster than the sun. Explosions in the sky.
Didn't even cross my mind any day could ever be this fine. There couldn't be a better time. All that I can see is sunshine. Lazy hours come and go. Watch them as they're passing so slow. Nothing left I need to know. Just standing here to feel the wind blow.
an alternate reality. Cash rules, that's my everyday mentality. Guess that's why all these haters are mad at me. Oh, no, you digging the flow. Music's chilling while I'm spilling these feelings, it's cold. Pick the best out. Soon as they enter my glow, I'm like the US to a British hit. I'm still in the show. Like step in my lane. Trace every step that I'm taking. I'm headed right to the top until I'm famous. My words are drawn, you stare at in amazement. You pray that I fall, I'm sorry that I made it. Know what the state of being or jaded feels like. But a perception matters more than real life. Your dream car takes space in my yard. Got investments in Mars while you shoot for the stars. Look, look at how we shine. This is the life. House on the heat. This is the life. Counting no bills. This is the life. This is the life. Look at how we shine. This is the life. House on the heat. This is the life. Counting no bills. This is the life. Yeah. Picture this, taking off the whole summer. When bill collectors call, you must have the wrong number. Shows overseas, they got love for me, but best believe I'm touring Belize just for me. Oh, I'm getting it, my grind is relentless. Forgetting how to use the word budget in a sentence. They all trying to fit in where I gets in. I'm flying out to unknown settings. Oh, look at how we shine. This is the life. House on the heat. This is the life. Counting no bills. This is the life. This is the life. Look at how we shine. This is the life. House on the heat. This is the life. Counting no bills. This is the life. Yeah. Look at how we shine. This is the life. House on the heat. This is the life. Counting no bills. This is the life. This is the life. Look at how we shine. This is the life. House on the heat. This is the life. Counting no bills. This is the life. Yeah.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Stuck ranking up? Lost the motivation to grind? Bored of clicking heads on aim maps? Get some colour into your game. Bitskins.com. Buying and selling skins made easy. Tons of payment methods and instant cash outs. Just choose your dream skins, select your preferred payment method, and start grinding again. If you want to play like the pros, you gotta look like the pros.
Pinnacle Cup Championship is brought to you by Pinnacle, Asus ROG, Intel, and Bitskins.
We try to find things to better, and I think we are doing a good job.
You're gonna love me, you're gonna love me, you're gonna love me. You're gonna love me, you're gonna love me, you're gonna love me.
It's a bunch of guys who play a lot of CS in the past, having a lot of fun, trying to experience all the grind again, and hoping to get to the best CS level you can get.
Well, the current state of the team is pretty good. We're super happy since we won Pinnacle Cup online.
If the bigger teams will not think about us as a threat, I think we can surprise them with our skill. I think we are capable of winning with anyone on this tournament, really.
You're gonna love me, you're gonna love me, you're gonna love me. You're gonna love me, you're gonna love me, you're gonna love me.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. Coming to you live from Lund, southern Sweden. We've had some amazing Counter-Strike action over the course of today. It kicked off with Big besting Fnatic 2-1, and then Astralis besting Imperial 2-1, and we just saw Heroic getting revenge on Fnatic for yesterday 2-0, albeit it was very close. So even though Fnatic got kicked out, good takeaways for all the teams involved. Now it's time for Finest versus Imperial. They already played each other in a best-of-1 yesterday.
Talking, Paula. We're here to wish you a happy birthday.
Okay. Yeah, I was very confused for a second there.
They wouldn't trust us with five guys trying to give you a present.
Thank you for the roses and the cake with a pineapple in it. I'm not sure if this is edible.
It's edible. You can eat it.
It's a thing. I can
Happy
eat
birthday,
it.
Paula.
I would blow out my candles, but they're not on fire.
They wouldn't trust me with fire. I did ask, and they said that I was a hazard.
Okay.
So
I want to
you
get
can
this a bit of a close. Thank you so much,
Paula,
Sam.
give it a taste, bro.
Oh,
give us a taste.
What a great idea.
Thank you very much for bringing that in. Really appreciate it. You're a brilliant interviewer, by the way. It's a pleasure to work with you for the first time.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. I don't know what the hand bump meta is in South Africa, but I think it worked out. Yeah. So I actually have to do that now. You said it, Harry?
Yeah. Just try
what,
it.
with my finger or?
Do we have any kind of cutlery? Nah, just use your hands, bro. Just dig right in.
Just grab a little piece and just you know?
I'll tell you what, Harry.
Oh, we do have cutlery.
Then why don't you take your headset off? Harry, why don't you take your headset off and try it with me?
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm going to get a piece of that action as well.
Yeah, there we go. Exactly. We can get Eternal J in here as well. I haven't even introduced the guys properly yet, but oh, this is actually a real cake. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. There we go. I'm not sure of how visible this is. This pineapple's in the way. There we go. Cheers, guys. That's actually a great cake. I hate my producer so much. He's like, does it taste of pineapple? Am I supposed to say yes for the broadcast? It doesn't. It just tastes good. Tastes like vanilla. Tastes cake. What do you guys think it tastes like?
That was good. I would say it had some very subtle, sweet aromas. You definitely get the jam in there. I think it's almost like a little bit vanilla-y in places.
Yeah.
The pineapple doesn't add much to the flavor, but it's certainly a nice decoration,
Oh,
right,
it's a
Paula?
fraud. I thought there was like a real...
Yeah, there's actually a whole one in the cake.
Yeah, okay. I've got some complaints to lodge now. This isn't
Why?
even a birthday cake. All it says is a generic message for 2022. So,
Wait, how old is that cake? Like, I just ate that.
yeah, maybe this was on the shelf at the start of the
It
year.
actually was. We weren't meant to eat it. We're all about to get food poisoning.
Yeah, classic Black Molly entertainment now. But thank you very much, Pinnacle, and whoever came up with that behind the scenes. All right.
Mate, do you feel happy now, Paula? Is that a good start to this?
I've been happy the whole time, you know. I was caught off guard, but it was a great moment to share with all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, we all shared in that together.
Yeah,
it's a
we
very
did.
special moment. Paula, you won't get many moments like this, you know. You're getting on now, mate. So like enjoy it.
That's
you know?
Instead, I'm close to the other side. Harry, what's going on here, mate? All right.
We got a game to talk about, boys.
Yeah, anyway, let me firstly say hello to everybody returning to the stream. I'm Parla, your desk host for Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. Now on the desk, I'm joined by the Eternal J for the first time this event, and Harry as well for the first time this event. So we've switched out Hugo. Got him in. Dweg was earlier in today, and so we've got the other half of both casting duos.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, right? It's like a look at how the other side feels about all this. Because I heard you talking to Hugo, and I know he was really jealous about not getting a cast with me. And so if he's watching right now, I'm having a great time up here with Jay. I'm having a great time with him, and Parla as well. So yeah, how's that?
Yeah, that is that. All right, everybody, it's time for our next Bitskins matchup. As you already know, it's Finest versus Imperial. I think before I got cut off by the wonderful birthday surprise, I was saying that these two played each other yesterday and Imperial came out on top, but that was a best of one. Now it's a best of three. The winner advances to the lower bracket playoffs. The losing team is Harry.
Eliminated.
Jay.
Out.
They're gone. That was pretty cool, right? The little.
It was like a good build-up. Yeah, it was like that was really funny, man.
All right, so I'm so curious about like how much real analysis is going to happen on the segment. It's already out.
Come on now. Appreciate that, Paul. I really
It's actually
do.
not about you, Jay. It's about this absolute stooge on the end, mate. Look at him. All right, let's focus in on Finest. Sample size quite small right now. Yeah, they lost that best of one to Imperial, but they did best EGPA in a best of three. How do you think they're going to fare against Imperial?
I don't think that well, if I'm being honest. I got the chance to cast that EG matchup over on the B stream yesterday, and whilst it was a good series from Finest, at the end of the day, I do have to take a look at the opposition on the other end of the field, and I do feel like the EG was a bit more of a layup by comparison to what Imperial are. Imperial have been categorized and sort of quantified as this team that will be able to use their experience to outplay and outmaneuver a lot of the younger, inexperienced teams, and Finest probably the most inexperienced team in this lab.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with you, Jay. I think, you know, if you want a very realist answer, this should be an Imperial series, right? If you look at it on experience alone, they are head and shoulders the more experienced team. If you look at kind of recent results, obviously Imperial went on that kind of magical run back at the Major where for a moment we all thought they were going to make top 8. You know, it looked like it was within reach. Then, obviously, you do kind of have like a bit of a fall from grace. They fell out of Dallas looking a little disappointing. But I think if anything for the Imperial guys, it's only going to fire them up more, especially in a matchup like this where they are up against a team that on paper they should be beating hands down. You know, where this potentially gets interesting, Parla, is in like map vetoes and stuff. So when we get down to that, I think that potentially sparks up a pretty interesting dialogue there.
Fantastic. If there are players to watch on Finest, who are they and why? Who could be the potential thorns in the side of Imperial?
I think we're both going to have the same answer, Jay.
Anakaz really has got to be the guy, right? Like Dwayne mentioned him when we were seeing Finest a little bit earlier on throughout the course of the week, and he really was the guy that let them down in the best of one for my money. He was the guy that made them during that EG series, most certainly. So I feel like he's kind of the guy out there to watch out for. I mean, at the end of the day, these are very inexperienced players, and a lot of them are going to be looking to prove themselves. So when I have to take a look at what we've seen in the Tier 2 space, it's probably got to be him that you can rely on the most. We have got some more experience in Twist, which will probably be the most most resistant to the punishments that I think Imperial are going to dish out. But when it comes to pure stars, Anarchist probably is the man.
Harry, quick thoughts, finishing thoughts on finals before we look into Imperial with more detail?
Yeah, I do want to stress that, you know, even though we're kind of saying that like Imperial are the favorites here, there is very much a world where Finest could upset, right? This isn't some insurmountable odds game, and I think already throughout this event we've kind of seen a tendency for things to get a lot closer than maybe we expect. I think even looking at like maybe a more even matchup, like even Fnatic Heroic earlier on had shades of that, right? This idea that Heroic were the heavy favorites, but it was still super close. And I think, you know, with Imperial having fell off since the major a little bit, it's a little harder to like predict where they're going to be at. And so as a result, like I think if Finest come in playing their A game from the get-go, there's a world where the upset happens. I'm not going to come into this saying like Imperial hands down the victors. I think if Anarchist is having a great game, if you're getting good mileage out of some of the other guys who also, you know, relatively speaking, do have a fair bit of experience between them, there is a world where Finest could do.
We have about 5 minutes to the matchup, so let's get some thoughts on Imperial before our predictions. Now, this is the reuniting of some legendary players that have played together and achieved much before. Vinny sort of the extra spare part in the machine. What needs to go right for Imperial here to best Finest? Starting with you, Jay.
I think probably everything that went right for the major needs to go right here. Again, like the major was the real sticking point, the reason why we rate them so highly as of right now. Now, whether that continues to stick is going to be a question to ask as time goes on. And it was a question that you were asking over the course of the weekend, Parla, is which one are we going to see? Major Imperial or Dallas Imperial? Because there are two sides of a very, very different coin in that sort of sense. Again, I feel like it's more likely that they'll do the smacking rather than getting smacked because of the experience difference here at the LAN event. So for me, like I do feel like Imperial, again, as you mentioned, Harry, probably coming in as a slight favourites. It's just a case that everything needs to come together, and that leadership, that experience doesn't need to falter against the star power of what Finest could bring to the table.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. I think Imperial still actually have room to get better. Like, you know, a lot of people look at this team because it is the last dance, because it's getting the band back together, as it were. You know, these are players who have already peaked, so, you know, how good can this team realistically be? I mean, I think the major was like a real wake-up call for a lot of people. And then more so than that, I think the kind of guys like FNX, for example, are only going to improve the more officials they play. I think for someone like Vinny, we haven't got him at his like Furia form yet. So for my money, I think Imperial still can like raise the bar above where they're at now, and I'm feeling very, very good about this. You've got some phenomenal pieces, some phenomenal synergy, and I said I wanted to kind of talk about the veto, so that's coming up on screen, Paolo.
Yeah, we have the veto on screen now. We're about to get into the two picks for Finest and Imperial. Jay, quickly, do you have any inkling as to where this veto might go?
Well, already what we're seeing right now is the default bans from Ancient and Nuke from these two teams. I would have liked to have seen Finest try and get rid of one of the stronger maps in that sort of sense and try and get rid of something like an Overpass, for example, which they're not going to end up doing. Not a great map for them. They've played it quite a lot and they haven't really won it a whole lot. And going straight into that, that's a pure and obvious strength right there for the Imperial side, so that doesn't surprise me at all. I feel like it's a bit of a missed opportunity for the Finest boys, mate.
No, 100%. That was like one of my interesting points, was this idea of like, will they float Nuke through, and they don't. The Vertigo pick is actually really nice.
Well, it's really nice because you're a big fan of the map, Harry.
I am a big fan.
If anyone wants to know at home, if you end up playing CSGO matchmaking with Harry and Hugo, Huge Byron, you will be forced to play Vertigo on repeat. Anyway, don't mean to be tangential. Harry, continue.
Yeah, so the Vertigo, the Vertigo pick is actually really nice. I think Finest have a very good chance on this map, and that's very contrasting to the Overpass pick, which I'm assuming they're going to get destroyed on. Then the fact that we go the big distance here and end up on Dust 2, I actually kind of like that from Finest, if I'm being honest. I think if you played Imperial on Inferno, you get shredded. For my money, it is hands down Imperial's strongest map in the pool. It is one that guys like Fur so reliably put up big numbers on, and so I like that they elected to go back to Dust 2. I know they've already fielded an L there, but they've got a lot they can learn from, and I think even that head-to-head of like Anarchez versus Fallen might not be so one-sided this time. You know, it took Fallen putting up some crazy numbers on Dust last time when they met on day one to get the victory for Imperial. So if he's even a little slower, if Anarchez is maybe a little bit better, Finest actually have a pretty good shot here.
Yeah, I mean, that last map is always going to be interesting because it is like a bit of like the difference of two different kind of hells, right? You've got that Inferno, like you mentioned, that is great for the Imperial, but Dust 2 was lost by them. I guess it probably is the better that Finest would go towards that Dust 2 because that was a 16-12 in that best-of-1 context, and with the momentum building into a map 3, that's where this whole series could get taken over, assuming they get that far. So I almost feel like 3 maps is going to be a requirement for Finest to have any sort of potential in this upset.
Yeah, but I will say, just to add on to that, this is the best possible map pool for it to be a 3-map series. The fact that Vertigo is in there, it's one that Imperial on paper I thought they'd be good on because they have guys like Vinny, they have guys like Fallen who played a lot of Vertigo in their previous teams, but they haven't really impressed me on that map at all yet. I think folks like FNX particularly kind of shows his weaknesses over towards the B site on that CT half. So I think we have a very good chance of going all 3, and if it gets to Dust, if it ends up on that messy 3rd map, it really is a coin toss.
Guys, thank you for your thoughts. It's time for your official Pinnacle predictions. Jay, who are you going to go with?
I'm going to go Imperial, purely because of the fact that they just have been such a strong unit when it comes to beating out lesser experienced teams. We saw that at the Major. We didn't quite get a chance to see it at Dallas because it was such a short run, but I think that here and now, this is where the real Imperial is going to shine. Whether that carries forward for the rest of the tournament, that's yet to be seen, but for this matchup, this is prime territory right here for Imperial.
Yeah, I was trying to make cases for Finest. I was trying to like inspire a bit of confidence and give you the ways that they could look to win this, but I'm still going to go Imperial for my prediction on this one. So yeah, put me down for Imperial. Let's go.
Okay, well, I'm going to go Imperial as well.
Oh,
wow.
Dude, this never happens, Parla.
Imperial, and this match is ready to go. So let's get our casters involved and this match underway.
Get the show on the road, everybody. Yes, it is time for the best of 3 matchup of Imperial versus Team Finest. And here's myself, Pavlos, and Weg to take you on this journey. And we've already seen this matchup already. It's now best of 3, but now everything's on the line, right? Because only one of these 2s will make it into playoffs going into tomorrow.
And even just consider the way that Dust 2 went down. Imperial were up 13-3 and struggled to close it out. Knowing that that map is now resurging again for perhaps the 2nd time, if we do get to it, it gives me a lot of confidence that we've got an exciting series in front of us.
It very much could be. And by the way, happy birthday, Parla. Just wanted to throw that one out. As we are looking directly into party, why not? That probably would have been a better party place than the host desk. But jumping into the game, Team Finest versus Imperial, as we said, but it's Imperial starting things off on the T side, while Team Finest are on the defensive. Quick take here for Imperial as they look to ench on this right side of the map.
Yeah, they've just got a spotter out towards that party position for Kriaz. B-Stack coming through, nades doing damage onto Plessin as the quick BXD.
Oh, Anarkez locked behind the pillar there, still traded back. Anarkez with 2, maybe to find a 3rd, and that's exactly what he gets. Now only 2 remaining for Imperial. It's Fur to find a headshot, and they're looking to bounce right back at them. Kriaz, he's all by himself all of a sudden, probably scratching his head. Where on earth did his teammates go?
Jeez, this got so uneasy for Finest, but Kriaz could be in for the clutch. He deals with the first and knows where Bolts is.
Bolts jumping behind, but also jumps up back into short position. Kriaz knows exactly where he is now. The thing is, Bolts is slightly lower than Kriaz is, so looking to turn around. It's all a matter of timing. Who finds who first? And Bolts is all he has to do is juggle and also find a head onto Kriaz. That's Imperial 1-0 on the board.
Jeez, there's a lot to unpack in that round. So you can get the immediate stance of, geez, B-Stacks, full Xe coming through. This is going to be difficult from Imperial. And we saw the way that Anarkez around the pillar was holding strongly. He's able to find so much action in and around the close angles. The issue is, where's the teammate support? Where's the trading that needs to come? He finds 3 in that round. Unfortunately, when the bomb goes down, nobody else does.
Yeah, no, the support for Imperial was just immense in that way. So starting things off strong here, of course, on the T side. AK's being thrown out straight out of the bat for Vinny, but Galil's all around for the rest. Mac 10 for Fallen. And they're not really slow on their approach this time around, right? They might be walking their way into B, but it's a direct hit.
Funny enough, Finest are actually ranked 1st in the event for their pistol win percentages. Can't say that for the Star Hero Overpass.
No, Imperial just relying on Vinny to do all the entry work. Kriaz does find some damage, but this is an Imperial round written all over it. Bolts, he knows exactly where Kriaz will make quick work of him. Bomb left behind, but I think they're not too bothered about it. They'll get this round over sooner or later.
It's a slight surprise to see the USP round coming through from Finest rather than the Force up, rather than try and put that pressure back on and try and get the Force invest. And one thing, again, to go back to the Dust 2 matchup, the thing that Finest struggled with the most, Pavlos, has to be that slow start. The fact that they were down 3-13, it only felt like they were going once it was already over.
Yeah, and you can't really afford that to happen, especially when the stakes are this high. Talk about steaks. How do you like your steaks?
Oh, medium rare. It's got to be.
Rare. Yeah, that's solid. Very solid. All right, well, talking about the real stakes, this is a matchup where if they do lose this series, they are down and out. And for the winning team, they'll get to play against the crowd. And for Team Finest, they'd love to play here, man. They've got Swedes, just basically the Swedish roster. I mean, there's only just a couple of them, but still, this is what really fans will be looking for. And if they do eventually make it to the playoffs, fans will love it.
Yeah, of course. They might love a little bit of Anarchez as well. Glass Cannon on the AWP this round. They go for a nade stack out towards the boost position. Does at least tank Twist down to 33. Kriaz about 70 odd. Overall, though, the opening man advantage coming through from Shox, a fair amount of information being gathered from the short control from Imperial, and the boost up from Kriaz spots information, but not quite a pick.
No, Imperial kind of left behind this B site, not quite finding the entries, especially once they lost Fallen there. The pace seemed to just got into a halt. But now with Team Finest, extra wraparound towards this B site, extra reinforcements bolts allowed the entry. Pleasant not wary of that angle. And for that reason, ends up falling without a single trade. Kriaz locked onto the other side of things. Shox looking to make the difference for Team Finest, but so far, nade damage onto the back end, really causing chaos into the win. Vinny wanting more of it, but there's just too many angles, and them overwhelmed. Imperial get the bomb down.
Plenty of time to work with. Even if you don't have the kit, you got to try and draw the fights out to the open, and the NWP finds that connection. Fur now down towards that grill position, forced into a clutch. He gets dinked into the process, and now Anarchez is the last one left.
Oh, Anarchez, he's got the right angle, he's got the right idea, and he'll get the defuse as well. That will be Team Finest on the board.
Okay, let's dig in to Anarchez. Currently the second highest rated player in this entire event. He had a slow start in the best of one on the first half, really brought it back on that city side of Dust 2, and up against EG, he was an absolute freak show. He was top in the board when it came to map 1, map 2, impact frags, and everything including the NWP.
And, I mean, I want to see more of him as well. So much hope kind of rested on his shoulders. I mean, big pillar of this team. But they need to carry this momentum onwards. You alluded to the idea that they can't wait too long to get this ball rolling. And the fact that they're on the CT side here and overpass, it's a good sign for them to come.
That Twist, super aggressive with a teammate out towards Connector. This is a massive change-up. They paid the price for it, at least they get the trade.
It's a quick trade, and it kind of comes down to a standstill. Imperial not really willing to throw too many shoes at that in that fight. Although Fur may be able to find a different angle. Anarchez, the star player we just talked about, already out of the route of the round.
Just beaten with pace in that sort of situation. You can see how quickly that long control comes through from Fur. And Anarchez is just waiting for a reposition, trying to get back out of safety, play a passive angle. Doesn't quite happen. And now this is really going to test Finest because they're light on the HP. They're in a 3v3 situation. They need an info play. They've got to make the right call, and this relies down on Twist.
Slowly making their way throughout the map. 3 players very spread out for Imperial. Team Finest low. 2 of those players sort of stacking up together. Bomb still sticking around this right side of the map. Could be their best idea. Kria's going for a little bit of scouting duty to that upper park side. And all he'll be getting is just some mere information that nobody's there apart from Fur, and that's where he dies. That could be an opening here for Imperial if they choose to take it.
Lovely. That is very good discipline coming through from Imperial, just waiting for the mistake to draw through. And now for Pleasant, he's isolated. His teammate Shox is going to be so late to rotate.
He's got all to do here. An important position for him. Gravity with this angle, but still, it's Fallen to take that trade, so the bomb will go down. It's going to be a 1-on-2 for Shox.
Yeah, he's kind of have to go for it here. Money situation's not ideal at all. Try and get up towards that top of connector position. Needs to try and pull someone into the open. Needs to try and upgrade the weapon if at all possible.
Can he do it? Vinny's got the right idea. He knows there's something going around this endeavor, but of course with a longer ranged weapon, Shox will try and go around. No, just picks up the AWP and just walks away. Anticlimactic, wasn't it?
It comes down to a smart decision, though. Realizes he's in a 1v2. Annikez obviously would have been able to con that over, that he fell from Fur in and around the end of the long bathroom. So how winnable is that 1v2? Nothing's being presented. There's no fight being engaged towards the bathrooms. Out to Divider. Maybe if someone overpeaked in the post plant, there may have been a chance in which now he's just got to hide, not overpeak, not let that orb fall.
So a quick save here for Team Finest, keeping that AWP in play. But I think Imperial are going to be very happy about that round, the way it unfolded, the way they were able to find those picks and trade it out, really. And by the end of it, came out on top.
I can't wait to see more of Fallen as well when it comes to this series. We think back to that best of one against Finest. 29 kills, 15 deaths, averaging close to 100 ADR and a 1.74 rating. He was one of the key entities for that victory in the best of one.
Looking to be a key entity here, Annikez, with the only weapon of Team Finest. Moving up, some damage found onto Fallen, but that's all it is. A missed opportunity for them to get an advantage in this round. Team Finest, I mean, they don't really support with anything else, just Eagles, really. So at this point, Imperial are looking to make this a simple round, not lose too many weapons, not drop too much damage to this Team Finest side. The Brazilians walk into the line of fire of Shock, simply out of it. That's the AK collected, and now Team Finest have doubled their rifle score.
Keep in mind, that's the only other player that's got some armor, so this could actually make more happen with the AK involved. AWP goes aggressive, takes the risk.
You can cancel that movement here from Annikez, but Shox is able to find that AK and brings it back to the table. That is the Molly taking down Twist, but Shox wants more! Shox wants it all! And Kriaz is there to turn it around. Team Finest shouldn't have won that, but they darn did.
Mate, the Estonian really coming through. The highest rated player for Finest on Overpass in the last 3 months. And my goodness, think about that for a moment. You've got a hero orb, you've got a couple of upgrades. Shox obviously held onto that AWP, so he's got armor, gets a kill onto Bolts the Lurkout from Monster, picks up his AK and makes something of it.
That's the kind of confidence you want to see from Team Finest, right? They were a little bit lingering yesterday on Dust 2, not really making decisions on those pushes and often stopped by Imperial, right? Utility thrown at their feet every time. But here we see them switch things up, right? They go for things that, I mean, look a little bit aggressive, although that was a very sort of round that wasn't expected for them to win, so you kind of expect them to go for something different, but it's good to see that from Team Finest.
Yeah, probably the information call there too from Imperial is, okay, hero AWP round is playing up towards Party and over towards A. Let's put some pressure down onto B. Let's try and make it uncomfortable for the Eco Pistols and just overwhelm them, and instead, look at their economy state. They're really struggling here.
They really are. Tech 9 galore here for Imperial. They're looking to go in dry and fast, but not too dry. They've got a lot of flashes to liquidate this round, if you will. But if you look from Team Finest side, they've gone scouting themselves. They know what's going on right now.
Now, this is a misread for the moment, right? They're going to have to get players and bodies back over towards the B side. It's indicating a retake setup.
Yeah, they're happy to kind of give this room, especially if they can. That means they can play by the numbers. But if Bear keeps this up, if the rest of them keep this up, Team Finest may be in trouble.
Oh, this could be a shocker. What a round from Imperial, running into a B site that's so undefended. This is a tough retake for Finest.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, dear, dear. 2 rifles for Imperial already. And Shock's trying to find another entry. They're looking to attack this from multiple fronts. Plesson falls victim to 2 angles. And Team Finest are making the decision to drop away from this. Imperial, they're able to topsy-turvy the round and bring it in their favor. Not only that, but they're taking rifles to the next round.
That's a pure punishment in a round like that. Finest having the idea that they wanted to make an information play up towards the end of long. In that fountain position, they had 2 players going into the bathrooms, 2 players up towards long, and 1 single defender of Plesson to hold off towards that B side. And the fact that he's trying to hang back at Graffiti, wants to play the time, and he doesn't find anything, instead just gets domed by that Tech 9, really made it awkward to get into the right position.
Let's have a look at that one again, right? Fair. Just feeling it. Fallen fully flashed, by the way. It's interesting to see how those ones happen, but yeah, a little bit off by Team Finest there, and they'll definitely want to recover this one because they are working with very fine margins.
Now even the double AWPs, you saw a lot of this up against the best of 1 and in the best of 3 context. We know that Kriaz and Plesson are the 2 players that can hold the second big green. Twisting towards connectors, receiving quite a lot of those nades, and Kriaz just open for some more bank shots.
Yeah, might be able to find something, but not too successful so far. At least it's given the idea that he is in that position, but
he's got one now.
Ooh, there you go. Phineas down low a bit. Plesson does take a chunk himself. There's a booster Reno coming in. Oh, that's a spray down. Now that opens up the B site for Imperial.
That's a sloppy mistake there from Finest. Think about these last few rounds, how much short water control has been taken there from Imperial. They get the boost up and it's just the unawareness.
Yeah, it's a little bit too rough here, but Arnicus is going on an excursion and he's got Vardy with him. No! He misses a shot and his teammate dies. That is the worst case scenario for Team Finest. They were lacking in that numbers department, and it just takes them a little bit further. But Arnicus isn't leaving away from this. He wants to go in for further kills. He's flashed over. Twist also finding damage towards the site. And Vinny's held back by Arnicus.
Yeah, Vinny's in a tough position because obviously he's got the bomb and doesn't have much support at all. Arnicus dropping that bomb. What a recovery that is. When you think about the uncomfortable nature of the play forward at long, they recover it, and now it looks perfect.
That sequence just didn't look like it started on the right note, but Arnicus somehow is able to flamboyantly make his way out of that. And now Fallen and Bolt looking to recover. They've got some time to work with, but that bomb needs to get to his site in quickly, and I don't think that is possible at this point. Bolt may look for some damage, and he will be able to find it. Twist is not looking in this direction, so down he goes. Good enough to turn around and find the dink, but not enough damage for the kill.
Kreyaz just thinking about keeping that scout option, just keeping an eye on, casing any walk around that comes through from Bolts. Bolts knows he just doesn't need a peek, hold on to the weapons. And what we're seeing right now is both teams obviously really targeting the economy. We're in a stretch where we haven't really seen a streak. We saw the 2 rounds in a row of the pistol and the anti-eco from Finest, and that's kind of it. We've had some back and forth rounds, we've had a couple in a row, but it's really targeting the money to be super limited.
Yeah, it is getting a little bit tough, and for Team Finest, I'm sure they'd want to get a streak going sooner rather than later, otherwise leaving it to the T side. Against Imperial on this map, yeah, that's not going to happen.
No, and for Imperial, we've obviously seen some very good performances from them in this event so far. Obviously, the best of 3 against Astralis, the fact that it goes the distance of 3 maps, the fact that it goes 29 rounds come the final map, which was, of course, Overpass. They want another crack at it. They want to try and see if they can turn that revenge into a victory.
They may be able to do so. But of course, only 3 rounds for them right now. Double up setup yet again. They do have the Kishing for it.
XM? Question mark? What's going on here?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Shocks.
I'm keen. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. So far, there isn't contention towards that XM's position, so... Not yet, at least. We won't be seeing it come in hand, but the connector play doesn't negate. That Pleston will have a little bit of a party himself. Wants to go in for more. Get a chunk of that. Why don't you? It's a tasty one. And now it's down to 2 for Imperial. All down because of Pleston's positioning.
My goodness, what a king of connector right there. And you just saw from Imperial, very light on the util, not putting the molly forward, not having a flash, peeking one by one, isolating those individual jewels. And now for Pleston, smoke it off, play the time, you've got the bomb control. This round is theirs, and now they've just got to think to themselves, okay, how can we tighten up and not give away some silly deaths?
I just feel sorry for Shox for not being able to show his XM prowess, you know?
I wanted to see that. Take it.
Yeah, it's a round. Maybe we'll see it next round, unless he's got money to buy up another weapon, and then the XM dreams are over, Dweg.
For Imperial, the dreams are get as much damage out of this one as possible, and know that recovering that bomb is going to be very difficult out towards Connector. And as a whole for Finest, they're just super passive right now.
Ooh, Fur. Getting his hands a little dirty. Twist can smell the stink. But no, okay, he's just playing with us. He's just swinging past it little by little, kind of trying to make us think that he's going to go in for it. But no, he's just holding back in case Team Finest get a little bit too aggressive. But yeah, that is Team Finest also finding the equalizer here, Dweg. That is going to be 4-4. Now they're starting to chain rounds together. Where that is continued is a question to come. But looking at Imperial's economy, next round may look pretty fruitful for them.
Yeah, and this comes down to a situation now where the scrappiness is only going to continue moving forward. It doesn't feel as if it's going to end anytime soon. And for Finest, I would almost imagine this is their domain when things get really scrappy, because that's typically how it is in the online scene, and that's normally how a lot of their victories come through, the close affairs, the back and forth nature when the pressure's really on. Getting to see some very good signs out of certain individuals. Pleston in particular in that round made it look like a breeze.
So I kind of wanted to ask you here, Greg. I mean, Team Finest got a very solid victory against EG. That best of 3 never looked like it was out of control for them. Do you think they'll be able to have the same ability against Imperial? Maybe we can wait a little bit on that question as Fair look to regress towards that molly, but maybe a topic for another time. Shot may put that XM into good use. The AK prevails and they do enter the site. Onwards they go. Team Finest looking to keep that trade close onto that short angle. Anarkez keeps it going. Twist needs to turn his attention towards it. Very successful up against Fur. The only rifle now out of existence here for Imperial, but the smokes will allow them to cross onto the site. On top they go. Fallen with more. Plaston. Oh, he was in trouble there, but Imperial able to stabilize for a little bit.
I'll try and get the bomb down, but the spam's just continuing forward, and now things get so awkward here for Fallen. Try and get the bomb plant in, but it doesn't happen at all. Notice the protocol there that comes through from Finest. So they've got, obviously, the monster hold coming through from Shox. He kind of gets caught out guard. He's jiggle peeking. He's trying to see if he can spot for information. Gets the XM. Doesn't quite draw it in time. They then find Anarkez in a position where, okay, he gets a contact duel. He founds a kill, but he gets smoked off. Instantly, he boosts Pleston up on top of those sandbags, and that was the element of surprise Imperial weren't ready for.
Yeah, and I guess this time it can give us time about what kind of Team Finest have been doing correct against EG and whether they'll have the opportunity to do that against Imperial. What do you reckon?
I think consistency was key in that game. We saw some very good defaults from them. When I look at Finest, obviously, we can sit here and say, oh, Anarkez is a sick player, and obviously he's been doing really well in this event. You've got all round, a very solid lineup here. You've got riflers with a fair amount of experience in the tier 2 scene. You've also got riflers that could put up good numbers. And I think for Finest, keeping it simple and not overcomplicating the defaults and their standard style of play and playing comfortable and playing how they like is got to be the best way forward. And already, it just feels as if they're on a much sounder page than what we saw from them previously on Dust 2.
They definitely seem a little bit more comfortable, for sure. But of course, they can solidify an advantage here. Anarkez could be in trouble, though. Look at all these Tech 9s just rushing right at him. Oh, they're coming. But he does stop too. At least that's a good point. But an AWP recovered could find some damage.
Yeah, Krea's got to try and get out of trouble as well. That AWP aggressive. And now Twist goes down 3v3. You start thinking to yourself, is this winnable?
Yeah, give Fallen another opportunity and might as well will be. Of course, if they walk into the crossfires of Krea's, oh, Fallen! That could have been it. Oh, but Plaston puts him to an early grave, and unfortunately, it isn't it. At least for Imperial. For Team Finest, they're pretty much happy about that, relieved. But wait a second here. FNX has walked past this. The B site is now theirs.
Just when I was going to give some praise for Shox of over-rotating, look at what happens. He just catches the timing, and the AWP actually deals with that B player. Knowing there's two rifles in play, this is doable.
A Not versus Op, an M4 versus M4. Team Finest shouldn't be in the position they're in. Bolts a shot that he shouldn't have missed, but turns his attention towards Pleston, and down he goes. Kriaz with all to do to recover it for Team Finest. The moment we are praising them for the rounds they've been getting one after the other, now he needs to come alive for his team. They will not. Imperial just take one out of the bag and equalize.
Oh, what is going on? We are seeing some wacky rounds right now. And in all fairness, that should never happen. You've got aggressive players up against an anti-eco. Finest know better than that. That's over-peaking beyond belief. Anarkez getting close towards that party position. Kreaz getting caught out into the open. And then Shox, okay, he catches the timing, starts moving away, thinks about the heaven rotate, and the AWP of Bolts out of all players makes that possible in the post-plant.
Oh, Team Finest hopes to play in their home town, I'd say, home country. To be backed by their crowd is starting to get a little bit more difficult as Imperial are getting themselves in really good positions here on the T side, and now they've changed up the pace, going a little bit slower, and that is kind of difficult on the Team Finest side.
Or the duel, Anarkez falling. You know the way that Pleston's aggressing up towards party, at least finds the response, but getting out of here could be difficult.
Yeah, Pleston. Oh, he wants more of it. The flash is well timed, but Fallen has got the backline of Pleston covered. Twist aggressing with a 5-7 actually, and that's through connector. Shox finds another. It's all cross-started throughout the map, and Fallen all of a sudden finds himself by himself. That is a classic Fallen shot. What a shot.
Vintage right there for Fallen. Now the question is, what more can obviously be presented? We've seen the way that Finest have been able to shut it down in Con. Pleston playing up in party. The fact that the information was already there, that on the initial contact, he still finds a multi-frag. And Fallen's got time. He's got the bomb. He's got some utility. He's got some armor. If he can get this one pick towards A, this could be the acceleration forward.
The Brazilian commander now looking to make the difference. Finding two. This should be a clutch ace for him if he does achieve the impossible. But you can slowly see the time is ticking. And it's getting away from him. Little he walks and little he gains. Twist behind, it's read by Fallen, but Twist gets the better of him, and that is Team Finest getting back that lead.
And just feel there from Finest that things get maybe a little bit awkward from the initial stance, but recovered well. Twist, obviously with that 5-7 playing out from Connector, was one of the big difference makers. But Pleasant, again, we saw it previously a few rounds ago. We've now seen it again up towards a party position. He's on good form today.
He really is. Like, you love to see that. I always love seeing these cam segments between the games, you know, how they interact with each other, how emotional these coaches get with their players. It's always good to see. And for Team Finest, it's always been very composed, as if it's friends playing with each other.
Yeah, and this is a side in which, or an org in which we could really say that it obviously struggled to find the right fit. We saw last year there was about 32 roster changes that came through from Finest, players just coming in and out all the time. Stand-in Central, it's now been a solid few months where we have not seen a player change. Ma obviously got benched earlier on into the year. They brought in the 2 guys over from Savage, of Twist and of Pleasant. Since then, it's been stable.
It has been. And they've achieved a lot online, at least in the Tier 2 scene, but now they're playing up against competition they've never really gone through. I mean, you can take an exception of Twist, of course, but there are some players here that are fairly new to this level of Counter-Strike. Imperial going to put their faith on Fallen and FNX for this round.
I like this, and do you know why? They've realized, anti-eco again, remember what we did last time? We went aggressive and we got punished. Okay, the round's not exactly the same. You've got an AWP in for Fallen and you've got the AK for FNX, but they realized the economy's not great. It is so much more deeper and it's so much more controlled because they've realized these sort of rounds when we've got aggressive hasn't worked.
Might have worked once, but it's hard to achieve that consistency. Imperial slowly moving in towards the toiletry position as well as taking up upper garden control. It seems that Anakez may be wary of it. Timing could be an issue though. They've already managed to cross towards the left side corner. Fallen in command of that, never dropping that shot ever. And Pleasant maybe put Chief in command in this position onto that ace site. Still holding on strong as Bolts is taken low, but he needs to be wary of the off angle. And does he have the reinforcements for that? That is the question. Twist is close by to assist him, but they'll slowly run out of utility to throw at them, and they're slowly running out of time to do that. Imperial will start to infiltrate the site, and it's Vinny to entry frag now with a P250. Pistols all around, but it's the heavy hitters that look to do the damage. But it's the Tech 9 to entry. All of a sudden, Imperial have got full control, and Team Finest on the outside looking in.
Nah, mate, this is save call. This is save central, and it just felt as if there for Finest, there was a misread, there was a miscom, whatever it was. Pleasant was holding passively from the bank position, but you already saw Twist moving away. They had the indication of an A fake in that situation. They wanted to stack up B heavy, and it comes down into a stance of a slight hesitation. That movement off the bomb side when your teammate goes down, and from that point onwards, you've got 2 on B, Twist is out of position, you've got to call it, you've got to save.
You've got to save. Oh, it can't feel good for Team Finest to drop these rounds. Imperial are really holding on. It's like they've just thrown a noose at them and just pulling towards them as if they're cowboys at this point.
And
with
it's
their
in rounds where the money's limited.
Yeah.
And this is where Finest are going to look at it and say, right, rifle v rifle rounds are actually done pretty well. When we're playing up against a Hero AK or an AWP, a couple of upgraded pistols, they're struggling. And that was something, actually, that we saw quite frequently against EG yesterday, is that the rounds in which the Americans had light buys, Finest struggled the most.
Yeah, it's really weird to see that consistency in the rounds that should be most consistent, but in the opposite manner than you would have expected. And now it's Team Finest on a little bit of a rough buy. Pleasant not really working with a rifle this time around, kind of having a hand cannon to work with, going for a fairly deep positioning himself.
Chocks?
Oh, that's aggressive! It works out.
It's ballsy, it's very dry, and it's wrist sentry. And right there for Finest, that is something that Imperial are just not ready for at all. Their own re-smoke towards Monster, not even popping through it, but jumping out towards that left-hand side. And when you know you're already limited on a buy, the Pleasant's on a deagle, you've got to try and make a bit of risk, and it pays off.
Yeah, how often can you make that happen, though, right? It's not often you can expect Imperial to fall victims to that. So for Team Finest to pull that off that quickly here on this round could really elevate their play.
Yeah, Fallen just charging with that AWP. Spam coming through from FNX. Actually towards that connector boost wall. So it comes down to at least the response to drop Kriaz. And see the rotation coming up from Anakez with that AWP too. At least he's defending the site, which looks to be hit.
Team Finest. Polarized across both sites, 2 defenders per side. Seems that Team Finest may want to assist the B side a little bit more now. Anakez is the solo defender here. With everything to do, really.
This is tough. Take a shot, take a contact, put the incendiary down. Rotations are going to be slow. If you can get a multi-frag, that would be the best case scenario.
Oh, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't it be great if they just lined up for him? But he doesn't have much room to work with either, right? Not many positions he can fall back to. That's a shot connected, but it's not a kill. Throws an incendiary in front of him, but needs to shot back again. Fur falls. Vinny looking for the sideline, but it's FNX to get the job done quicker. Team Finest, though, were quick to rotate.
And they're holding down that comp play. They're waiting for the CD to come up, but Vinny with the bomb's going to get caught, and the time's not there. The round's done from Finest here. And just don't have it, do ya? When you're playing with that little on the clock, you've got to get that bomb down. What a hero moment that is to get that aggressive behind the truck, because you know, I get this kill onto Vinny, round's done.
2 instances of regression here from Team Finest that actually pay off, pushing through smokes, and the last one was the most crucial one when the time mattered. Imperial left that to the last second, couldn't afford a risk like that, but of course they did, and that is where they fall.
Yeah, Finest holding on to their lead, but ever so slightly, and this is where we get into the conversation again of the back and forth rounds. Hardly ever a lead is getting found between the two. A lot of damage done to Kriaz, and Plesson's been spotted out in the open.
Oh, Kriaz, yeah, he has been, hasn't he? Imperial now will want to take more out of this. A chunk out of Twist, HG grenade maybe to finish him off. Sidesteps it.
Oh, the XM's back in play.
Ooh, you love to see that.
If Bolts goes for a walkout, any sort of lurk attempt towards Monster, that could be an easy connection. Lack of information as of right now. Imperial really slow in the clock.
Oh, Shock's just waiting and it's not checked, is it? It's not checked, and he gives the info to his team, expecting a second player to come out of that. Doesn't wait for the range to get too far. That's an AK.
Yeah, just wanted to trigger discipline in case there was a further walk, that it was actually more than just a single individual. Even Anakez getting close towards that spam, wants to play aggressive behind this divider wall.
Alright, Team Finest. Oh, Anakez is up against the smoke here. Ah, doesn't even get flashed by that. Was in front of it. No effect to him at all. Quick kill. And they're just sustaining that position. Don't really want to fall back. Oh, and it pays off. Even though he's blind as a bat, still achieves to get one. And now Imperial down to 2 players. A little bit lost, really, considering this 2 on this A site defending.
And the time's low again. We've seen this situation before, only previously in the last round. They've got to get the entries onto the side.
Oh, Twist there with the MP9. Perfect lineup there with a longer distance shot, but Plesson will be able to delay it. 14 seconds is playing with. He does end up falling. And now all of a sudden we're down to a 1-on-1. Fair. He's got a chance.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, he's so close.
Shonks is going to do it again.
Oh, he does it.
2 times in a row now. We've seen that play of walking forward, getting towards the truck from the dumpster position and denying the bomb going down. Very good attempt there from Fur. Again, you're in a difficult situation. You're in a 1vx. We've seen him be in these sort of environments before where he's got to deliver. While he gets away with a couple of kills, it's no more than that. Finest find their 8.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of seeing troubled faces on the Team Finest camp still. I mean, yes, they found the advantage. Yes, they guarantee they'll be ahead at halftime. But I'm sure they were looking for more.
You'd imagine so. And Finest, no, they're up against one of these shoddy bars again. Anakez with the AWP. Of course he hits it.
Of course. Oh, I would have said, of course, he hits the second one, but of course it's fallen to shut him down. Not with an AWP this time around. It's just with a Tech 9. His little buddy.
Oh, it's quick. Look at how fast they're already picking up A. And that's because of the gap opening up from Anakez and Con. Plesson's hearing the info, but he's outside.
Yeah, they don't care. They just move in. They demand the space. And maybe, again, we'll be seeing a shaky buy from Imperial. Overwhelm this arsenal of Team Finest. Now Vinny, he's close by next to Bank. Looking to go for a break-in, steal some cash, steal some names, but no. Twist, the security guard, is able to deal with them. Kriaz as well is finding their entry. So Imperial left with 2 here. Fallen's got an all-important angle with an AWP to work with, though. This is who they'll be relying on. Holding his ground for more. Fern able to put the pressure for too long. Fallen with another. That's 3 kills. But the bomb has time to get defused, which means Team Finest are 9 rounds in at halftime.
And they had to work incredibly hard for that. But at the same time, I think it shows showed in the rounds in which got scrappy that they were the ones that came out on top. The trading game being really quick right here on Overpass. We've now seen a slight lead going into the second half. Anika's having a little bit of a smile, probably thinking 9-6. It's a good half for us.
Just seeing that smile just reminded me what we saw earlier on from these teams when they were in their team hurdles, kind of giving that pre-game brief, and I could see Kriess just pat his head.
Yeah.
that was just a funny moment. And you love to see it, you know, the camaraderie. These guys have gone through a lot on the Alliance scenes. To now be on LAN, it's a big step for them.
Yeah, of course it is, but they also have to know what's going to come up now with Imperial on the City side. We've seen for them that they're currently second in the event for round win percentage in 5v4 situations. Always so dominant when getting those opening picks. So if Finest really want to give themselves a leg up, opening kills are going to be so important here.
Well, the pistol round could define whether this gap is closed sooner or rather than later. And it seems that Imperial have the right amount of players to fend off this onslaught. Twist will be first to enter the Death Realm. Oh, but Vinny wants to bring home some more. Plaston and Kriess, they've turned it around, Weg. They've turned it around. Plaston has gotten a couple, which means Bolts is all by himself.
Yeah, Plaston was a king yesterday on EG when it came to the pistol rounds, and right here for Bolts, at least he's defending the right side.
Yeah. You could give them that benefit, but I think they just realised where he is. Ooh, that's the bomb by his feet. Fancy another headshot. Well, that headshot is on his own head, not the one he would have liked. But still, that's the pistol round for Team Finest.
Yeah, Plesson, actually the best player in the event when it comes to opening kills. So that's always something we've got to keep an eye out for him, especially on the T side, is being that entry man, opening up space, allowing his team to really capture. And when we think about the connector control, it gets a little bit back and forth with the trades. Plesson's the one that gets them out of trouble, getting the kills elsewhere before focusing down on Con.
Team Finest are going to like winning that pistol round. Really going to like it. That gives them some breathing space. For Imperial, I want to get all cuddly, get up in their faces, give them a smooch. There's some soft bullets, but it's hot lead on their faces. And all of a sudden, those are 2 rifles.
Oh no, not one of these shaky buys again.
Oh,
Can
no.
we even call it a buy? There's hardly any upgrades whatsoever. At least they've got the B side, but they've got to contain themselves now.
I mean, they've got on the B side, but the bomb was all the way towards spawn, so it's taken a long time for it to get there. So it hasn't even started ticking yet, and Imperial are already there.
And they've got to get some kills. That's what they've got to hope for in this situation. And knowing you've got 2 MAC-10s at this kind of range, it's going to be tough. You've got to rely down on this Galil.
Oh, this is difficult. Oh, this is so tough. And if you're Team Finest right now, you better be hoping for kills to come in your way. But Imperial going to play the trade game, going to play together, look to swing out from multiple positions. That shock's already down, looking for a boost arena over the smoke. That's the MAC-10 to find some damage, but not enough kills. Damage again onto FNX. He's not going to be touching the bomb. Or is he? Shot from Fur. The bomb is being defused. The defuse kit is there. Oh, shut down. Not just yet. But how long will you hold on? The BM knife kill for Imperial to get them this follow-up.
Oh my goodness, we saw an anti-eco round go the way of a victory in the last series. I didn't think we'd see it again, Pavlos. That's heartbreak for Finest. They are so light on the upgrades. We're talking about pieces of util, and they have lost to that one. That has got to be so frustrating for Finest, and an absolute achievement out of nowhere from Imperial. What a steal.
They keep on delivering with these pistol rounds, man. How does that constantly happen? Sometimes I wonder, is it Team Finest falling flat? Or is it Imperial also just feeling alive when they've not got those miniguns?
I don't know, mate. But the way that I'm looking at it is, let's just take the example of the anti-ecos not going the way they did. This could be like a 13-4. This could be so much more of a one-sided scoreline from Finest if they can just tighten in those sloppy rounds. And you could just see there from Twist, it's not the best outcome at all. You've got to be annoyed at that one, but you've got to stay composed. This is the first map in a best of 3. You're looking to try and strike here on Overpass, and knowing that it's Imperial's map pick, this could be the best chance in the series possible if Finest want to get the upset.
Oh, it really is. It really is, and they're starting to just fall away from their hands, slipping through their fingers. Oh, this is a shaky buy from them as well, and they haven't had the impact that Imperial has had when they've gotten these weapons. You can't be too comfortable if you're Team Finest right now.
Even Fallen, so much more defensive than what Anika's was when we think about the majority of that first half. Slow contact, not a lot of utility have been used, and very silent getting up to this divided position. They are going to rotate a couple of players, though, because the CTs have taken short water.
Molly to delay at least one of these angles. Imperial have got the right idea. 3 plays towards A. Not going to be an easy feat for Team Finest to unravel themselves into this.
So live with the util. 2 smokes and a flash. It's going to have to be dry on the majority of these fights. And just knowing that Imperial is now starting to take some of this map control back, the fights are going to come to them.
And it hurts that it's got to be dry. There's still a lot of smokes in the Imperial camp. You know they'll be throwing off and closing off those entries, but here comes a first frag for them at least. They can't afford any more trades. They need a clear advantage. That is Twist, keeping it going. Can you bring it on? It looks like they can. Preston feeling alive, and now the A site can be taken over.
Mate, even Shox is still holding for the top of Con to make sure that rotation comes in.
That smoke went way off the mark though, which means it gives space for Imperial to work with. The bomb doesn't go down yet, but unfortunately for them, they do drop most of these players. It's all down to Venny, and I think he's already moved away from it.
Yeah, he doesn't have the idea and the inkling of just how low some of the HP members are, but you could just see their Twist playing in and around that divided position, gets 2 kills. Shox is holding from the top of bathrooms, waiting for that wraparound to come through from bolting Con, and as soon as that connection gets found, that's Finest opening up the A site and finding their 11th.
Beautiful from Team Finest there. Little to work with, knew exactly what they had to do, and executed to perfection. Now they'll be saving quite a lot of weapons here. I'm sure Shox will be on the lookout for a rifle to upgrade his Mach 10. But that is them staying composed, not really allowing Imperial to feel too comfortable with their own economical situation.
And just keep in mind, this is the first international LAN for Finest. If they can come here, take on a team that they've already played before, and make their way to the stage with a core 3 Swedish lineup, this would be dreams for a few of them.
For the people at home, you're not looking what we're looking at right now, but there's a stadium in front of us and we can imagine it being filled to the brim with Swedes. And you better know that they'll be cheering on for the Team Finest squad if they do make sure they do get themselves this victory. But it is still a tough endeavor. It's still early days, Dweg.
Yeah.
We're looking at the first map of what could be 3.
Yeah, that is very true, but you also need to take into account how this game has gone so far, how the next map is Vertigo, the map pick of Finest, that you can start sort of getting that inkling of, okay, Finest are here to play, they've given themselves a solid lead, even though there's been a couple of mistakes here or there, they have still been able to put on a very good performance. And we've just got to see more from some of the big dogs. Fur, currently ranked 5th in the event for kills per round. Where is he when he needs him the most?
You really need him to step up. You can see Imperial a little bit frustrated, right? Not feeling as comfortable we saw them last time they played against Finest. Definitely being pressured. But they do manage to scrape up a buy and fall in as on the AWP, and I think that's so important for them.
Early Molly going down towards that short position to indicate any aggression in here for it. Very quick play from Finest to take short water.
Yeah, they just want it fast. They want Arnikez in a very aggressive position. They want to try and use him to get that early numbers advantage. They may be able to do so, Arnikez. Oh, little does he know if he had his crosshair a little bit further to the left, he could be competing with 2, but no, Imperial are playing it a little bit safe, and this could be the timing. Never going to miss that one, are you, mate?
Arnikez, highest in the entire event for success in opening duels, and that round sparks exactly what we've seen so far. Aggressing forward, taking that risk, but having the patience of holding the line and finding the connection.
It's beautiful to see. It really is. All the pieces coming together from the grind these past months for their side. Those online tournaments now paying off. Multiple teams would have loved to have that journey, right? Imagine the entropic Sinners that have hardened themselves at the top of Tier 2 to have the competition now on land straight out of the bat. But now it looks like they've got something in mind. That ace like Fur, you're in trouble, mate. Out into the open, and that's Anakez's shot, of course, to grab that kill. Still, Mollies are falling by the feet of Imperial every single step of the way. Wherever they step, the floor is lava.
Excellent. Thoroughly impressed in a round like that from Finest. The fact that they get Anakez in that sort of position, they then start taking the long control and the util. The molly to go out to that cubby left-hand corner just forces the fight into the open. And then not only does Pleasant find one, but follows up. That second entry towards the truck and pizza position, perfect crosshair placement. 12 on the board now for Finest, and if you're Imperial, you are sweating hardcore right now.
Yeah, it's proactivity from Team Finest to actually get them on top, and Imperial are a little bit troubled in this instance, right? What do you start doing? Do you play ultra safe? This was a round where they played ultra safe, right? They weren't really taking too many risks with these pushes, and they still got infiltrated very quickly.
Yeah, I think you'd have to imagine coming into some big sequences and maybe trying to put some more pressure down on aggressive maneuvers. Haven't really seen map control being taken out towards short water and fountain on a consistent level. It has been quite back passive. Just see some of these frags coming in once again, and even that hunt going down onto bolts can make such a difference in the long term, knowing that you've only got a handful of rounds to win until this map is yours.
But they will look at economy. I think if we win this one, they have shit buy, right? The next one. This is a force buy. And the next they have shit buy. So maybe
The pressure is mounting. Trying to calculate how the endeavor is right now for Imperial regarding their buy. Obviously, it can't be too fruitful. They've had difficulty on the CT side. We expected this to be their strong suit, but it hasn't proven to be thus far up against Team Finest.
We know that for Imperial, they're currently ranked last in the event on CT side for percentage of deaths traded. And just knowing the way that we've seen this CT side so far, the trading game has been a little bit more on the poorer side in comparison to what we saw from Finest. This could even be the quicker B play.
Yeah, this could be a very quick B play, and it could be for good reason. Imperial stacking towards the upper park side. There's only one player left here to give the information. Bolts is a dead man standing, or may I say crouching. Just doing the slap squad right there. Yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah, Finest thinking, okay, let's not overthink the anti-eco round. We know we've struggled with them in the past. Let's hit them hard. Let's hit them with pace. Straight acceleration on the monster pop. And luckily enough, Imperial don't even have the stack on B.
Actually love the pressure Team Finest are putting on them right now. Really not allowing Imperial to breathe. Obviously, this is an eco. Obviously, this is USPs from Imperial. But the confidence to just... Oh my god. Arnikes, you're just too clever. Through the walls as well. Finds the last shot. Nade thrown at his feet, but he doesn't care. He just doesn't care, this man.
He's having a great tournament. And we know that Arnikes is one of the star players, one of the most crucial entities in Tier 2 when it comes to his AWPing style. But just knowing, coming into this best of 3 Pavlos, he had been on top form. 77 rounds played, positive 33 KD, a 1.46 rating in that best of 1, in that best of 3, and he's just continuing it.
Unstoppable force this guy is. You can see they're leaving some utility behind. It looks like they may want to fall back on that position later on. And you can see Imperial this time around, they're going aggressive.
Taking it as the bonus round, trying to get that Mach 10 to fly through. FNX in a position where he's forced out into the open. A lot of players around party right now.
Oh, Fur ends up falling into Pleasant though. That's a little bit tricky. FNX now holding the position he was earlier, is able to scramble it up. Quickly traded. Fallen though has got his teammates back, so it's still anyone's game. It just comes down to whether Fallen can sustain this position or whether he drops. Will it be a trade? Will he just fall? It will be the latter. Shox takes full command of that space.
That's a triple setup towards Topicon and bathrooms. Set by Imperial to answer back with the trading game, and instead it just keeps going 1-for-1. Arnikes and Shox, vertical crossfire on that peak forward. Great crosshair placement coming through from Shox to deal with Fallen, and now slow it down. You've got a minute odd on the clock, you've got util to play with, you want to force a mistake, and even with the AWP holding bank, this is giving more time for Krios with the bomb to commit to long.
And this slow tempo from Team Finest will increase the pressure onto Imperial. The last sequence of rounds for Arnikes have just been something different. And I'm telling you, he could be built different. Vinny's got the right idea for the wraparound towards this A site, but what can you really do if you're Vinny here? Up against the 3, the Brazilian here, looking to shape up, but oh, it might be coming out of the right angle. Oh, could have been a lineup. There is a world where their stars connected and aligned, but no. Oh, you love to hear that.
And let's be real, this isn't even that competitive. When we think about what's happened on Overpass, it just reflects back to Dust 2. Finest down 3-13, managed 12 rounds. It tells me they were nervous, uncomfortable at the start of that opening best of 1, but came back and they've showed comfortability beyond belief. We've seen one CT round here from Imperial on their map pick.
This is not something we expected for Imperial at all. They haven't found their comfort, neither economically, neither pace-wise. Team Finest have been in command all across the board. But it seems they've got a good idea, at least from the placement. Team Finest are taking on now towards this right-hand side of a map. Fur in the corner, Shocks mistiming the crossman, but still found from Team Finest.
Ooh, the monster resmoke does not land. That is not done at all. And that just allows the walk forward now.
They're actually squared things up a bit. Kriaz and Anakez looking to trade. This is actually a little bit more explosive for Imperial, as it is with these pistols. FNX once more. And Fallen has found himself some ground to work with. If he wraps around correctly, could be some riflery for him.
And no surprise at all that the Eco is one of the most successful rounds here from Imperial.
Who would have thought?
The factor is, though, is it any more? You found 3 kills, you've done the economical damage. This is still a winnable round.
The leader, the captain. If there's anyone to do it, it's Fallen.
Oh, the rat play's good, though. They've got so much time.
Team Finest really not just going for the bomb there. They have no information where Fallen is. They're not taking risk at all.
Ooh, no, they're not going to meet one another. It depends whether Shocks actually drops down from this heaven position. At least they've got some utility to use between them. And Shocks is just waiting. Now the footsteps been heard.
Oh, they know. At least Fallen knows at least where one of them is. That could be a head or missed opportunity. And he misses a couple of shots there. Could have been their chance, but it isn't. Team Finest on map point on their opponent's map pick.
Mate, they're getting loud. Very loud over at that Finest side. And they know how much every single round means right now. 15-7. Haven't even allowed Imperial to get up to double digits just yet. And we've just seen the Pleasant and Anakez show. Pleasant, second highest rated player of the event. Pleasant at number 5. Both of those guys have been so consistent so far.
Imperial really need to bring out something magic to close out 8 rounds in a row, especially in the manner we've seen them play so far on the CT side.
Oh, here we go again.
A little bit more passive for Imperial this time around, though, and doesn't seem they'll be peeking this corner anytime soon, but could give Anakez further space to move even more forward.
Oh, hang on, mate. He's still holding, but no!
That's an all-important kill for Bolts, though. That puts Imperial on top, and that puts Anakez to his grave.
Yeah, opening man advantage coming through from Imperial. It's been a lack of these so far, but the trade's there from Kriaz, and the space gets found.
That's what Team Finest need to get them back into it, but FNX somehow opens things up towards the other end of the map. Kriaz wanted more, bringing that AWP into his hands, and that's the opportunity he needed. 2 kills for them, leveling the playing field, and Team Finest now, their opportunity to figure out how they want to unravel this.
They can slow it down. Slow it right down here from Finest. You've got the util, you've got the 3v3, and you've got the time to work with. Imperial trying to see if they can search for information. First aggressing forward, but he might just miss the timing of them getting into the bathrooms.
Oh, it's down to the wire, isn't it? We're playing with fine margins here for all the way around. Enters Parler's playground. Oh, there you go. Okay. The bomb is there. They know what's happening. The rest of the rotations for Imperial are coming towards that A site, and that's the kill. FNX finds one onto the other end, and all of a sudden, Kriaz finds himself all by himself. Oh dear. Well, with 18 seconds, he needs to at least find Fur and relieve the pressure from the back end, but Fallen looks to relinquish that by taking him down. Looks like Imperial will hold on for just a bit more.
Now, you spoke about the thinnest of margins, and I don't think you can get any thinner than that. Just as you round the corner towards Party, you see a pixel, and out of all the players, it's the one with the bomb. It gives you the information. It's not a lurk. It is a full commitment. He's able to drop that bomb, establish the crossfire on the side directly, and now from Imperial, you've just got to take it 1 round at a time.
1 round at a time. Put your head down, lads. Let's see how far you can take this. How long you can go. What a way to start off this series if Team Finest win this. What a story would it be if they knock down Imperial here before playoffs even begins. Damage onto Fur. Does opt to fall back from it, but he's going to have to stick around to assist Fallen here.
Yeah, they've got to set the crossfire right here in the bathrooms if they want to continue to hold the AWP so aggressive. They're actually going to change it up, so FNX is going to go further aggressive and Fur's going to go back towards the site knowing that he's on low HP. Now, in this notion, they've still left the Lurker Kriaz out towards the B site, but the main control is being taken by the T's towards long.
Slow and steady wins the race. Imperial really not taking any chances here. They are acting blind though. Suffocated from info. Team Finest haven't shown all that much. One smoke. Just a fake, just enough obfuscation.
We haven't seen a lot of fakes in the mid round, and Twist gets caught off. What an info play that is from Fallen. He sees nothing.
He realizes it's just one player, which means the rest of his team can hold comfortable towards this B site. Team Finest looking to move in. But they know they don't have too much margin for error. Vinny onto the back end. Kriaz looking to trade it. Bolt being the gatekeeper, he has to be. Team Finest with half the amount of players alive for him. In contrast to Imperial, that is Kriaz looking to hold on. But we're only working with 10 seconds here. That's the bomb laid out right in front of him. Solo there! That's the headshot. And that could be the plant as well.
Oh my goodness, he's going to get the bomb down and first so low HP.
Smoke concealing his position. Furphy drops. He could be a dead man. Kriaz could be ending this map right here, right now. Thurs dropped. Does Kriaz expect it? He does, but he misses the shot! Imperial are still in this!
Oh my goodness, one bullet. That's all the connection that Kriaz needed, but it doesn't quite happen. They get the bomb down to allow the extra money, but another clutch comes forward, and Imperial, they're hanging on.
They are indeed, Twag. They are indeed. Stern faces, though. They know they've got a long way to go still.
Yeah, it's a tough challenge. It always is, especially when the rounds are as close as they are. And Finest just know, keep the mental. Keep the mental. Don't tilt. Don't overcomplicate anything because they're playing well. They're the better team in this matchup. They've come close. They've had a couple of rounds in which didn't quite go their way. But as an overall picture, they know this is theirs for the taking.
How far can they take it? This discussion is going to continue until they actually close up this gap, Dwayne. We're talking about 6 consecutive rounds for Imperial. Cannot be easy.
Vinny is going very aggressive in this. There's a player behind the short pipe, but they haven't designed the duel just yet.
These risks have to be flawless by them. Really tinkling with the lines of between life and death. Oh, just walks in front of him, but it's Kriaz with a better weapon, and it's Kriaz with the kill.
And that for Marsh trying to get the jump, but Kriaz really leveling back from what we saw from him in the last round, finding the initial response, allowing the opening man advantage to continue to flow forward, and now start taking some of the bathrooms of banana control.
And now, Team Finest have weakened the defenses of Imperial, but it's up to them to keep up this pressure still. Very slow, reminiscent of the previous round. They attempted the fake, but maybe it's a full commit this time around.
Even consider what util is being held over towards this B site. Bolts has got nothing, and FNX has only got an HE. There is no way they can slow it down. If there's an XE, if there's a commitment, they're going to go.
Kriaz has been given the AWP. Anarchist is going in. He wants this action. He wants to be the one in command. Bolt's completely flashed as a bat still gets one before he falls. FNX with all to do here, unable to do the magic work. Team Finest, they're on the verge of closing this out here. A near impossible feat for Fallen and Fair.
Get the bomb down, play the timeout. There's still util. There's even a player to the right-hand side they don't know about.
What? A molly kill for Fallen? That was a bomb planter. And now it has to be attempted once again. Twist with a sideline play. Doesn't want to peek another time. If there's anyone to do it, it's Fur, but when he's blind, there's nothing he can do. Team Finest make the upset happen. First map goes their way.
Mate, I'm impressed. They played bloody well right there, and it just showed that even though it was slightly scrappy for the first 6-7 rounds of the game, they picked it up, they played as a unit, and we saw Plessin and Anarchez at the absolute peak.
Man, I'm so excited about this series, and there's just so much more to come, and I'm sure all the Team Finest guys are very, very excited as well, but we'll be seeing more of this later on. We're throwing to a break right now. See you guys right after that.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. Gotta get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Hey buddy, let me show you how to fix that. Bitskins.com. Buy and sell skins instantly. Deposit and withdraw funds instantly with crypto or directly to your Visa card. Bitskins.com. The best skin marketplace.
12 rounds, ding ding. Sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah. Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with the words you fling. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Got the belt like a king. Heavyweight champion of the whole damn thing, yo. Full of gas, full of spin. Jekyll and Hyde, you're the evil twin. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, you're never gonna. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah. Cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth. Now I'm surrounded.
Pinnacle Cup Championship is brought to you by Pinnacle, Asus ROG, Intel, and Bitskins.
Things just got very tricky for Imperial. It was their map pick, Overpass, and Finest won out. And they didn't just win in any old fashion. It was a pretty dominant scoreline, 16-9. Up next is going to be Vertigo, but before we get into it, it's time for me and my analyst to break down exactly what took place on map number 1. Jay, what are your initial reactions to Overpass?
Unexpectation, I think, is the. I don't even think that's an English word, but it probably
Started
is.
strong, you know?
It probably is the best way I can describe it. I did not see that coming at all. I don't think any of us really saw that coming. And you've got to give credit to Finest, right? On that T side especially, it felt like they came in with a solid game plan in a CT-sided meta, got the one up, got to map point at 15-7 on the T side. Like, that's got to be something you have to give praise to.
Yeah, I like that you draw attention to that second half in particular, because I think the first half was kind of very par for the course, right? 9-6, if anything, you can make the argument that 6 rounds T-side was good for Imperial. Where things really did fall apart was that CT side for the Imperial squad. I think there's a couple of reasons for that, if I were to look at it. I would say, firstly, you know, Finest, man, they clearly did their homework. They had a lot of knowledge as to how, you know, Fallen likes to call over towards, particularly like mid and connector, what goes on there. But on top of just Finest clearly being prepared and a couple of guys like Plessin and Anarquez having great games, there were some problems on the Imperial side. I was looking at this and I was looking at Vinny. I kind of want to highlight him here. Very problematic in my eyes in this game. It felt like fairly consistently he would be pushing in like man advantage situations, right? Kind of giving up maybe like a 5v4 that you've worked for. Just to give you an idea, it was... I did the maths right before we went live. I think it was like 14 to 11 in terms of like the opening duels in favor of Imperial. So that means that they actually had the openers more often than not, and they would just squander these 5v4s. And I think Vinny was a big proponent of that. Sometimes I think he still is kind of in that like Furia mindset of, I'm going to aggro short B, I'm going to get stuck in. And you know, like when he was in Furia, he would have pieces there to trade, to play off of him, to kind of swarm that position. But when it falls to just him alone, it was problematic more often than not. And then it kind of leaves like a very weak B defense. FNX was struggling over towards that side of the map. The numbers certainly reflect it, and I think he was put in a bit of a bad spot by, you know, Vinny maybe overextending on short one too many times.
Jay, just to pick up on one of the initial points that Harry made, preparation. Do you think there's a chance that Finest are more prepared for Imperial than Imperial are for them? I'm not saying that Imperial have outright underestimated them. I can't know that. But can we maybe glean something from that first map in the way of preparation?
I mean, it's a good point to bring up, right? Because it definitely feels like that was the key name in the game right there for Finest. The fact that they came in so heavily prepared, especially for that T-side, as we mentioned already. The fact that they got so many great rounds on that and did it in a one-sided fashion indicates that they probably expected Overpass to get picked into this one. And as a result, like, I kind of feel like maybe that, looking back at that veto, we said it was a missed opportunity for them to get rid of one of those stronger maps. I feel like maybe that they probably wanted this, that maybe they had the idea and the game plan involved to do as well as they did on that T-side half. And that changes the complexion of everything now, because you think about the maps like Vertigo, for example, and Dust 2, which could end up being our second and third maps in this series, and you think to yourself, well, they've already got the experience of playing on Dust 2. You can imagine that they've done some prep notes and research on that front, and then, well, what have they got in plan for Vertigo? It is their map pick after all.
Vertigo, Harry, what are your expectations? Is it going to benefit Imperial to be starting off on the CT side?
Here's what I would keep an eye on, Parla, right, with the CT side start. The kind of reason why I brought up like the Vinny point just moments ago is because Vertigo is another map where he is a big offender of overextending on CT halves, right? This battle for top ramp on Vertigo is like one of the most important territories on any map. You need to, if you're going to fight that, you need to have like some clear protocols in place. And one of the biggest issues I've seen for Imperial on this map is that Vinny has a real nasty habit of getting caught out by just pushing, you know, a little too far, a setup that isn't quite there to be like complementary towards him, and oftentimes it ends up with Fur having to like pick up the pieces and fill the void over towards A. If that doesn't happen, if Fur has a bit of a quiet game, if Vinny kind of keeps this problematic feature of maybe facing a little too much over towards ramp, I get very, very worried, because on the other side of the map, FNX inside of the B site, he's had a bit of a troublesome time there. That was the case back at the Major. It was the case in Dallas as well. It's not really a map that for my money, it suits Imperial super well. And I think, you know, you do just have some real liabilities on both sides of the map. So, yeah, I'm a little bit nervous here. I genuinely believe we could be looking at a Finest 2-0.
Final thoughts with you, Jay. The match is pretty much ready to go, so just quick final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with Harry on this one. Like, Vertigo is not a map that has a great lot of history. As he mentioned, it doesn't really play into their play style, and just at a 14% win rate over the last few months, their least played map in the pool. To me, it does look like on paper it should be a Finest 2-0, but I still have that little inkling feeling that maybe in the same way that Finest were prepared for Imperial, Imperial will end up being prepared for Finest on their own map pick.
Guys, thank you so much for your thoughts. Yes, everybody at home, map number 2, Vertigo between Finest and Imperial is ready, so let's head on over to our casters.
It's time to start the second map of this series, Dreg. It's time for Imperial to step up, but it's on Vertigo, and I know you've got very strong opinions about this one.
I do, because I think this is for the taking. This is the perfect opportunity to come in. Vertigo is one of the strongest maps in the pool for Finest. It works very well with who they're playing, and they outclassed them on map 1. We've got to be real. They were the stronger team by a country mile, and if they can just keep the simplistic playstyle, play off one another, their trading game was excellent.
Well, if you guys haven't gotten your tickets yet for the arena back there, tomorrow and the day after is when the playoffs will commence with a crowd. And the victor of this map, if it is Team Finest, they will be playing here tomorrow. For Imperial, they're going to have to get the reverse sweep done. And it is going to be tough considering Vertigo might not be the best map for them. Starting things off on the CT side, it is Imperial, while Team Finest on the attacking. Now moving in towards ramp, the integral part of this map. We'll be seeing a lot of this area as they do move in aggressively. First spots them out as he backs away. He's giving the call to the teammates.
Oh, this is quick. Already getting that smoke down. Flash over the top. Vinny trying to hold but gets overwhelmed. The pace is continuing.
Oh, they ain't stopping here, Dweg. They want it more. Twiston was left behind to fend for the rotations, and he's done so perfectly. Quickly bouncing back. Team Finest looking to carry on the momentum of the previous one. Shocks with a double. What a waste to start things off on their own map pick.
One word. Confidence. That has got to be said in a round like that. It's quick, it's pacey, it's out of the gate. It is looking to get right up there. And you could just see with that util standpoint, they wanted to send it. You've got Twist with the flash and smoke going up high, Pleasant running into the gate, and after they start gaining the site control and they put themselves in a good state, it's Shocks to show up, getting close towards that sniper's nest, ripping through with a headshot.
Yeah, they're really going in. They're like Speedy Gonzalez, not really with care in the world, and Bolt just leaving the Kevlar here. Very boring outcome, but what can you do from Team Finest? This is exciting. This is them carrying on that forwards momentum that they were able to create on the T side. Oh, give me that fist pump. Okay, he got it. But they are, right? They are moving forwards, and that T side over on Overpass was something different.
I really want to see a good map coming out from Bolts as well. He's the highest rated player for the Imperial side in the last 3 months on Vertigo. And of course, we know that in the event so far, he's been one of the key figures. He's been one of the leading players when it comes to the success that's been found. And just to think that we had a best of 3 a little bit earlier on, a close 2-1 loss to Astralis. Could it be a 2-0 now loss to Finest?
Could it be? They lost the best of 1 match against them earlier on. Oh, dear me. Team Finest now are on top. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Even the slow walk out towards mid. There's going to be no contact play at all. No mid player established at all. Got a couple of CTs fighting towards that top of ramp. And now with Finest with the walk forward, they can just go in for the B split.
Yeah, they could indeed. And it looks like that is what they're fancying. Kriaz has left behind here and is actually taking care of. Bolts with a flash will assist FNX to move into this. But Twist wants to go in. He doesn't care who's holding it. He just wants to shoot some heads down, and that he does.
And Twist finding some really impactful kills. Fallen trying his best to just pick off anyone towards the right-hand side, towards that quad position. Not going to happen at all. Get the jump around.
Oh, Jumperino shoots Reno, but it's quickly traded back from Team Finest. A little bit damaging on that end, but they get the job done. And with Fair's low HP, the situation doesn't look any more fruitful.
No, not at all. Have to hold on to what you can, bring it into the next round and look to be another eco. Finest, one thing that they can be happy about is obviously coming into this best of 3, being very successful in pistol rounds, something that has been a good nature for them. Maybe when you look at how things started out on the last map, you go, okay, that wasn't quite the sentiment, but right here, they find the pistol, they find the second round conversion too. Imperial, what can they find in the next round? Because keep in mind, Pavlos, got a FAMAS, we might have a couple of upgraded pistols. Normally, we'd say 3 rounds.
Oh, but it's Imperial.
It is Imperial and it's Finest.
Great combo to see pistol round upsets, isn't it?
I've got a pretty good feeling that this is going to be a deadly round. Don't want to say it's going to get won by Imperial. That's probably a stretch too far. But keep an open mind to this round actually taking some casualties.
Yeah, this is completely switching up the storylines we had coming into today. Team Finest showing us really how it's done. Fallen, okay. Spotted out there, instantly punished. They want to go in for more. They do subside a little bit to make sure they cover off Vinny's position. It's for good reason. He's actually pushed up through the smoke. Maybe to look to find some damage. Wouldn't be too bad here for Vinny, would it? Hello. Hello. Okay, that's one. Not too bad. Oh, Plaston, he's running out of bullets. That's uncomfortable. Oh, hello. Yeah, all right. Not too bad. But, I mean, what more can you expect from them?
You'll take it. 2 kills in the USP.
Not too bad.
Sometimes it doesn't matter how the job gets done. If it gets done, it gets done. And for Imperial, they can look at that round and say, okay, we did some damage. We're keeping the economy light. We're trying to make sure that that money comes down low. Finest are probably looking at that one saying, okay, we probably need to make sure our comms are a little bit better on point and those crossfires are being set, because come the rifle rounds, that contention towards the top of the ramp is going to be immense.
And now the guns come in for Imperial. No AWP though.
Oh, it's fast.
It's very fast. Bolt's able to find the first one, although that means with a molly, Team Finest will have to subside with their push for now.
We've seen Finest be fiery on their T side, love the acceleration forward, and they've still got the MAC-10 in play for Plesson. Anika's investing down into the big green, waiting for a jump spot over the top of the sandbags. A jumping MAC-10 has just put Vinny down at 20 points of health.
That is one way to do it.
Couldn't give you an answer for why.
No. RNG at this point, isn't it?
Even the boost-up's not seeing anything. They need to try and peek together to deal with Fallen. So far from Imperial, after the opening man advantage got gained by Bolts, they've slowed it down and haven't given away a lot of info.
They have not. Anakas is just waiting for that smoke to dissipate, maybe to take his chance here, but that flash is to keep them busy. You can see slow wraparound now towards this B side, and I mean, Imperial haven't relinquished pressure off of ramp. It's not as if they're in the dark here. They know what's going on. And they adequately place defenders towards B as well.
This could be a slight misdirection, though. FNX peeks up towards the top of the B stairs, doesn't see anything. Kriaz just trying to stealth the play in towards mid, and at least deals with one of Fallen, but it's all a distraction. The rest of the players are walking up ramp.
And he's gotten away, right? The chase came right after him, but he was speedy enough to get out of harm's way. And there might be another switcheroo, but no, this is a commitment for them, but it could be a little bit mistimed. Imperial have gotten here in time. Bolts does get shut down, but it's quickly traded back. Team Finest now on the back foot. Imperial have set up a wall, a blockade, and with a bomb now set back, this is looking like a round where they'll fancy a save.
Yeah, they're in a situation there where they're running the clock and nothing's really being presented. Imperial do a very good job of not over-peaking. You can see the headshot angle being held back behind the elevators, behind the default boxes. If you're not over-swinging, you're really going to make it tough for those offensive players on the run-up towards ramp to open the site, to be able to get space and control of the bomb plant. And it doesn't happen at all. Anakes realizes, let's hold on to the weapons. We've got money. We could buy next round.
Fairly sensible decision to make.
I did G2 smokes as well, that's why. I did this.
And just for insight, I remember just when they finished their previous map, the excitement Team Finest had in their faces. They're smiling, elated. Emotions that can really carry you onwards to close a series out like this, but emotions that can also take over and lose out on the logical plays that you should be making. Pleston already with a first pick. They should be happy with this one, but that molly will definitely stop this push.
Imperial starting to bring some more information players over towards this B site. You've got 2 and the third mid player to be the rotate over. Might even have another boost up.
Yeah, Team Finest are fancying little pot shots like that. Throwing in nades here and there, finding off angles to work with. Anarchist still waiting for the left swing. Imperial's patiently waiting, but as I do say that, FNX just fancies a drop shot.
That's going to be the third time he's done that too.
Yeah.
So I think for Finest, Twister's going to start getting a recollection. Someone's got to play anti-flash, or they've got a different protocol, because from Imperial, that's been highly successful. That flash forward and the boost up on danger.
Now Team Finest. Ooh, okay, Pleston again. That's a double kill for him. He's been winning out a lot of these trades. Anakes, finally, he's been patient on that corner for what has been an entire minute, and it's finally paid off. Imperial in trouble now. Damage to be found. Pulse with the crossfire here with Fallen. The flash from Fallen, immaculate. And now they square things up. Equilibrium Shocks trying to bring it back, and it's all down to their captain of Imperial to hold it back for his team.
Oh, they're going to bring the bomb over. They know the A site's completely opened up, but Fallen's got a read and an information play that he should start moving.
El Capitan. What can you do? Footsteps heard. Knowing of the wraparound, he knows Shocks is going to enter his sight, but he's also wary of the positioning behind him, or is he? Oh, that's an elbow! It got rough, but Team Finest prevail. They're going to be happy about that one.
A very good call there coming through from Finest, and sometimes you just need that round where not a lot happens. We're looking at a Finest side that lose the pick, over to the top of the B stairs from FNX's point of view. They slow it down. Pleston's able to find a kill out towards ramp. Anarchist is holding with the AWP, like you mentioned, gets that wallbang shot, and then within the space of, what, 10 seconds? We're seeing kill after kill after kill, success being found, and knowing that Pleston's just walked up on A, bring that bomb back over.
Really pushing and crossing that tempo over and over again, knowing when to just move on forwards and relinquish it when necessary. Team Finest doing a fine job with that, going true with their names. Pleston, again, these entries from him haven't lacklustered at all so far this game, and considering it's a pistol for Imperial, you can understand the pressure they're on to make these kind of plays, but yeah, it's not really going to be very fruitful.
Just putting more pressure up towards that ramp position. Slight body block so the molly doesn't go out to that alley entrance, so Vinny can at least hold for a bit longer.
Big criticism over from the desk as well coming into this matchup was Imperial really need to rely on Fer being more consistent. That's where most of the consistency has actually come out from Imperial the past few months, but we're not really seeing that today, and that could be where the firepower department is kind of lacking for them.
Yeah, Finest using their util to perfection on the site, and I've even seen in rounds where they've got 5v2s, 5v3s, they're not overlooking the slight details. Still using all that utility, yeah, it might be a little bit more expensive, it might not be all that necessary, but in case there is a stack involved, they're playing it by the book, and that gives me a lot of confidence in Twist.
Yeah, the playbook has definitely depth here. It's definitely good to see a team coming into this one as a heavy underdog, right? Just think of the story behind it. All right. Yeah, we're talking about Fallen Legends here from multiple teams joining in this tournament in particular. Team Finest are legends of their own rights on the Tier 2 scene. Have just rushed their way into this, really spamming games one after the other, trying to refine those rough edges, and performances like these indicate that there is more to come for these guys.
And it almost gives me the vibe of, when are we going to see more Tier 2 teams on LAN? Because knowing that the fact that Finest had to come through the Pinnacle Cup for the online stage of this event, they played the third Pinnacle, they went out in main Swiss, they didn't even make the playoffs, let alone come to the Cup 4. They start in the group stage, go all the way through the main Swiss, all the way through the playoffs, beating teams that were at the major, beating teams that were stronger than them, and now they're one map away from making the playoffs here and going even further.
The past couple of majors and RMRs have proven that this gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is very fine. Very small. Maybe non-existent, maybe overlapping. That is a discussion for another time as Kriaz looks to entry now towards the B side. Not really greeted by any utility or anything. FNX, patient on the trigger, will have to fend off his backline. Won't be able to do so, still traded, but Team Finest with space control.
And they've got the B site open completely, so they can just get the bomb down. Anarchist is walking up ramp, and Fallen's missed the enemy B shot!
What is going on? Anarchist just waltzes into ramp as if he had reinforcements, as if it was just casual Tuesday walking in the park. And Fallen just got surprised there, as we did as well.
Oh, no way. Now he loses the duel. Somehow Anarchist is up towards the top of the sandbags at ramp. It looked like that bomb was committing B. For sure it was.
What is this shenanigans for them? And now they've wrapped away around towards this A site. They've gotten the bomb down safely. The splash damage will come in about a little bit late. Oh, Bolts with all to do. They need to find the numbers advantage here because you could already see Shocks now routing towards them, trying to help out. The timing is missed. Anarchist finally drops. The troublemaker Fer with a double. Wait a second here. Very doable. Smoke. Bomb touch. Shocks. has to spray, gives away his position, and that is where Bolt comes in. Imperial needed that round. They execute it to perfection.
That was looking very confident there in that retake to come through from Imperial. And as an overall pitcher, you just think to yourself, geez, what happened there? How are you in a situation like that? Because realistically, yeah, okay, it gets a little bit funky, right? Anarchez deals with Fallen. That's a 3v2 post plant, and Imperial made it look easy on the retake. Fair play to him.
Yeah, fair play. I'm just marveled still by how Anarchez just felt I don't know what he felt. What do you feel in that instant? Just deciding to just go on ramp like that.
Yeah, just expected an over rotation, knowing that they're taking the B site. AWP duel, looking for that crane peak. Doesn't quite happen. Back and forth exchange with a lot of the utility, just spamming for both teams.
Maybe this is where overcomplication comes in for Team Finest. Maybe this is where they kind of forget, just play it simple. The mentality they've had to take it home so far. Fallen with an AWP shot to start things off for Imperial. As good a start as they've had at all this half so far.
Yeah, Fur even just jiggle peeking further. Anarchez waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike. And there we go. Pleasant again always feels like the difference maker in the early portions of these rounds.
He's really stepped up on Vertigo. He's really feeling it. And he's able to stabilize, right? Imperial had the advantage, and that's really important. Get yourself back on square footing.
Hey, even Shox can just pull some more distraction, keep some more info plays towards that mid control, back out towards a ladder. Now, they've got a couple of mollies. It's whether they use it out to the sandbags.
You said it. Molly, will it be used? Pleasant, yeah, it seems to be lining it up right now, getting into the right position. Fair, he's got timing here. Is it looked, though? Doesn't seem like Kriaz is looking towards it. No one is looking towards it. Oh, this could be deadly. Oh, no, they're not even using it. Oh, no, they don't even give it the light of day to check it early. And that it means that Fur gets 2 and puts Team Finest on a really tough spot.
Yeah, even Fallen's in a great position to deny this bomb from going down. Just needs the distraction.
Oh, the Fallen keeps it going. As you said, a brilliant position. Bolt follows it up. Imperial keeping things close.
Miscoms, I think you have to say there from Finest. You've got the idea that Anarchez is holding the sandbags, but yet they're committing while the Molly lineup is there for Pleasant. They just don't use it in time. If that Molly went out straight away, maybe you get a 1-for-1. Maybe you're able to force the fight out with only a single death. The fact that he's able to find 2 from Fur in that spot is magical.
And devastating for Team Finest, right? I mean, there was a little bit of an overcompensation towards the A side. I remember when they were, like a couple of rounds ago, right, when they had full B control and they just used Anarchez's control over Fallen on that ramp area to move towards that A site. I mean, that overcomplication could have costed them this round, and this round in particular is a ramification of the previous 2 mistakes. Now they're down to pistols, and this is Imperial that could inch a little bit closer as well.
Pleasant's waiting to punish, see the gun barrel, but not quite get the shot onto Fur, who's still quite aggressive with this M4.
He really is. Not scathed at all by Team Finest punishments coming in. Doesn't care. He does his own thing. He doesn't ask for permission. Good utility usage there for Imperial to kind of flash them away, but still it's the damage coming in from the superior weaponry to kind of take over.
And realistically, from Imperial, knowing the lack of T-side that we've seen from them on Vertigo in recent history, they'll be looking at 9+ rounds. 9+ rounds on the first half gives them some comfortability, gives them working room to try and bring this into a third map. And already looking at Finest up to 5, Imperial need to get a streak going, and a very strong one at that. The anti-eco is going fairly effectively. They lose 1, but in the grand scale of things, that is a very good round from them.
That is a very, very strong round for Imperial. You're right. And now it's time for a new frontier for Team Finest. If they don't stop it now, this could be some momentum built up for Imperial. And knowing how this Brazilian squad acts, as soon as you give them that ball, they're not going to give it away that easily.
Yeah, Bogdan up on screen, the newest coach that's come through from Finest, officially only signed a week ago with these guys. He's been helping them out in a couple of events, played with them, or at least coached with them in the Pinnacle Cup 4 event that got them this spot. And just knowing that he's had that experience coaching Aves, Illumina, Honorous, all in the Polish scene, he's trying to bring some of that experience here to the EU lineup.
That's what you love to see. Bringing multiple regions into play here. Yeah, just a series of kills. Overwhelming power. Okay, let's see how this one works out. Anarchez back on his AWP duties. He's going to love that.
Yeah, he is. try and get as much out of it. Now, a little bit more difficult for him to be aggressive on the T side, like we saw in the last map here on Vertigo. Bold, look at this, playing in behind the incendiary.
Multiple times Imperial have chosen players to play aggressive, but Shox reads it. He's low, but gets the job done.
Jeez, you couldn't have imagined that. That was a really good reposition from Bolts, but gets caught out.
Now, Team Finest can correct some of their mistakes. They are meticulously and slowly pushing onwards here from this position. Smoke to give it away, give them positioning to just stand up on top of those sandbags, but look how close they are. Fallen is looking to wrap around as well. Fur has read the positioning of his opposition. Fallen from the other end, they're pincering them in. The crossfire setup is just too grand, and Team Finest are wondering how do we bounce back from this. They've got no response.
Imperial trying to take back this top ramp control, and Finest, even though they were here for numbers, they just couldn't establish the crossfire to deal with it. Anarchist is waiting for another reface.
Lack of space. Imperial really challenging them. Anarchist, though, as you did say, was on charge to get this, but a little bit too greedy and gets shut down himself. Shock's not really playing with Kriaz here. Maybe to cover his left side hand angle. But cleverly enough, Imperial do back away from it. Don't really want to go for the challenge, which you can understand. They don't need to.
And perhaps Finest giving too much respect in some of these rounds, slowing it down to a T, allowing Imperial to charge back into it. And Fallen playing passively towards that headshot orange angle, just waiting for the cross out.
Fallen, as simple shot as any for him. And poor old Shox in an all too tough position. Equalization from Imperial. They've actually closed the gap completely.
Yeah, just saw in that round, even though they lose the pick from Bolts, which realistically speaking should have been his onto Shox. And just that force forward, that punishment. The smoke goes down, Fur deals with the first, and then the distraction gets pulled. You could even see with that shot coming through from Fallen, the player in which he drops isn't even looking at him, looking the other way. That's how much of a distraction Fur really brought in that round.
Team Finest are now going to be on a deficit here. Imperial are starting to run away with it, and it's getting a little bit tough. They found difficulty in entering this ramp area. Their coordination looks a little bit rough around the edges. I wouldn't be surprised if they brought out the timeout sooner rather than later at this point.
Yeah, keep in mind it was a scrappy start to the last map, and Bolt making that look easy with the spray transfer, ends up with 3, give himself a triple towards that mid control, get the bomb control too, play it passive and just establish dominance out to the mid control and perhaps not only take the lead but push it further.
Earlier on, Dweg, you kind of had the idea that Team Finest would be able to take the momentum, close this out. This should be their map and get a 2-0. Has that changed at all?
No, not at all. Like, again, this is still the T side. We know that for Imperial, they're working with a 32.9 round win percentage T side in the last 3 months. So again, you try and give them double digits in the first half, maybe things get awkward. But for right now, Finest are keeping it competitive.
Ooh. If they're able to find shots like that, why not? Just playing around space here. Kriaz with an M4 found. Plus M4's M4 put to use. Switches the M4 from a red one to a blue one. Choose your favourite colour.
Haven't really seen Finest on Ecos that often, if we're going to be frank. And definitely that first map, they had money just building almost every round. How much more can get gained?
He's going to give it a go, isn't he? Does look like it. Oh, that's one. Okay, this is dangerous and expensive. Bomb right by the side of that smoke. Gonna get pre-fired, but he's able to execute it. All Fallen close by, pistol in hand. Oh, Kriaz actually has a chance. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Bolts does find the right angle. Fallen took a dink to the head. Oh, that could have been it.
That's a very good eco. Remember, they're not bringing much to the table. They got 3 kills and a bomb plant. They're disrupting the economy from being in a grand gesture right there from the Imperial side. And for Kriaz, yeah, you might look at it and go, ah, man, almost had it, got the dink off. But it's what was achieved in a round with such limitations. And for Imperial, yeah, you're starting to get rounds in a row. You're starting to build up a lead. Overall, for Finest, I'm still thoroughly convinced that they've got what it takes.
Still time to prove us that. Still time to convince us. I know, Dweg, you're convinced. You don't need any of that.
I reckon Finest are convinced. I mean, just looking at the way that they were acting on camera, we saw in the last map, the way that we've seen their reaction so far, it looks really positive, and that's what it's got to be. You come in here for an opportunity to try and play in front of a crowd with a core Swedish lineup. You couldn't have write a better story if Finest are able to do it.
No. And back again on the weaponry, they do like to hold. We're looking at a change of pace perhaps from them. That's what we'd like to see, more determinism. Let's see if they find these crosshairs correctly. Crossfires, excuse me, onto this wrap around end towards ramp. Fur's actually going for something himself. There's a gap through the smoke. Assisted by Nate to the side. He could seize that opportunity to push out perhaps. Waiting for Team Finest to take that swing, but no, the smoke dissipates, and that's Anarchist down and out.
Plesson's desperate for the trade, get himself in a position in which he can deal with Fur, but he doesn't want to overpeak, but they get a kill elsewhere.
And just like that, Team Finest stabilized, but is that good enough? Because Fallen's got a good idea of where someone's going to come from, but it's the Y-axis to do it from Twist, gets himself to a high elevation, and takes down the opposing Orpa. Shocks as well, looking to join in on that fray, and all of a sudden, Team Finest with double the amount of players alive than Imperial.
Mate, that was cracked. Look at that shot coming through from Twist and the follow-up in for Shocks. Now we're in a position where Fur can try and get onto that backstab, but you're working in a 2v4. This is nearly impossible.
This is really tough. And Fur and Vinny, not the best of games for them either. Not the best of series, I'd say.
And let's just reflect on that round as well, Pavlos. You're in a situation in which Fur tries something aggressive, tries something a little bit cheeky, wins out the opening advantage. And Plesson's in a spot too where he doesn't want to peek wide, doesn't want to get the trade, and then Kriaz in mid gets them the opportunity. Twist on the boost up gets one. Shocks gets one too, and it just shows me, even if there's a weakness somewhere, there's a positive somewhere else.
They're able to create opportunities where they don't exist. They create them themselves, right? It's forcing Imperial's hand. It's not like Imperial are making too many missteps.
6-all, trying to keep it close, trying to see if they can get up on top. Just realize what is at stake here. And for Imperial, they could be very happy with what they achieved in the early portion of that round. That's a great pick, because not only is it opening man advantage, it's the big man. It's Anika's out of the round.
You're talking about what is at play here, and quite frankly, it's playoffs. And for the first international LAN for Team Finest and this roster, this is big. In front of a home crowd, goodness me, what would I do to play against, play in front of a home crowd like this, right? When you're playing better than you've ever played before.
Imperial trying to keep the hurt up towards this ramp control. And you do have to give them credit. They've always kept a contention over here towards ramp. It's been a lot of spams, a lot of decent utility. Try and really keep the pressure on for as long as possible and have the intent of fighting towards the bottom of ramp with the ore.
Yeah, still an exchange of utility still up front, as you can expect from this ramp position, but Team Finest starting to move in, and Fallen has been forced out a little bit from that corner. Has reinforcements. Fur is actually with the first one. There's no retaliation from Team Finest. They're actually struggling to find a crossfire. Vinny steps up to their plate. Anarchist struggling, really struggling. Finally find something out of that, but Imperial realize we've got our cake. Let's leave before Team Finest get a bite.
Look at Kriaz though. He's walking up B, and that's the B anchor dealt with. That's the B site open.
The rotation is fully open now, but Bolts wants to relinquish it quickly, wants to take charge of it, but that is a misstep because Kriaz is never going to miss that opportunity.
Oh, Rasmus, Kriaz, mate, what are you doing there? Double entry coming down to the bomb side, and I think that's sold the round. Surely they've got to back off.
Yeah, surely they have, right? Economically, they're not too sound. They have to get those rifles to the next position, to the next round, and try and live to fight another day, because Team Finest, they've done this again, Dweg. Lose out on one end, we'll win on the other.
And notice what Harry said on the desk as well. The defense, the B anchor of FNX out towards that B site of Vertigo on City side, having some struggles. Right there, you've got the ramp players doing everything. You've got the ramp players giving you a positive from Imperial and then overwhelming. Kriaz captures the timing, makes it a multi-frag, and he's still on 100 HP, mate!
It's incredible. This guy is not challenged. I wanted to see more Kriaz today, to be fair, I really did. And he's really giving it his all. Such a young kid with prospects. Early days in his career, man. So much he can achieve.
And what's incredible too for Kriaz is even though he's a Swede, he's basically only played on European teams. We've seen him dip into CIS, playing with the Simon and K23 boys, playing on a lot of European and English-speaking lineups, and now trying to see if they can bring Finest to the top, achieving top 30 on HLTV for the first time in history last week.
It's quite an achievement for so many Tier 2 teams. So many teams fight for those top spots, and Team Finest have gotten themselves there, and they want to go even further. Fallen challenged here. Shock's not quite taking that position. Elegantly moving away. And smartly not really wanting to challenge Fallen. He's not going to miss those shots. Fur, again, very aggressive. Smoke further deep, but Anarchez this time around not going to fall for it.
Anytime there's a pick granted for Anarchez, you've got to capitalize, because if you don't, you're going to get fooled.
Weston wants to continue this. Oh, and he will be able to find one. Vinny trading it back with the MP9. We're still talking about 3 players alive on the Imperial side, so not all is lost for them yet. And Vinny does collect the AWP duty. He wants to be the scoped guy in the mix.
Hang about, though. You've got a mid-walk here from Twist, a lot of map control to get gained. Anarchez continuing to sell the fake towards A, does get picked off, though.
That's what you want to see from Vinny. Picks up the good big gun of green. And able to continue things onwards here, but the player's red. Bolts kicking himself for not being able to kill off Grease the previous time around is the staple ranker of this B site, and will say, you'll need to fight for it. But Team Finest do. They challenge them. They push them to their limits, but it's Team Finest still to overcome.
Why is Vinny double dipping there? Why is he overfacing? Now FNX is forced into a clutch situation, and the bomb's not even for him.
He could isolate them. If he would have gotten the kill there, it could have been easier, but Kriaz is going to play the safe, waiting for his teammate to get in a greater position, but they're not going to budge, they're not going to move. FNX has to unsolve this himself. Team Finest aren't giving him an inch to work with, just trying to wrap around it, looking for his rhythm. But Twist is there to put a bullet from one ear, out the other, and just like that, they seize control.
And they make it look easy, and they punish. Right there for Vinny, you're on the run out towards mid, you're on low HP, you can't overface, you can't double dip, because you're going to get fooled. And in that situation, they're just waiting for it. They're waiting for that recommitment. And just the B site, you have to say it's a weakness. That is what Finest have been exploiting the most in this first half, is those B attacks.
Imperial with lesser weaponry. MP9's going to get those closer distances. We're kind of seeing them looking to challenge here. I think Team Finest have got a read of what's going on. Last round of the half. Ooh, beautiful double spray down there from Pleasant. Gets the job done as well. Doesn't even need to see him.
Oh, Pleasant, mate. He's loving it. Even Bolt's trying to make an info play, and Pleasant gets another. He's trying to create what he did on the last map.
There's an MVP for the half. It's got to be Pleasant. And the last map. Really stepping up in this series. Really living up to his name. Bolt, I'm afraid your venture is short-lived. 9-6, an end at half-time, which favors the Finest side.
And again, I'm going to go back to what I said before. Imperial needed 9+ rounds in their first half. 32.9 round win percentage on T side. That's 1 win and 6 losses in the last 3 months. We know it's been rough. We know it's not been easy sailings at all. And right now for Finest, they're dictating pace. They're catching mistakes. They're multi-fragging. And knowing that Pleasant top-fragged in that last map, he's been consistent here on the second. Anarchez has been in for some. But you're also seeing glimpses of the others. Kriaz with some of those entry kills over towards the B side. Shock's in the mix with a couple of the trades. Finest, they're looking like the better team again.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment in this game that I felt that, all right, Imperial starting to gain ground again. They're starting to look a little bit comfortable. Can we see that sort of unravel now on the T side?
It's going to be tough. They need a streak. They got 5 in a row at one point. They need to do it again. And they're actually going to bring a lot of acceleration over towards B early rounds.
Lined up with a couple of flashes. Shox has to respect it. Throws out an HE grenade and does put FNX down to half HP. Vinny also takes the chunk, but it's a double split. It's a split B site take. Oh, Shox and Pleasant. Oh, able to find 2 heads just like that. Hiding within the smoke still. Oh, he's doing so much. He's delaying so much. And the rest of the cavalry has just arrived. The reinforcements are here. But Imperial still finding damage. Actually now turning things around. Hold on a second. They're on top HP-wise.
And they've got to keep fighting, though. They've got to try and get that bomb control back. And Bolts has got to be the difference maker here.
Okay. They need to catch the bomb. You're right. And Team Finest know it. Oh, Pleasant with a swing. He's done so much already. Triple for him. Anarchez falls. Pleasant needs to do it here. Vinny 11 HP though. Could be a simple pickup.
Just get the bomb down. Have the security. Get the extra money.
Vinny laying back. Pleasant not playing any games, knows exactly where he's coming from, knows his opponent is low. One bullet was required, one bullet was hit. And that is Team Finest with yet another pistol win.
And Pleston, I honestly, I've never seen a guy in this event multi-frag as much as he does in pistol rounds. We saw it in the EG series. We've seen it here against Imperial. And what's crazy too is that Pleston used to play with Golden on Fnatic Academy. He's now gone further than the actual Fnatic team come this event and maybe even make it into the playoffs.
Oh man, what a statement right there. What a statement. Yeah, you're right. Fnatic knocked out by Heroic moments ago. And Team Finest might even go where Fnatic weren't able to go. Imperial could try and stop this. Anarchist actually drops. That's the AWP gone. Shox may want to contest it, but Imperial might be happy with that first trade and trying to relocate their power.
Yeah, going to be difficult to recover that AWP. Imperial up on the force come the second round. I wouldn't normally have expected an AWP to come in this early, and Bolds is starting to think about a slight walk and maneuver into B.
Twist. A little bit of damage taken up there. Grabbing some information though, all crucial information. Imperial still got a lot of time to work with, but not much utility, right? Can't really play it explosively.
Well, they've got Pleston that's still playing up towards 51, and he's just jiggling towards the top of the ramp. He hasn't seen anything just yet, but he's got to be in a position in which he can gather info and fall back to the site directly.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough from that angle, isn't it? Oh, he must be accurate with the kills, and so far he is. He is in charge today, and with a Hyper Beast by his side, why not? Twist try to recover the AWP there. His career is actually to do it, but try to sustain the position. Pleston falls, and Imperial have an opening.
Very difficult now for Finest. 2v4. Imperial have got complete ramp control, and Kriaz, pressure's going to build on him with the orb. At least Finny drops. That gives him information of the lurk.
Yeah, Team Finest still in this. Kriaz. Oh, it's a little bit awkward. Just multiple movements on multiple axes. Just didn't work out for them, and Shox has to walk away.
Yeah, back and forth rounds now. Hold on to the AK, bring it into the next. And Finest would have thought, okay, was that the right call? We've obviously won the pistol. Plesson's done us an absolute favour. We've got the big green out, and for Anarchez, what's he faced against? But two wide-swinging players. He doesn't even find one on that one. Ends up dropping, and then while the CTs are trying to recover that AWP, that's where Imperial can really put the sandwich in.
Are you hungry?
I'm hungry for victory.
Love a good sandwich right now, but yeah, you're right. This round does set Team Finest back a little bit.
It does. But again, they're going to be double eco status, so they're going to have to force it up. And keep in mind, maybe we touch on the luck factor, okay? Yeah. We've seen a lot of anti-ecos, a lot of scrappy rounds with light weaponry go the way of Imperial. Do Finest pull something out here? They've got at least another upgrade. They'll have some 5.7s. They'll have some Deagles. They'll be limited. There's no doubt about it. But they're looking for some luck. And Twist, he's looking at the camera.
Sneaky snack. Cut the camera. Just grabs a bite of his chocolate bar. Let the guy eat in peace, mate. Let the guy eat in peace. Don't zoom in on his face. That's just rude. That's just rude, cameraman.
Okay. Even up against the buy, it's going to be a tough one. You've got the AWP in the hands of Fallen. You've got rifles all around. And now you start putting some emphasis on what are we going to get out of Shox and what are we going to get out of Plesson in a round like this. 5 on A?
Ooh. I fancy a little bit of a switch up. But Imperial are a team to scout their entries first.
Okay, so the idea here right now from Finest is let's bring multiple players over towards A in case it's an early ramp take, boost up, and then we can start rotating players back over. We can allow Twist to hold down the mid control, but all in all, it is a stack towards the A side.
Yeah, Imperial do seem to fancy that area, don't they? Slowly they move in. This could be dangerous if Team Finest are able to find some kills, especially with the placement of Shox on their AK. To be fair, I wouldn't mind, but Pleston was on that gun right now.
It's just whether the boost gets checked. In all honesty, Imperial could do very well with the utility usage to start gaining this ramp control, but if no one checks the boost, that could be the opening man advantage being gained by Finest.
haven't seen too many boosts from Team Finest this half, have we?
No.
It's kind of the first we've seen it. Therefore, it would be a first for Imperial to check it. And as we did say, Imperial are a team to scout out the rest of the map to see if there's an opening, and I think they will be able to find it.
They've got to read here. Vinny's already taken so much space. Now deals with Twist. This is the round done. Finest have just got to save. There's nothing that they can do. That's a very good lurk-in from Vinny that not only catches the only B player, but realizes that there's time to bring the bomb over too.
And they will. Just Imperial getting the bomb down. Just wait it out. I'm not quite sure if they have the comfort to actually push over, because they themselves want to save their weaponry. It's important they take them to the next round. So how aggressive they go, that's a different question. Krias doesn't have much to lose. Might see Annika do the same thing. Pleasant defending his teammates with all his might. But yeah, Imperials are slowly but surely starting to call themselves back in.
Here's a couple of AK saves though. You can keep that in mind. Yeah, it's not the most ideal situation in the world from Finest. They do still hold on to 2 rifles. Now, there is a way in which, and a very risky way in which, they could decide to force buy here. It's uncharacteristic, but you got to wonder what is the potential in a round and situation in which you do have 2 saved in rifles. The safer option will also be the light eco. Try something quite aggressive. Try and get those rifles into some frags. And now you start having the conversation of pressure. Could it be Finest cracking, knowing they've only got a few more rounds to go? Could be the 2-0. Could be them going the distance. Can pressure get to them?
Pressure can get to anyone. But Imperial, yeah, they're a squad with a lot of knowledge, with a lot of experience. They're not going to relinquish it easily. Fur does open things up as well. So yeah, not too much of a force up from Team Finest. Anakez does find a trade with his AK, but he drops. So they lose both rifles here, Team Finest, so their hopes are quickly dwindled.
Yeah, there's not really much you can expect from this point onwards. Twist is going to try and do his best to fight out from that Guardian position, but overall, they're just getting rolled over, and even the HG dunk is going to come in. Imperial find 9, and now come closer to a tied-up scoreline. And this is where I would possibly say, Pavlos, for the first time in this series, it kind of feels like we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I mean, we kind of saw that Imperial needed a chain of rounds to get themselves back into it, and now they've started to gather that. 9 to 10. This is where the gap could be closed once again. Team Finest, let's see if they do permit that. CT side now on their end. Weaponry all across the board. And Imperial taking it fairly slow. Heavily stacked towards B, though.
Pleasant just spamming through that smoke early on. Imperial starting to show some of that B presence. What they don't know about is Twist and Shox defending the site. Got an Incendiary to try and slow it down. HG placement towards the back of White. Doesn't really find much. Just a chunk down onto Twist.
Wouldn't be surprised if Shox goes for it. Cheeky swing here.
Do an FNX special.
Why not?
That's risky though.
Yeah, Twist has only got 1 flash to maybe assist him if he needs it. But he's just going to hold on to that position for now.
It's a lot of noise. And I wonder if this is now an inkling that Finest have gone, okay, well, they've taken B stairs control, but now they're starting to move away. They've left Vinny as that late lurk in case there's any over-aggression, in case Finest want to retake that map control.
Yeah, they're starting to move in towards ramp. Team Finest letting Kriaz do his thing. Shox as well. Pleasant coming in.
Yeah. That's so much info, mate. You've seen the bomb, and you've seen multiple players, and the lurk of Vinny's been caught.
It's been caught, which means they're lacking the players, and Team Finest have a clear understanding that this is no longer a B here. Let's try and place more players in this A site direction. But Imperial are second-guessing themselves unless Fair is able to do something about it. Anakez is so quick to react to it, though, which Team Finest have only got more stable positioning. Bolt carrying it onwards, quickly traded by Kriaz. But look on the sideline, Fallen's got an AWP. Kriaz turns around in time. Fallen gets it done, but surely he's got no time. He has to full commit, he has to full schmeeg it, and now we're down to a Twist and Shox play with Twist finding a better angle. That is Team Finest back on top.
Twist being the difference maker, but Kriaz with the hero play. Think about that for a moment. He's in a position where you see Fallen coming up with the AWP around that alley entrance towards yellow. You think, right, 1-for-1 trade, here we go. And instead, he turns on a swivel, looks back towards Bolt, somehow catches a timing in which Fallen is not peeking and multi-frags in a state where he did never have a chance of doing so.
It really shouldn't have worked out for him there, right? It was pretty much pincered in any other day of the week. That could have gone a completely different direction, 180 degrees, turn it around, but Imperial are in trouble, now looking for a different way in, but Kriaz is actually being a bit sneaky here, and it's Twist actually to find the shot.
You know what? That's also misdirection. They don't know Kriaz is there. So that's the information. Okay, Twist, one of the B players, is somewhat aggressive. They don't know that there's someone underneath. And what that means is Kriaz can aggress forward, Twist can over-rotate.
And that's so much information now gathered for Team Finest. Imperial don't know how much trouble they're in.
Look at the patience too. He's not overextending. Even FNX is watching for this. Kriaz hasn't gone all the way down to the bridge until more of a contact and more of an establishment comes to ramp.
He knows he will have to come in as a thorn later on. Not his time just now. Team Finest fairly far back onto this A-site defense. Now the smokes commence to push.
He's going. He's behind them, and they've stalled for time.
Oh dear, Kriaz, this is where you can start to shine. Spray down, a little bit awkward, but still gets it done. Multiple swings, and he finds a double. When multiple start coming at him, Preston wanting to join in, but the big man, Fallen, has got everything to do. 2 already, but can you make this a clutch ace? Bomb touch, that's the pressure. Knows that there's a swing to come by, looking to get him off the defuse. It looks like he has been able to do so, but he's so far off it now. The commitment has to come underway. Anarchist with a swing by, looking to deny it. Oh dear! Jumperoonie from Anarchist. Good low, goodbye. And that's another for Team Finest.
Oh, a little bit of a sweater towards the end there, but they get the job done. They make sure there's players all around the bomb. Instant trade as soon as that shot comes through. But Kriaz, mate, what a maneuver that is for him to get in from behind. And again, this is in a state where you think, okay, Fallen's going to get the pick. It's a missed shot from Fallen. It means that Bolts goes down. And in that situation, it means that Fallen, your in-game leader, your AWP has to get a 1v5. It's never going to happen.
It's never going to happen, is it? Really not giving them a chance.
There is 3 on B. I wonder what this read is from Finest. They are really anticipating something out to the B site, and they might be right.
Yeah, they're right to do so, right? I mean, look at Imperial as well. Heavily stacked in this direction. The swing comes out from Shox, and Kriaz's flash is accurate. Incendiary to delay it. Imperial can't move forward to trade it out. They just have to stay in the status quo.
And this is another good call coming through from Twist, knowing that Imperial don't have the best money state, having that recollection, it's probably going to be the B site XE. They've still got 3, even 4 players near B right now.
Twist holds on, gets in a little bit closer. Smoke maybe to find an angle to find a head. That's it. The spray down through the wooden box. And all of a sudden, Team Finest look as positively good as they did on Overpass.
Now you wonder, where's the response? What's Vinny going to be able to find out of this one? Even Anarchist down on the mid-angle is going to reface again.
Anarchist wants a piece of this. Oh, Dinkerino through the box, but still survives. Holds a pot shot out.
Eventually falls back. It was about time.
Yeah, he needed to. No assistance either, running out of utility, running out of health. Couldn't survive that for too long and wants to make sure that AWP is still in their control. Imperial not 100% out of it though. Seems they want to contest this. This A site is their next hit.
Yeah, very passive for the 2A players. Shox and Pleasant are establishing the crossfire. A lot of respect being given in this 5v3.
Yeah, Molly does mean that Pleasant has to move a little bit far out, but the crossfire is just too good from Team Finest. There's nothing Imperial could have done there. Fnatic looking for some beauty. Given to some extent. Has to overlook here, has to over-push to try and get himself out of this, but no plants, no kills, nothing for Imperial. Team Finest look elated.
And in case you didn't know, Imperial played Astralis a little bit earlier on today. 14-16 loss on Nuke, 16-6 win on Mirage, their map pick, and 13-16 on Overpass. A tight series. One they could have taken in a 2-0, one they could have taken in a 2-1, and now they are down 9-13 on the second map, perhaps to be eliminated here on an eco. Could you get any further down than where you are right now?
No, Imperial are really being trampled over, stepped on, and put in the dirt full to the brim with mud. If I didn't want to make it any more gruesome, I'd say they're bloodied all over. Oh, okay. Well, that's a short path. But yeah, that's it, right? 14 for Team Finest. Imperial have to 5 consecutive to catch up. And Team Finest actually look as confident as I've ever seen them in this tournament so far.
Yeah, they faced up against an Evil Genius' side in which they got a 2-0, convincing scorelines on both maps. Looking to try and see if they can do that up against Imperial. And just to think, a couple more rounds, and that will be us on the stage, in front of the crowd, in Sweden, in Lund. That could be massive. Absolutely massive for this team.
So big. Imagine the team's kind of looking to hit a run like this. Imagine, right? So many have gone past. You and me, we've covered a lot of Tier 2. We've seen failures and attempts and glories, but never have they had an instant opportunity to play in LAN. And Team Finest have, and they're doing really good in it as well.
And just to think of how they've been able to come back, the loss in the best of one, the 2-0 against EG, the potential 2-0 right now, up against the side of Imperial, a top 15 team in the world. And that will definitely be towards the higher echelons of a career-defining moment here for the team. And now they know, okay, few players over towards ramp early. Imperial bringing a lot of players out to the B stairs.
They really are. Molly's there to kind of make sure it's not an aggressive push, of course, but...
Kriaz?
Oh, Kriaz, yeah, he's going in for a piece of this, and he actually gets it.
Mate, I'm just looking at the radar thinking, hang on a sec, what's going on here? He was flying down that bottom ramp position. Flash over the top, and Pleasant's got one through the smoke again. 5-on-3 now, Finest.
Someone just put an optic fiber cable on this guy, because he is online. Speedy, quick connection. And now all of a sudden, just like that, out of thin air, Imperial are down by 2.
And just knowing that boost came through, there's 2 on B, at least.
So desperate to get the push on here. Twist not looking in the right direction at the right time, looking below in case the swing does come out there. Vinny looking to bring it back for his team. Might be able to do so. Bring things level. Down to a 2-on-2. Bolt needing to stabilize, but Anakes is close by. He's a shark in the depths of hell. Grabs his foot and takes him down under.
That's heard from Pleasant. You can already see the relocation coming back over. He knows FNX is going A.
He's read it. He knows. Anakes also coming soon. Flash over FNX. Oh, looking for it, but can't account for the second. Team Finest, map point, series point, 1 away to getting to play in front of their home crowd.
And it's the big man. It's Anakes again, the Israeli player playing with the Israeli org, one of the OG members of this entire lineup, to try and make the difference happen with the AWP getting 2 fantastic shots with the AWP from the back of the generators.
This was the only series ever in this tournament where all our members of the analyst desk thought that Imperial would win this. Thought that one particular team would win this, and it's Team Finest proving everybody wrong.
Vinny, Bolt, desperate for anything, get the mid walk forward, and Twist is so back passive, he's giving them the respect to take mid for free.
Oh, Twist, it's a little bit rough around the edges, but they get it done. Kriya sharks all of them together, coming alive. And Imperial, your time is over, really. Team Finest have quickly scrambled up this victory, as determined as ever. Vinny can only do something out of this world, out of this ordinary world we live in, but Team Finest have made it happen. 2-0, the upset. Imperial out, they're heading to play in Lund in front of their home crowd. What a victory.
Unreal. They worked so hard for that. And you could just see by the way that they played yesterday, having to play a best-of-3 decider when it came to last night, having to play another best-of-3, not dropping a map, 2 best-of-3s in a row, and you could just see it on their faces, how much this means to them.
This means so bloody much for them. Such a great victory, such a great 2-0, but also Imperial not looking great. The analyst desk will take you through all of the rundown, what just happened, because we're all trying to figure this out ourselves. So yeah, Parla, boys, take it away.
Thank you, Pavlos and Dweg. All I can say is that our predictions on the desk did not age like fine wine, and it was Finest that rose to the occasion over Imperial. 2-0 as well. A very strong performance by them that none of us expected.
Yeah, if you wanted to say what the biggest miss of the desk so far was, probably was that. Because not only did they win, they won pretty one-sided at that. 216-9s and incredible stuff being shown on the T sides. Finest really outperformed in every sort of facet, right? And that was the question I was asking before we went in, was is that firepower, is that hunger going to be enough to trump the experience? And in this case, it particularly was, but I honestly didn't expect it. I thought that the nerves were going to get to them. I thought the Finest were going to start to bottle it, maybe lose out on a couple of one-sided affairs of their own right. That didn't happen, though. There was some incredible moments from some incredible players over the course of that. So the only thing you can do is to praise Finest at this stage.
Yeah, man. You know, Finest played their hearts out. You know, you got to give them credit. They looked really, really good here. They came in with a clear game plan. I felt like they wanted to disrupt a lot of the kind of concerns we had here on Vertigo for the Imperial squad. And you know, I feel kind of good to say I'm not up on desks much, but one of my big worries was Vinny. You know, over towards top ramp, and literally from the word go, he was a little bit problematic on that CT side, and that was something that for Finest, they were very, very knowledgeable of. They often looked to try and make life awkward for the ramp hold, knowing that, you know, the protocols are maybe a little lackluster over there. Maybe you're prone to get given fights that other teams wouldn't usually give you. And I think really, you know, after the first half ended the way that it did, with Finest racking up so many T-side rounds, it was always going to be problematic. You know, there wasn't really a way back in. I gotta give some love to Pleasant, man. Him and Anarcheza played their hearts out all damn day, but Pleasant really was like just a treat to keep an eye on. Yeah, dude, no, I'm very, very impressed with Finest. It's not easy to come in as the underdog versus such an experienced and tenured roster and take them down in 2. That, for me, is really the takeaway here. I think the moment they stole Overpass away, it felt, in my mind, kind of guaranteed this would be a 2-0.
Yeah.
And they were able to deliver on that. They didn't let the kind of stress of the situation. They didn't have that issue of like not being able to close a series out. It was convincing, and that speaks for itself in my eyes.
Guys, this has got to be the biggest upset of the tournament so far.
Oh,
I'm looking at the results that we've had over yesterday and today, and you know, other than the Fnatic best of 1 win over Heroic, 16-14, this is it. This is across 2 maps, right? And Finest have done what we didn't think was possible for them. This is a huge victory, Jay.
Certainly is. I mean, you could make the argument that the best of 1 result between Fnatic and Heroic shouldn't have happened, but it was a best of 1. When it comes to a best of 3 series, the one-sidedness factor also involved. It definitely is the biggest upset for the Finest side, and you have to just, again, give them all the credit for that. You mentioned Pleasant being such a great element for him. I just, to call it a little bit earlier, I imagine he will be the MVP of this matchup, because I don't think anybody else really matched up to his kind of numbers there. We gave so much credit to Anarchez, and I kind of feel like the Pleasant was able to show him up a little bit because of maybe what we said on the desk. Maybe he was a little bit upset with you and me, Harry, because we bigged up Anarchez so much, and Pleasant's like, no, this is my show. This is my show here. Well, it certainly proved it, right?
Dude, it was really cool to see, and I think when you kind of compare the CT sides, some of the things that folks like Pleasant were able to get away with over towards top ramp was just night and day when you compare it to Imperial. I always get a little bit paranoid about Imperial's Vertigo. For any Imperial fans, you know, I think when you look at this one, the lesson learned is that just Vertigo is not a map for this team, man. And I kind of thought that even back at the major, you know, where they were able to take a few teams the distance, but for the most part, it really did look like a very easily identifiable problem in their map pool. I think there's a lot of work that needs to go into it to make it a good map for Imperial, but I do have faith that they could do it. I've seen, and I've had the pleasure of seeing Fallen lead multiple teams on that map. I've seen him have good performances himself, and I think you have some very good pieces. It's just about trying to, you know, find ways that they complement each other, because at times there really is this idea that the style that Imperial are playing doesn't gel as a cohesive unit. I think at the major we really got to see it like in its most complete form, it felt like, and everything since then's felt like maybe a step backwards as opposed to you know, building upon that and making it better. So yeah, man, it's a little bit saddening because it was like everything we were worried about kind of came to fruition for Imperial here, and for Finest, they gave it their all. They had a good game plan. They came into today wanting to make it to the playoffs, to play in front of, you know, the home crowd, as we were saying, and they've done exactly that versus a team that have no slouches in these high-pressure BO3 series.
Well, guys, I'm most excited right now to hear from the finest players themselves, and Tech Girl is standing by on the floor with them.
Almost all the finest players here with me. And before we get into the celebrations, of course, commiserations to the Brazilians, legends leaving us, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But first, we've got to have a little bit of fun, because you can see I've got almost all of the finest players. Some of them ran away. What was that comment when the desk was talking and we were waiting for our interview? What did you have to say to them?
I'm one of the Twitch chatters, so Caster, can you just shut up? Can we go next?
Fantastic. Look how excited you are to chat. Okay. They are legends. I mean, I know for me, yesterday meeting Fallen for the first time was huge. Obviously, I got to see Fur at breakfast, and I harassed him because I was so excited. And so coming into this, knowing that you had to beat them to get onto the big stage, how do you keep your cool in a situation like this?
I think in general we're a pretty calm team. We're pretty good at just calming down when we get stressed. We have Bogdan who helps us a lot. And I think we had a pretty good game plan just going into the game, so we just followed it and we were pretty confident.
What does it feel like, though? I mean, because I heard the shots, I saw the excitement. This is a big moment in your career. Like, let's explain. You came in, Finest comes into this tournament. You were kind of the last minute fit in. A lot of people questioned, I know individually as players you've performed on LAN, but a lot of people question whether you could do it on LAN, because you've obviously had a good online performance. And now you've just beat Imperial and you're moving into the arena. I mean, this is a big moment in your career, all of your careers.
Yeah, I mean, that was the goal when we came here, actually. I think we got the invite about like 8 days ago or something. But when we got to know the groups, I mean, we were pretty confident that we could actually make it out of the groups and make it to the playoffs.
You've been with the lineup the longest, but there have been so many players that have come in. I think when I was doing my prep, there's about 20 different players that have come in and out. So many tests. What made you decide, and I'm going to ask you because you've been here the longest, but what made you decide that this was the lineup?
I don't know, I felt confident with Shox and Kriaz. They're really good friends of mine. Then Pleasant and Twist just coming in, just perfect fit, everything, and we're just rolling it right now. So yeah.
What do you have to say to the people that said maybe you were just an online team?
You know, it's my first LAN, big LAN, and I think it's just bullshit what everyone say. Let's say it like this, so yeah.
Boom! There it is. I mean, the obvious question, if I say to you, who's going to win this, you're going to say you, but who do you think you're facing off against in the finals?
I really think that Australia...
I'm just going to stop you. Dude, you're way too tall. We're going to have to move around here.
I think Astralis will go to the final and we will face them after BIG.
Can you beat Astralis?
Yeah, for sure. But they have some big guys on the team, so Trace and Blame F, I'm coming for you.
Talking about big, I mean, I've got to meme you at least once. It's a big interview for you. You've got to be made to look like a little bit of a fool. If you lift your arm up, I'm pretty sure I can fit underneath it. Are we going to try this? Up, not round. Dude, this is not a celebration. Up. I'll see if I fit underneath it. Not quite. Okay, cool. There we go. He just wanted to put his arm around me. I got you. It's okay. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Paula, we have our top 4 teams.
We have our top 4 teams. Yes, it's Heroic, Finest, Big, and Astralis. It was great to hear from Kreese there that they truly had this goal coming in to make it to the Final 4, and they've achieved that, Jay.
Indeed they have. And look, it was against all odds. It was against our expectations. It was against the expectations pretty much of everybody on the talent team, I have to imagine. I don't know what Hugo and Dunko might have said about that personally, but I imagine they would have had a similar opinion to us. So look, again, it's just all credit to them.
Yeah, no, mate, 100%. You know, it's no easy feat to come in and kind of make a run like this happen. I think as well, you know, when you kind of look at this team, it's another one of these rosters where you've got guys here who have been around the scene for people like Twist, for example. You know, like almost, I want to say almost a decade, maybe even over, right? He's always been around. He's always been a name that we know, that we see, like making these like little appearances on tier 1 rosters. But it's very, very cool to get like this team team of players who have had maybe a couple of chances between them, but never like stuck it out in the top level for a terribly long time, come together and actually create something that looked pretty beautiful in the server. And I like that they're approaching it with confidence as well. You know, coming into this saying like, yeah, you know, we got the invitation 8 days before, but we came here with the intent of making a run to the playoffs. You know, that's a good deal of confidence. And it didn't feel like blind confidence. I mean, hell, they've gone and done it, right? So yeah, the proof's there. And I really hope that they can kind of, you know, light up the server as we continue into the playoff bracket and make a bit of a splash. It would be very, very cool to have a team that a lot of people didn't have a lot of expectations riding on show up and take some big names.
Now it's time to reveal our Pinnacle MVP. It's Pleasant, everybody. Had an amazing series, 50 frags across 2 maps, 107.5 ADR. This guy made every bullet that came out the muzzle of his guns count.
Yeah, I mean, really, he was just head and shoulders above everybody else in the server, and that's the reason why we picked him. I think we kind of a bit remiss not to talk about him previously, if we're being honest. There kind of can be 2-star players on this Finest side, and Pleasant has proven that right here and now. And Akez definitely had his moments, he had his impact as respectively, but ultimately he was the guy that was the most impactful. Has to be Pleasant in that sense. From the numbers alone, they're just, again, beyond anything that we've seen so far.
Yeah, he was super complimentary as well to like other pieces within the team. You know, that's something that was really great, is like, you know, he would get a lot of the glory, he'd be the guy getting a lot of the kills, but he wasn't like always there in like these positions where he has to do some like impeccable 3K spray down. It was very much like put together. That was like the real difference between these squads. It feels like within Finest you actually have a team that have a very good knowledge of like how to springboard off of one another, how to kind of play to your strengths in some key moments, like in a ramp take on Vertigo, for example. You know, how do you want to swing? Who's getting set up there? Pleasant was often the guy kind of getting set up to be like the playmaker, and that's reflected in the statistics. And I mean, he just nailed it. You know, like on the other side of things, when you kind of look at who's meant to be the playmaker within Imperial, usually it's Fur. Usually it's Fur putting up big numbers. But today, when he wasn't getting those multi-kill moments, where he wasn't kind of, you know, getting 3 where he should get 1, which is often the case, it fell flat, whereas that was not the case for Pleasant at all. They had a very good knowledge of how to use him. They set him up, and he just nailed the execution, really. So yeah, man, no, very, very good day in the office for Pleasant, and I'm a Pleasant fan now. Let's go.
I've been a Pleasant fan for years.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's my guy, man. It's great to see him achieving things on the server. Now, let's take a look at our brackets. I was in town the other day, and I saw the boys from Finest walking by, and I should have saluted them, you know, wished them luck on their journey. Had I known, you know,
was
they were gonna make
everyone
it to the
else
top
in
4.
town saluting them?
No, but they should have.
They
anyway,
should have
so here is our bracket. You can see that Big and Astralis are in the upper bracket, and then we have Heroic and Finest in the lower. That's going to be a tough battle for Finest, but you know, given that Heroic have been slightly spotty at times, including at this tournament, and seeing what Finest have done now across the tournament, I think potential for an upset there also. 4 PM for Heroic versus Finest, and 8 PM for Big Astralis, that upper bracket matchup. Yes, that's CET, and that is the schedule for tomorrow.
Yeah, man, Heroic have made it kind of wild by being in the lower bracket. Like, you know, this is like a championship level team from the major. For Big and Astralis, they both kind of had unsatisfying exits from the major, and they're the ones fighting in the upper bracket. So for Finest, man, you know, you've gone out of the frying pan and into the fire. If they manage to push Heroic around, I will be nothing short of impressed. That will be like a very, very good kind of spirit level to test them up against, if you will, you know. I don't think it's going to be easy. I don't think it's going to be clean. I think it's going to be brawly as hell, in fact, but it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, I don't have as much faith in the upset potential as maybe you two do about the likes of Finest taking on Heroic, but anything can happen, right? It's been a wild tournament so far, as you mentioned. We can see whether Finest can continue that sort of run of Terra, and if they manage to do so, then at that point, all bets are off for how the rest of it plays out, right?
Yeah, honestly, at this point, my only disappointment with Finest is that we couldn't convince Twist to get on the mic. I think I was lucky enough to get that opportunity once. He's just around the corner. I hope he's overhearing me. But again, still a mysterious man, sort of the figurehead of this team, and yet leading them potentially to great things. It's definitely a good stepping stone to be beating Imperial. Guys, any final thoughts before we close out the show?
Go on, you got anything? I heard you take a breath.
Yeah, Finest looking fine. Big and Astralis is going to be matchup of the day tomorrow for me. And just make sure you come to the venue. Make sure you come to the
Harry,
event.
you know what? Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say...
You actually had something.
Yeah, I did. I think that Heroic being down in the lower bracket of the playoffs is very interesting. I think it sets us up for a world where if there are any mistakes and there's no second chances for them, they are screwed. So they've got to fight tooth and nail to get through this, and it puts them in a very interesting spot considering they were the big favorites to pick the trophy up here. So it's going to be a true test for Heroic. You know, we were saying pressures may be off, maybe it's not the same as in the past where they've been on the big stages, but the actual context of the situation, the fact that they are just a game away from elimination at any point through this, it's going to make it that much more spicy, and maybe it does kind of hark back to that age-old question of how do they do when the pressure's applied. So I think these playoff brackets have shaped up brilliantly.
Great thoughts as always, gentlemen. We can now close out the show. I need to start off by saying a big thank you to our sponsors. Of course, the presenting partner being Pinnacle, the namesake of the Pinnacle Cup Championship 2022. And then we have our 3 head partners, Asus, ROG, Intel, and Bitskins. It's been a pleasure to have you here. I've had a blast with these guys. Harry, on the analyst desk, can I get some closing thoughts on that?
Yeah, dude, it's pretty sick having me up here, isn't it? And you all love it. Maybe I'll do it full time, who knows?
Hey, there we go. Harry's transitioning. Hugo, you're on your own. And with that being said, remember to buy your tickets to see them both in person, and the rest of us and all of our teams. We go into the arena tomorrow here at the Sparbanken Arena. The stage is looking amazing. I'm not sure if there are any pictures on social yet, but you should definitely come and see it in person. You can see the link to buy tickets below. We want to see you come down and have some fun. All right, thank you very much for tuning in so far, and we will see you tomorrow and Sunday.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Stuck ranking up? Lost the motivation to grind? Bored of clicking heads on aim maps? Get some colour into your game. Bitskins.com. Buying and selling skins made easy. Tons of payment methods and instant cash outs. Just choose your dream skins, select your preferred payment method, and start grinding again. If you want to play like the pros, you gotta look like the pros.
Remember how you made it here, a game of truth or dare. You rolled the dice with confidence, now the fortunes we can share. The finish line is drawing near, just keep your eye on the prize. A new style is calling you, why don't you try it on the sides? Take it easy, just one step at a time, and baby, you'll be fine. sand.
12 rounds, ding ding. Sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah. Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with the words you fling. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Got the belt like a king. Heavyweight champion of the whole damn thing, yo. Full of gas, full of spin. Jekyll and Hyde, you're the evil twin. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, you're never gonna. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no.
I'm a face without a name, a hero wrapped in shame, a soul that is rejected by a world of judgment. And now the sun begins to fade, will the moon ignite my flame? A symphony of everything I wish could change. So I'm making a final win. No more the game, power is the aim. City's gonna pay when they got nothing to lose. And he's got nothing to lose. No, it's in too deep, soul to soul, and it wasn't cheap. He's got nothing to lose, still got nothing to lose. Oh, I'm nothing to run against.
Då pratar jag i mikrofonen. Ja, precis. Ja, men det låter ju ganska schysst. Och hallå. Jag fortsätter lite bortåt till andra sidan. Ja, jag bryter den nu. Så där, då pratar vi bara i mikrofon. Yes. Signal. Yes. Nej, jag fortsätter nu. Vad är tanken att de ska liksom, att hon ska kunna gå i hela hallen? Hela hallen? Ja, vi kör hela hallen. Jag går varvet nu. Nu är jag på väg bort till baren. Och apropå baren så är det någonting som vi alla tycker är gott. Och jag har fortfarande ljud här vid borden. Jag har fortfarande signal. Det låter skönt, det låter krispt. En star och tack är jag framme vid baren längst bak. Misstänker att hon inte kanske... Nej, i och för sig. Här finns en liten soffa också, liten loungen. Här skulle hon ju kunna hänga. Och då går vi upp på den här och så sätter vi oss i soffan. Och hur har din kväll varit så far? Det har varit okej. Nej, droppa inget. Och du har inte kört någon musik nu, va? Ja, bara mycket. Ja, det behövs. Ja, varför inte? Ja, då är det ja, precis. Ja, alltså, det är ju de vanliga liksom sprakdroppen som kommer, men det är inget så här. Nej, men det är ju så här. Det låter som en FM-radio liksom. Ja, så att det är standard. Nu går jag runt till andra sidan här igen. Ja. Det är en så laglig frekvens så. Nu är vi kranen och nu fortsätter jag lite in i mitten av lokalen igen. Ja. Yes. Då fortsätter vi att kolla. Jag går i mitten på väg mot trofén som jag ska testa och lyfta. Och nu är vi på scenen och här säger vi grattis till Olle Skogman som har vunnit det stora journalistpriset 1973. Och vi är uppe på scenen och nu är jag vid entrén där spelarna kommer in och jag går även bakom scenen nu. Nu står jag lite backstage, en liten skön intervju här som jag har. Lite störningar men ingen fara, jag har fortfarande ganska krispt. Fortsätter vi mot ena spelarsidan.